Welcome, chat. It is so good to see you. Did I mute my mic? Welcome, chat. It is so good to see you. I have some mildly inconvenient news, chat. Mildly inconvenient. I am almost out of goof juice. I mean, what do you do at that point? I can't just buy another tub. That's like as hard as a 9 to 5. But welcome, chat. Thank you for the subiversary congratulatories. Also, Moonblade. No, we can't drink water here. We're addicted to caffeine. Moonblade. We may or may not start DS3 today. I don't know. But what we will do for now is play Borderlands 4, chat. Which, I gotta say it. Not to be controversial, I gotta say it. I like the BL4 DLC. I'm in there. There, I said that. What of it? Also, turns out, spoiler alerts, chat. Pickle does return. He just kind of hangs out around the hub as a ghost. So, you know, in a way, he's still here. But, yeah, today we're gonna just play the cache. Honestly, I've been hankering for a while for a new playthrough of BL4. I was just waiting for a new character to come out. So today we're gonna play a new character, and yeah, he actually died. There was no side quest to revive him or anything. He's just dead, unfortunately. But other than that, honestly, I really like the DLC. I uploaded a video. You can go watch it, I guess, if you want. Outlining all the stuff I like about it, the things that I don't like about it. But I think it's a good DLC overall. But yeah. So now, I think we're gonna do base game. Either A, here, I'll let you choose, Moonblade. Do we do the last remaining side quests in this DLC? Which are probably going to be, like, kind of boring because it's side quests. Or should we go do main game and get my new class mod that is apparently for my Dollar Soul, according to Dominic in the Discord. Oh, also, chat. Here's the current build. I think I want to respec it, though. So hear me out, right? Actually, I wouldn't even need to respec necessarily. Here's my thoughts, right? We go get Idolater, right? And then we get the comm that buffs my cards. And we get one gun. Go get the class mod, okay. And we get one gun. There's one gun that has to be goated. 3 stream streak, thank you, Venomous Python. One gun that has to be goated on cache. I don't know. I haven't watched anything about the character. But I'm thinking the Hellwalker, right? Because when I gain stacks, I gain fortune. I do bonus elemental damage. I gain reload speed, and he just works with Jacob stuff, right? Yeah, I was going to say, Venomous. I'm pretty sure you have more than a 3, so that's unfortunate, and I'm sorry. Okay, here's one thing about BL4, dude. In order to get back, you have to zoom in to find Zadra's lab, then go to Zadra's lab before you can teleport. Also, the guy's just available, right? I can just go kill him. Hello, Tails. 29 Hellwalker on UVH, 59 cash. Okay.
So, you want to skip some story, huh?
Oh, what's this? Did they already have this?
You're a vault hunter. A shooting, looting, rootin', tootin' badass.
Did this already exist?
Came to Kairos in search of a mythical vault filled with
yeah, I played the game. Oh, no, they did not have this because this is cash.
You got captured by the Order. They're a bunch of techno-fascists who want to keep you poor, stupid, and weak. So
Chad, I've got the Easter egg cutscene.
The magic of storytelling. Anyway, the Timekeeper, an immortal dude who leads the Order, stuck something called a bolt in your neck so that he could control you. Which is why, when my #1 recruit RJ came to bust you out of prison, the Timekeeper took over your body and
Hello,
tried
Fuego.
to kill him.
What's up? We're watching the super Easter egg cutscene.
RJ transferred his Echo 4 to you, blocking the
Lucky I
timekeeper's
forgot about that,
control.
so thank you for the lore
But
drop,
that
Claptrap.
left RJ open, and the timekeeper possessed him and shoved a big knife in his chest. Ouch!
But is that Handsome Jack?
After escaping, you washed up on the beach where you were tripped over, saved by the hero of our story, me, Claptrap. I told you all about the Crimson Resistance.
I will say,
and how
Claptrap's
we're
voice
rising
actor
up
in this
against
is
the
so much
Order,
better than in
and
BL3.
together
I think it's the same guy, but he got it down way better.
Is
the game too loud? It's kind of loud.
New recruits for the Resistance. Our first takers were the Outbounders in the Fate Fields, led by a guy named Rush.
I think the worst, though, is in the Fight for Sanctuary DLC. They should just not added Claptrap.
Number one timekeeper simp, Idolater Saul. Saul keeps threatening the Outbounders with a
Oh, so it's Saul?
weapon. So Rush had you go find an escaped Order scientist named Zadra. She's got some unresolved business with Old Man Timekeeper.
Honestly, with
which means
BL3,
she's
it feels
gotta
like they
help
could have
the
just used
cause.
Jack Black, and it would have been like, you know what?
So,
This is kinda better.
that's where we are. The world of Kairos lies open to you.
Hello, Astolfo.
Defeat the three big bats, Idolater Saul, Vialictor, and Callus,
Okay.
the Ripper Queen. Hit their command bolts, then use them to get to the
Hi,
Timekeeper
Astolfo.
and free Kairos.
No way. Okay, chat.
Okay, we did it. Game on, baby.
What was that shotgun sound? Was that like a... That was very distinct. That was a very distinct shotgun. You know, in Borderland... Not in Borderland. What was I about to say? Oh, with this game, I've noticed, like, you do kind of have to create your own fun a little bit. And it's a little unfortunate that it exists that way, but it does. And yet, I see so many people that are like, bro, these freaking... Everything dies so quick, these broken builds. And then they keep using it. For instance, I got a comment from some guy who was like, dude, yeah, on my Bleed Vex, I was able to beat the game in like, or the DLC. He was like, I was able to beat the DLC in like an hour. It's like, well, and he said that he never once saw a second phase to any boss. And I was like, so you were just using a one-shot build then? You're using a one-shot build like the whole time, and then we're like, man, why am I not interacting with the game? And it's like, yeah, I wish it didn't have to be that way. I wish the game was just built in a way where, like, you couldn't just one-shot every boss. Like, low-key invincibility phases were saving us from ourselves in BL3. Never forget Solaire! Shout out, Dark Souls. Shout out. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. DIY enjoyment, yeah. And it's like, you know, I wish it didn't have to be that way. But at the same time, I don't know. I wanted a new car. That's the whole reason I went into here. And maybe a new Echo 4. I don't know. Whenever I play BL4, I just purposely don't use the broken stuff. And then I think that's probably part of why I have more fun in general than other players on this game. Maybe I'm wrong, but that is how it feels to me. All right, new vehicle, though, because this one kind of sucks. I got to get Harlow to level 50 so I can get the gyrosphere. MG97, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. Also, welcome, Guy Irish. Well, Irish Guy Ben. Welcome, Irish Guy Ben. Also, Noise Storm, welcome. So far, the continued cash run has been going for about 2 minutes. I have not played through any of this area in a while, so it's probably going to load up some shaders. Oh, also, chat. Okay. Hold on. Why did I not hear that? Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Fazzo. Just give me 1 second. Thank you so much. Give me 1 second, and then I'll respond to that. Chat, what if we get a Hellwalker and a disc jockey? Because the Hellwalker will benefit from the reload speed, the element, and then the disc jockey benefits from the ordnance damage, which gets 25% up to 50%. Then it has a chance to deal double damage, and then it also has increased ordnance damage per fortune. What do we think? I'm kind of thinking the disc jockey Hellwalker build. Fazzo, welcome. Hey TX, was happy to see a new video today and loved your opinion on the DLC. It was refreshing to not see someone crap all over it because they didn't give them 30 hours of content. You know what's funny? Little gas mask. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I genuinely appreciate that with all my heart. I cannot tell you guys how appreciative I am, how grateful I am. Literally every night before bed, I think about all the things I'm grateful for, and you guys always come up. So thank you so much. I love you guys, seriously. I I'm farming parasocial relationships as we speak. But I was gonna say, I'm just saying, Gas Mask was like, dude, there's like no content. But he got a 7-hour stream and then a 10-hour stream out of it. So in a way, he got 17 hours of content out of that DLC. I'd say that's pretty good. You know? All right, let's go kill the meathead riders, the meat riders. Chat, you know what was cool about the DLC, though, that I did not mention in my video? I got called a clanker by the enemy because I was playing Cash. That was huge. That was awesome. Games that let you be super OP, but also have the other half of that I really like. I like having to really try, too. Yeah, I will say BL4 definitely leans to just, like, broken. But it's also the community. It's the same thing that happened with Elden Ring. If you guys remember when Elden Ring came out, everyone was abusing the meta. Everyone was using the meta builds. And, like, when people would post like their builds online that were just like they were having fun doing this build, they would just get absolutely trashed on the internet for having like a bad build. Like, and this isn't saying anything about the person other than his Elden Ring build, okay? Not getting into anything here. But I remember Elon Musk had posted his Elden Ring like mage build that he was having fun playing through the game with. There was over 20 articles written about why his build sucked. It was like, can we not just like have the build that we think is fun? Like, there was 20 articles about why his build was bad, and it was like, dude, it's the build that he thinks is fun. What is evil about that? Like, and like every time that you'd there's a very good video from a few years ago that went over like a lot of the problems with Elden Ring and stuff. And in it, it showed off that, like, out of the vast majority of streamers, like, started with their own build on something like the Millennia Fight, but by the end ended up just using one of the other builds that was being used by everyone because, you know, everyone just, like, submitted to the meta, and then it's just not fun. And that's kind of Borderlands. Borderlands players are very much like, you must play by the proper build. Dude, your build sucks. You didn't one-shot the build, like, the enemy. The build sucks. And then at the same time... No, it's so bad because they'll be like, dude, what the frick? Like, everything dies in one shot. I hate that. And then at the same time, if your build doesn't one shot and you're like, hey, here's a build that's fun, but it doesn't one shot, they're like, dude, that build sucks. I have a better build. And it's like, shut up. Also, I gotta remember, so the goal here is to get fortune stacks, then proc fortune by reloading, because I've got that one skill. So I'm gonna just proc it by reloading and then release the beast. I still don't know if it's superior to chuck the magic missiles just out and about, but it kind of feels like it. But I don't know. I hate when people like force you into the meta in non-meta games. That was like, and you can go back and watch the VODs because I said it back then too. That was really killing my enjoyment of BO4 straight off the bat because it was like watching everyone just one-shot every boss and then being told about how to one-shot every boss, and it's like, that is fun to an extent. Like on the Souls games, right? You can go on our Dark Souls 1 playthrough. We were using a very broken build. We had like plus 15 Great Club before anything else, and it was really fun, and I enjoy that. But if every playthrough of Dark Souls was like that, I would hate Dark Souls. I'd be like, this freaking blows, dude. Like, it's so easy. I don't know. It bugs me how much this community is very much for the meta in a PvE game. And I think a lot of like the big streamers really kind of perpetuate that. Whether on purpose or not, like I highly doubt that Moxie, with all of his build videos once the game came out, was intending to, you know, ruin the game. And yet, so many people would watch his videos and then be like, you did your build wrong. Your build's stupid. Watch this Moxie video. It's like, bro, maybe I don't want to. Also, I'm still using this rep kit that heals, and it's got Enrage, but maybe I would rather have this at this point. Am I crazy in believing that this rep kit, by the way, that heals off last instances of damage, am I crazy in believing that you could get this at level 15 and then it would be permanent? Trading the shock card for color card is the right augment. Yeah, I agree too. The only reason I'm using the shock card is because I really, really like the cooldown reduction. Like, every time I exit my cards, it's like an 11-second cooldown if I don't do it properly, and it's like a 9-second if I do. So that's the reasoning there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't like how the community perceives this game. And that's not to say that the game's without faults, but I don't know. A lot of the faults are like, it's just because you're given into the meta pressure. So, I don't know. Like, I see it happen with Gas where he's like, dude, the game's too easy. And then every time I watch his stream, he's like one-shotting the bosses in like 4-player. And I'm like, bro, I wouldn't be having fun either, to be honest with you. And I get that it's like, well, if you want to farm things, you have to be efficient. But then it's like, well, it's because you want to be efficient that it's not being fun. You know, it's this very, like, weird loop. And again, I wish that your default power was much lower than it is. Posture check, got you, bro. I wish that your default power was much lower than it is, but it's just unfortunately not. And so it's up to you whether you decide, all right, well, I'm going to conform to the game and I'm going to play out the meta, or like this. Chat, do I look like I'm struggling at all? Like, I've got kind of like the worst build ever right here. And yet there's not a struggle happening, really. Right? Sure, I'm not one-shotting the boss. I'm sure I could have one-shot the boss if I was more efficient. But it's not like, I don't know, this just looks like normal, like, BL2 gameplay or something. I don't know. It just bugs me. Also, I think I'm going to turn on frame gen. It adds delay, but it also adds, like, looking good, so, you know. Okay, what are you guys saying? Hardlow build is great because it's unique, somewhat hard to assemble, and rare enough that people don't try to backseat it. Yeah, because they just won't even know how to backseat it. Oop. Yeah, I used the bleed build on Elden Ring on my first playthrough, not knowing what was about to occur. Why does this feel like the choppiest 160 of my life? Hold on, do I have it capped out? Oh my! Hold on, what the frick? Okay, hold on. First, what? Okay, I think we're actually gonna keep that off. Okay, hold on. So first, symptom of being stuck with BL2 as the flagship of the series. Don't get me wrong, I love BL2, but it's min-max to hell. Kind of true. Theory crafting is good. Yes, Chocolate Narwhal, welcome. Nameless Fuego with the 25 gifted. Thank you so much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Genuinely, bottom of my heart. This is not me e-begging right now, for the record, but it's explaining my appreciation. Because, as you may or may not know, I quit my job back a couple months ago. So this is currently my only form of income. So I extra super duper quadruple duper appreciate that with all of my heart. That is absolutely insane. 25 gifted is no laughing matter. So thank you so very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Bless your soul, bro. Bless your sweet little soul, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then I always feel bad going back to talking about other things. Thank you. Heil, welcome. Evergreen, welcome. Thank you for the affiliate. Congratulations.
You look like trouble.
Yeah, luckily I'm in like a position where I was able to quit my job and it'd be okay, you know. Right now my bills are relatively low. I was working at that pizza job for a long time, and I was very frugal most of the time with my money. So like I'm fine enough that if I were to like get kicked out of my place and couldn't find a job for, you know, a little while, like I'd survive. At least until like I could get back on my feet. So luckily I'm in a position where that was okay to happen. And a lot of that is because, it's a lot of that. It is exclusively because of you guys. Because if it weren't for this, like both the streaming and the YouTube videos, especially the YouTube videos that I have a hard time working on. If it weren't for those, like I literally wouldn't be able to make that happen. But that being, again, the videos and especially you guys. So thank you guys so much. I do appreciate that. But yeah, since you haven't been here, pretty much I had been feeling like quitting my job for a long time now. I just kind of felt like it was time, and then I kept sticking it out repeatedly, and I was like, nah, you know, I'll go a little longer, I'll go a little longer, I'll go a little longer, I'll go a little longer. And then we got a new manager temporarily that just obviously did not respect me, regardless of the fact that I had been there for like 5 years, and I constantly saw him do stuff wrong, and it was really frustrating. And then, like, my car battery had died one morning before work. So I was like, hey, I'm going to be 5 minutes late, like 5 to 10 minutes late, because my car battery is dead. And he said, this is becoming a habit. If tardiness continues, it will be documented, and, like, essentially disciplinary action will be taken. And I was like, dude, my car battery is dead. I was leaving early for work to be there. I had no way of possibly knowing in a million years that my car battery was going to be dead this morning. And then I had told him that, and he texted back like, no worries, it's not just you, it's other people too, but it's time that we realize we have to show up to work when we're scheduled and not just when we feel like it. It's like, all right, so this guy sucks. And then he kept calling the 18-year-old girl that worked there baby girl. He's like 40 or 50, by the way. He kept calling the 18-year-old girl that worked there baby girl, and then I think jokingly, quote unquote, threatened her with a knife. So I was like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave. You know? I think I'll just leave. And so it was just kind of the perfect time. But luckily, the owner, that manager got fired. But luckily, the owner is actually really nice. The owner's a nice guy. And when I quit, he was like, hey, if you ever need a job back, come back. We'll hire you on the spot. Like, thank you so much for your work. And I was like, you know what? Even though you are never, like, there in the store, like, I appreciate you. So thank you. But yeah. Also, 900 Rider, welcome. No more nighttime drives to that guy who was getting really close to me and wouldn't let me leave and told me about his life and that he's lived many lives and that he has seen bodies on the street and was a daredevil and a trucker, and that if I ever need anything, I can go to him and I can call him JR. So, unfortunately, no more of that. And no more of that one old guy that was touching me and holding onto my arm tightly the entire time that I was at the delivery, and he was just talking to me casually. I was like, bro, I think you are attempting to get freaky with me right now. It's not gonna happen. Or the, like, 45-year-old woman that was like, oh my gosh, can you come live with me? No, probably not. That's probably against the rules, huh? I was like, I just think that regardless of rules, I don't want to come live with the random pedophile, pretty much. So, if you activate Windfall with green card, your cooldown is reset. Whenever Cash triggers Windfall while his action skill is cooling down, automatically recharge it. Alright, let's get rid of that one. Honestly, I definitely feel like this is the best one. Does this apply to Ordnance? Does this apply to Rockets? I'm going to use this because it gives me 2 extra cards. Yeah, we've got plenty of stories from Pizza Work to tell for eons, and luckily I remember almost all of them. See, that was like one of the best aspects of me. Literally, I could tell you, I obviously won't do this, but I could tell you like the names and addresses and like basic orders of almost every single one of our regulars, and I think that was TBH undervalued within me. I think, oh, we might got it. I think that they didn't recognize that. It's like, literally, I knew every one of them. Oh, 2 legendaries.
Dude, what's with these freaking legendaries? Is it Borderlands 3, Chad? The bad one? The bad one, Borderlands 3?
I forgot about the War Paint. Hold on. Wait, huge. Fire rate, move speed, corrosive immunity. Let's go. Please. I forgot that can happen. Okay. We'll put that on here. Critical hits, refill ammo, extra barrel for fire rate. Ooh, and Jacobs. Okay. Maybe I should be putting up my farm counter for these things. That is currently a death counter because I forgot to swap it. I should really just make 2 separate things. One for the farm counter, one for death counter, but Yeah, it was pretty bad. If I had a dime for every time a Borderlands player worked at Pizza Place, I would have 2 dimes. True. Also, B-Bun, thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary wishes. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't know. The pizza work was great, but man, there's some issues. Also, Hashman, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you liked that video. Honestly, about 90% of the way through, I was like, why would anyone care about my opinion? And then I was just not going to upload it. But then I decided I would. And I'm glad that I've seemed to harbor, like, people with brains a little bit, like, to an extent. Because my comments aren't nearly as bad as most others. And I got a lot of people in the comment section that were like, you know, I disagree, but I agree about this. And I was like, you know what? That's totally fine. That's perfect. That's what I want. I don't want you to agree with everything I say. Because if you agree with everything I say, I'm going to assume that you're just, like, mindlessly following. And there's a lot of people that had disagreements about some of the stuff I said, and yet not in an idiotic way. And then, of course, there was the, like, Mac viewers who was like,
Man, I'm so glad I never bought this. It's the worst DLC they ever released.
you realize you're admitting right now that you have never played the DLC. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I found a new tech. Dominic doesn't even know about this one. It's like, so you just admitted that you've never played it, and yet are telling me that it's the worst of all time because, I don't know, Hellfire told you that or something. I was like, okay. And I did get called a shell. I was like, dude, I will be honest with you guys. I'm in the Vault program, but I've never gained anything from Gearbox or the Vault program. The only thing I would have theoretically gained is a free copy of BO4 Super Deluxe, except I had already bought the game and I couldn't refund it. So I just gave that away. So I've literally never earned anything from them. So you can call me a shill if you'd like, but I think what some people don't understand is that there's a difference between being a shill and liking the game that you play. I don't think that makes me a shill for enjoying playing this game. But I guess it does. So, you know. I will say, chat, I really wish the performance of this game was better. I'm on low settings with a 5070 Ti, again, 100 FPS right now. Which is not high. That is very bad. Also, okay, check this out. Where's Dominic? You gotta tag him in this. Watch this, watch this. Look at this. So I have the color card in my left hand and the homing card in the right. You do a mantle. Boom, new cards. Do a mantle. Boom, new cards. Wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah, new cards. I just got kind of unlucky with those. So, very niche, but you can swap your cards on demand. If you're like, man, I have one card left in the bank, but I don't want either of these two. That's the tech, chat. That's the tech. I like how You're a Shill got censored out, by the way. Did work pizza for a while, and we used to put orders in for our regulars before I answered the call because I knew their numbers. Yeah, and then occasionally, the first time that I was ever like, I guess I'm just going to talk about stories right now. Also, Italian Pride, welcome. The first time that I was like, you know what, I'm going to get closer to our customers. I'm going to have them be like things that I actually, or have them be like, you know, like I want to be a little more invested to where they'll be like, oh, hey, I want to come back, you know, because like that delivery guy knows, you know, this and whatnot. And it feels good. It feels good as a customer to like go into somewhere and they're like, oh, you getting the regular? And it's like, oh my gosh, you remembered me. Right? So there was this guy who's honestly really weird now. Don't know what happened to him. He has this entire like Facebook series where he uses AI filters and goes on. I'm not going to say his actual name. We're going to call him. He's got kind of a goofy name though. We're going to call him Denver. So Denver, right? Nowadays he has like these like Facebook videos with like AI filters, and he'll everyone he's like all mysterious and he's like the Book of Denver 8:14, and then like weird like pseudo inspirational quotes, and like he's very much like a flat earther, and I didn't know all this at the time. But anyway, the point is I worked with my sister too, right? And he would call her like his pizza girl or whatever, because she was always the one that would deliver it, not in like a weird way, but in like a way of, you know, just like oh, you're the one who always delivers my pizza, right? Same thing as if someone were to say like, oh, you're my pizza guy. And yeah, so my sister had gotten a friend request from him on Facebook at a point, right? So he obviously knew who she was. Whenever she would like answer the phone, he'd be like, oh, hey. Again, I won't say my sister's name, but he'd be like, oh, hey. I don't even know a fake name. Oh, hey Sam. Hey, Sam from Call of Duty. It'd be like, hey, Sam, like, you're my pizza girl. How's it going? Right? So I went to deliver to his house. And I was like, hey, Denver, how's it going, man? Like, blah, blah, blah. He was like, oh, good. Just get my pizza, bro. I was like, cool. Hey, you know my, you know Sam, right? The other, like, delivery girl? He was like, never heard of her. I was like, really? She delivers your pizza, like, all the time. Like, you know who I'm talking about? Sam? The pizza girl? He was like, doesn't ring a bell, dude. And I was just sitting there, like, confounded. That was back when I had, like, really, really bad social anxiety, too. So I was, like, really out of my comfort zone to begin with. But I was pushing myself. And I was like, I don't even know what to do to this. Like, I know for a fact. Do I say, like, dude, you have her added on Facebook, homie? Like, I know you're lying to me right now. But I was like, what the frick do I do? So I was like, oh, that's my sister. So I thought that you might know her. Like, I just thought you'd remember her, I guess. But yeah. So it's whatever, dude. Yeah. If I can just get that signature. And then he tipped me his normal $2. Shout out. And then about 4 days later, he calls into the store. We see his name on the caller ID. My sister answers. She goes, oh, hey, Denver. He immediately goes, Sam, what's up? How you doing? It's my pizza girl. I was like, dude, I'm never trying to get, like, I'm never interacting with a customer again. Because that experience was so bad that I don't even know what to do. It was horrific, chat. It was truly, truly horrific. I have never been so, like, just dumbfounded in my life to the point of I don't know. I literally don't know what to do. So... okay, what do I have right now? Reload speed, whenever captured, gain a fortune stack, gain additional stacks. See, it would make more sense to go into the elemental stuff, but I think it's fine for now. This build is fine for now. Now let's go get a disc jockey, though. I would like a disc jockey. I don't know if this will be good, but... I know, I did say splicer. I was thinking of the slashers from Dead Space, but make us whole again. Make us whole again, Isaac. Isaac, make us whole. I don't know, chat. What I did learn working at a pizza place for so long is that pizza low-key is kind of like the best food of all time because you can do almost anything with it. It's kind of insane. Yeah, chat. So that's that. Yeah, I'm kind of a poser, chat. Oh, you wear a Nirvana shirt? Name every song they've ever made. Can't quite do that. Also, chat, sorry, I was going on a little rant right there. Kalex Entertainment, welcome. Yeah, the performance is pretty horrible. Hopefully, as shaders keep loading in, it'll be better. I don't know. Once you get to the bottom right of the tree, you get like 10 additional cards. Ooh. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I wanted to have more and more cards. And then I don't know what the class mod for my Dollator does, but apparently it's for cards, so... And I kind of don't even want to know until I get it, so don't worry about telling me. I originally thought shared protection would... Freaking progression! Would take away, but it only takes away echoes and speakers, and you can still do drill sites and caves and bunkers. Can you... Is it just that you can do them, or, like, are they not yet completed? Because... They're still unfortunately completed. Like, I know you can still do them, but I don't know. I would have been fine if it was just echoes. They have said, and I mean, this is obvious. Everyone for however long has been saying, hey, just make it a toggle. Like, that'd be great, but please make it a toggle. And then they didn't make it a toggle. I'm telling you guys, Gearbox does this thing where they will listen to us. They genuinely, it's so obvious that they're listening, right? But they're like a parent that listens to you. You're like, I want the new Xbox for Christmas, and they're like, all right, and then they get you like the new Xbox 360, right? They get you like the Xbox 360 Slim, and you're like, I wanted the Xbox One. And then eventually, after returning it and coming back and returning it again and coming back again, they're like, okay, we got it. We got it. We finally got our Xbox One. And that's Gearbox, because it'll be like, hey, give us, you know, the drops are fine, but like, give us just a fixed rate. We don't like the 369. Like, just give us a fixed rate across the board. And then Gearbox was like, okay, yeah. You guys want to buff to the drop rates? All right, we'll buff the drop rates, but the 3% one's staying. It was like, no, just we don't want that. We do not want that. Please just make them all the same. We just want the same across the board. And then they went through like one other like dedicated drop change, and then finally they give in, and they're like, okay, they're all 10%. I was like, thank you. That's all we wanted. That's all we ever wanted. And I have a feeling that's the same thing, where everyone's like, please make it a toggle, and they're like, this is our game. We'll make it what we want it to be. Sorry, that was me cranking down the mic. They were like, no, we'll make it what we want it to be, so it's gonna be forced. And then now they're like, oh yeah, we're looking into adding shared progression as a toggle instead of forced. It's like, wow, that's what we said so long ago. Like, I appreciate that you're listening to it and you're listening to the feedback, and eventually you'll get around to it, but it feels like everything with BO4 takes like 5 updates before it gets there. Because it's always like, yeah, man, this is really close to being it, but like, we need it different. And then they're like, all right, we'll make it different how we want to make it different. And it's like, no, just, you don't have to do that. Just make it, just what we said is pretty cool. Like, what we said was fine. We'd be pretty happy with that. And they're like, no, for sure, we'll do it our way. It's like, okay, whatever. But I will say, they eventually get around to it. They do eventually have it hone it. Like the dedicated drops, eventually they got it to what we wanted. So I look at them literally as like parents that have a little bit of an ego, where it's like, it's obvious that they want to provide for their child what their child wants, but they also want it to be done in the way that they want it to be done. It's like, no, like, I get that, but like, we really just want it the way that we asked for it. Look at this damage, chat. This is the most broken build of all time. Shows clip of Cash one-shotting every boss with the card. Love the progression, share change, but it'd be cool if toggleable. Yeah. And the fact that you can no longer start a level 1 character, which I'm sure they're gonna fix. Like, the thing is, that's why I haven't been complaining about any of that stuff too much. Because it's like, yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, it's stupid that it's not a toggle. Yeah, it's stupid that you start at level 5. But I can guarantee you they're just gonna fix it, right? It's not gonna stay that way. Or like with the Nightmare Rifts, yeah, it's stupid that it released with them, like, not working properly. But like, they're gonna fix it. So I'm not gonna rag on them too hard for that. Like, it is what it is. It doesn't feel like they necessarily have people playtest this at times, and yet I don't know. I don't see the point in perpetuating like the negativity around that, especially when there's already such a negative like outlook on this game that I really don't want to perpetuate at all. I really would prefer if the community could just gain like some sort of not elitism. It's the same thing with like BL3, where everyone's like, BL3 bad, and then it's like, dude, no, it's a good game, you just don't like it, bro. Like, I don't like it either, but it's a good game, man. I wouldn't be like, BL3 bad game, BL3 horrible game, it doesn't do how I want it to do. And even with BL3, I was like, dang, this game sucks on release, and then they came out with the DLC, and I was like, wait, this game's great now, thank you, Gearbox. And they fixed the issues, and it's like I don't know. That's why I haven't complained about any of that. The same reason why I didn't talk about any of the like cross progression bugs or anything in my video, because it's like, what's even the point? The devs are already very aware of it, and it's going to get fixed within like 3 days, so, or like 3 months. We'll see. Is that disc jockey? Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, so now, grow up, man. Grow the frick up. All right, let's go sort inventory, aka my least favorite thing in all of Borderlands, and that's why. That was my #1 thing with, yeah, I forgot you can't sell to those vendors.
Gearbox, please fix.
Genuinely, one of my least favorite things about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands was just inventory management. Also, I will say I really don't like that you get full SDUs off the bat. I think that that hurts the game because, like, in BL2, if you had full ammo at all times, like, straight off the bat, it would totally change the game. Because as is, it's like, you know what? I can't even use the Deepa because I have no ammo. But in this game, it's like, yeah, you know what? I can use the Deepa because I have full ammo. One fell swoop is the Idolater mission, right? I know. Me too, Hayul. I really like the DLC, and I really like C4sh. C4sh's third-person action skill feels weird and janky, but so does Rafa's. Like, I'm just not going to use it. I'm sure that there are people out there that it's going to be their favorite build. It's not mine, but it is what it is. What's this? Is this how you get to the DLC? Oh, look at that, chat. I will say I don't think it should have been $30, but what they're doing is, like, they're just essentially saying, you know, buy the DLC or buy the Supreme Edition and it'll make it worth the price. And it's like, yeah, I guess. Yeah, we need more surface area on this map. The nightmare rifts are sort of like the normal rift bubbles, but they're like, they take you to like a hell room where you go farm bosses. It's actually really cool. I think it's cool. I think that it's way better than the normal rifts because it like is actually interesting. It's not just a bubble, and instead it's like this whole, like, you get teleported into like a Doom Eternal room pretty much. Is the parts all identical for Hellwalker? No, you can get a crit prefix on it. We've noticed there's something on it that allows it to sometimes have 50% crit damage, unless they change that and like patch that up. But I'm telling you, missed opportunity, chat. If that DLC was just an extension like right here, or if it was up here between the two or something, I think it'd be so much better if it was integrated into the world, because it's like you're making the open world, but then at the same time each DLC is going to be its own like teleport spot. I don't know. You know, also, Matthew, welcome. I've heard some people say the cards are horrible and the totems are great, and then others say that the cards are great and the totems are horrible. So what that tells me is that this character is probably pretty good. Also, 3 seconds of not consuming any charges. Let's freaking go. Chat, I hate this though. I don't think this is the design philosophy that slows down the game, right? People will be like, oh, we need a dialogue skip, whatnot. I don't even think that's true. But here, you go down, you go into this area, right? I feel like this game's kind of loud. Let me turn it down. It's kind of messing with my thinking. You go down here after completing that mission. You talk to Zadra, listen to her talk for a long time. She makes you go over here and activate these things. So then you know who all you're going to fight. And then you have to talk to her again. And you can't do anything in the meantime. You don't need a dialogue skip. What you need is, instead of that, make it like BL2, where, one, I mean, if I just save quit, it'll be fine. But two, have it be that I can go to the mission beforehand. But I'm not capable of that. I physically cannot come down here on the first time, right? I can't come down here, talk to Zadra, and go to the mission. I have to wait for her to finish talking, because the next objective is to talk to her again, or press one of the buttons or whatever. So it makes it so it's impossible to do that. All it needs is to not have triggers that are on the same point. Because if I have to talk to Zadra, then wait for a long time, and then hit the button or whatever, and then wait for a long time, and then talk to Zadra, it's going to go really slow. Versus just talk to Zadra, she talks, yaps in my ear for 5 minutes straight, and I'm able to go to where I need. I don't know. I will be honest, maybe this is controversial, but I've thought from the start that just a blatant dialogue skip, I think, would not be good. I think that would really... Dialogue skip makes you feel very much like you're not in the game, and it really honestly hurts immersion pretty bad. As we're like in Borderlands 2, it in no way affects your immersion, because it just feels like you're playing efficiently, and versus playing like BL3 with dialogue skip, it feels instead like I'm mashing the dialogue skip button the whole time, and like it's not intended to be that way. You guys know what I'm saying? I would much rather they just fix the core issue versus come out with like a dialogue skip mod. And honestly, a lot of it they could still do. They could just have it be that when you talk to Zadra for the first time, she does all of that by herself and doesn't need no man to do the rest for her and press the button and talk to her again. Can you not get out anywhere closer here? Also, what's up with the lighting here? Yeah, definitely 20 bucks, but I think, again, I wish that it wasn't this way, but I'm pretty sure that once all of Super Deluxe content comes out, actually, how much is the Super Deluxe? Let me look. How much did I pay for this game? Did I pay 140? Super Deluxe is normally 130. So let's assume that the game was taking up half of that price. That means that you get 2 story packs and 5 bounty packs for 65 bucks. The bounty packs are half the price, and 5 of them will probably make up like a DLC and a half. So let's just split the price half and half. So 65 split in half. So it's like, what, 27.5? Is that right? So that makes each of the main DLCs come out to, was that like $18.50, which I think is worth it. So I don't like that they do it in that way, where you kind of have to buy it as a complete bundle. But if you buy it as a complete bundle, it comes out to like $18 per main DLC, which I think is very worth it. And then that leaves the other $27 for 5 separate bounty packs, which I think is also a fair price. That's just marketing, but at the same time, it's kind of bad in this case because it's like, well, people aren't going to want to buy it at the baseline because the baseline is too expensive. But once all content comes out and stuff, I don't like the Super Deluxe will obviously be like a good price, you know? And especially when you consider, chat, Borderlands 2, before it was the Handsome Collection, it cost, I think, $15 per DLC. In fact, do they still have full prices on Steam for that? Also, welcome, Call Me Lex. Personally, I like maxing gun builds on the totems, doing their own thing while passively buffing me. It fits my preferences. So, am I crazy? The totems aren't like a pet build, right? You toss it down and then it debuffs an area or buffs an area, right? Like, they don't move around or anything, right? Their action skills can be viable, but some just feel better. Yeah, I would say that the gun one just blatantly doesn't feel good. That doesn't mean that it's not good as in power. I mean that purely as it didn't feel good. Oh, they do move around? I didn't know that, actually. Some of them. Okay. Okay, so Borderlands 2. Oh, you actually can't buy them separately now. I'm pretty sure they all released at $15. Upgrade Pack 2 is $5. That was originally $10 because that was DigiPeak. So let's go over this real quick. So Borderlands 2 at release, and that's back when money meant even more. That was when, you know, obviously now games are more expensive because money has gone up because more people have money and then inflation, whatnot. Who cares? So $16 for a base game. Scarlet was $15. Torg was $15. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Tina was $15. Hammerlock was $15. I'm pretty sure that Upgrade Pack 2 was $10 originally. I don't think it was $5 because it came with Creek. That's why, because it came with Creek, didn't it? Plus $10, plus Gauge was $5, and then Fight for Sanctuary. So Borderlands 2 with all DLC, originally, like if you paid the original prices, that is a $150 game. So, am I saying $30 for this DLC is good? Or that $130 for the Super Deluxe is good? No. But Borderlands 2 is more expensive. So it's not a first at all. It is in no way a first. It's actually like Gearbox has consistently since day one borderline been stealing my money, okay? I am just saying. Done exact same thing you did on Cash 13. Yeah, it's all about where the objectives update, not needing dialogue skip. Also, Rokarios, welcome. Once you get augments and hotshot class mod, the gun action skill is sick. Does it ever feel better? It just felt like Rafa's melee, where I forgot about this. Hold on. This is not the optimal way to use it. So I don't know if this applies. I think it applies to ordnance. And I get bonus ordnance damage for my fortune skills. So I go up to 45% while Windfall is active. Okay, we'll play better. But does it ever feel actually better? Yeah, my gas mask display fell down at 3 in the morning. Probably due to error of putting it on. Please sponsor me display. Probably due to error of just putting it on wrong. So, you know. And then I just never put it back up. Fave Cash Head? I don't know. I like... Honestly, I like his default. I'm also liking his, like, brain one. Chat, you guys ever play War of the Monsters? Finally played, but it'll be a while before you can get the DLC. That is fair. It's a good DLC, but also it's fine if you gotta wait for it, you know? I don't know, chat. Like, literally, I think that so much of BO4 is just having to, like, have the willpower and discipline to not use a broken build if you don't like one-shotting everything. Because, like, I don't, and so I'm not, and I'm having a great time right now. Like, this feels great. I'm not totally broken. I will say, chat, you know what would make this game perfect? This isn't even rage bait. Chat, imagine if Slag existed. Whew. Hold on. Slag in BL4. This game is perfect. Why am I, like, dropping below, like, 100 FPS right now? The 5070 just can't handle it, chat. It's a premium game, I guess, for premium gamers. I am very much liking the fact that this character does feel very RNG dependent. Even if, because originally they, like, honestly, I don't even know where they advertise this, so, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just peddling back what I heard. But I heard that they had advertised him as, like, high risk, high reward. And I will say, I wish there was a bit more high risk to his options, you know? But at the same time, they probably didn't want another Krieg because they've seen what happens when you have negative effects that are randomized. People hate it, bro. That's like everyone that's not like a full-on Krieg main hates Silence the Voices because they're like, dude, I hit myself in the face on a 12% chance. So imagine if you're playing Cash, right? And you roll ones on your dice and it's like, oh my gosh, I just insta-killed the boss. But you roll like zeros on the dice and you drop all your guns or something. Or like you instantly die. Everyone would be like, dude, this character blows. I hate this. This is the worst game of all time. I hate this character. So I see why they didn't do that, because if you have RNG elements that make it risky to play, nobody's gonna like him because everyone's babies. No offense. If you're the type that can't handle Silence the Voices, it's okay. I understand it, but like, grow. Isaiah Rodriguez, iconic game. I kid you not, Isaiah. When I was younger, anytime I would see a grown dandelion, so I always heard you could make a wish. My wish every time was for War of the Monsters 2 to be released. And I probably made that wish at least a dozen times into dandelions. Never happened, bro. Never happened. Anyway, this head reminds me of the brain aliens at the end of the game. See, here's the thing with that, Evergrim. I mean, it's definitely just a matter of gameplay. Okay, no, here's the thing. Borderlands 2 Endgame could have been fixed with one simple hack. Gearbox doesn't want you to know, okay? It's this easy, chat, to fix Borderlands 2 Endgame for everyone. Make it so TVHM goes to max level. And UVHM is an optional game mode. Because then you can continue playing exactly like it was, and TVHM in BL2 would feel like UVHM in TPS, right? Which a lot of people really like UVHM and TPS. They feel like it's the best UVHM. And then there are the other players that love the UVHM in Borderlands 2, where it's very much slag oriented, very much elemental oriented. Everything is way tankier, heals more, etc. But you also do more damage. And that would be the perfect fix, because the thing about like the optional debuff mechanics, right, is that if it's not forced on you, you're just either not going to use it, or yeah, I mean, like, honestly, with TPS, cryo is like the new slag, and yet it's not, since it's just a debuff and it's in a game where like 90% of stuff just dies instantly anyway. The only time I use it is on like BA enemies to make them stop moving, right? But other than that, it's like I mean, even with that, you never need it at any point, and it kind of just feels like, oh, they're taking a bit more damage. But I would have been fine without it. As where with Slag, it's like, no, I actually need it. So I don't know. I am kind of in favor of forced Slag as it changes the gameplay significantly. Like, never in BL2 would I be able to just sit here with the same gun, never swapping, and being good. I don't know. That's also the problem that comes in with shock damage and kinetic. It's like, they can't make shock gauge good, because if shock gauge was good, you'd never have to swap ever. And it would literally just be use one gun for the entire playthrough. And this game shows that with kinetic, because kinetic damage weapons can just be a baller the whole time, and you never have to worry. I just forget where to go here. Tended Moxie streaming, someone said Krieg is the most OP character in BL2. I would say that he can be, but he's definitely not. I like 100% the most broken character is Salvador. The things that Krieg can do, though, no other character can do. Krieg can do the craziest stuff in the game, and he is better at mobbing than Sal. Unless you're, like, dual sham fleeting, I guess. Did cryo work same in TPS as 3? I've never known how it works in 3 or 4, honestly. But in 2, you got bonus crit damage, bonus explosive damage, bonus melee damage, and it froze the enemy in place. So, if those things are true in BL3, then yes.
Easily, thanks to you clearing the way.
Yeah, luckily I was able to convert someone recently, Lex. They played a lot of Krieg, but they were like, dude, I hate silenced voices, it's so bad. And I was like, dude, just use it. Use it, try it out, put on a class mod that'll buff it. And then he was like, wait, hold on. Hitting myself in the face 1 in 8 times is not that bad, actually. Like, it's actually kind of fun to an extent. And
a long time.
I think it's from all the constant head, the traumatic head injuries that you get while playing Krieg. But you kind of get adapted to it. And you're like, wait, this is kind of part of the gameplay. In a way, but people hate it, so I feel like that's why they didn't do high risk for cash at any capacity, because the community would have complained about it, like guaranteed. They'd be like, dude, it's so stupid that this card does damage to you, it should never be that way. And it's like, well, you wanted high risk, man, what the heck do you want? And then the same thing, they're like, dude, why does he have so many healing skills, he has so many shielding skills, he has so many of that. You're telling me, unironically, base community of Borderlands, who is all kind of babies, no offense, you are telling me, to my face, right now, that if you were dying constantly on this character because he has no shielding or healing available, that you would have fun on that. This is coming from the same community that complains if they cannot one-shot the raid boss, okay? Complaining that you can't one-shot the raid boss. You would be happy with a character that consistently died and had no way of living properly. I don't believe it. I really don't. Yeah, Silence the Voices is sort of, it's a way of life, you know? You get used to it. Also, Extinct, welcome. Class mod and augment really changes how it feels. The shadow, that is true actually, with stuff like that. I'm very happy to give it another try, for the record. I will happily use the dual guns again. But I just really like the card build. It's just really fun. In terms of endgame content for BL4, after you've done everything, what would you like to see so that you aren't forced to start a new character, and what new content would keep you engaged? You know what would really make a huge difference that I know is never going to happen, and it would fix a lot of the issues with BL4, in my opinion, is mission rewards. Because this is the one game where mission rewards would make sense. It's the one game where you can refarm mission rewards. And yet it is the one and only game in the entire series that does not have any form of mission reward. And I think that would add a lot, especially in this game. I know that people like the Skip dude will just read-only farm anyway. Like if the Hellwalker was locked behind doing some side mission, I can guarantee that they would still just read-only for it, you know? But I think the vast majority of the community would be fine if it was like, oh, I want a new Hellwalker, or I want the Rainbow Vomit. I'm gonna go do X side mission to get it. And that would come with another big benefit, in my opinion. This game feels very bloated with loot, and I feel like the loot pools are also very bloated. Very simple, Gearbox. Hear me out here. Take the third drop from every boss and just move it to a side quest reward or a main quest reward. And then it gives you something to do at Endgame, because it's like, oh, at Endgame, I'm replaying the missions for proper gear. It would feel a lot more Destiny-like, because it's obvious with this game that they wanted to be Destiny, but we're not Destiny, right? Because in Destiny, they've got like the missions that'll get you an exotic or whatnot, and this game was like, oh, here's the weekly wildcard. But the thing is, if the lead balloon is the weekly wildcard, why would I ever replay that mission instead of just one-shotting the boss? It just doesn't work for this game. But if that was the only way to get it, if the lead balloon only dropped from a mission, or only dropped for, or yeah, like if it only dropped from missions, but then you could do the weekly wildcard and it would always be a superior version of it or something, I just think that'd be better. So that would be my dream wish for this game. I think it would really add a lot. It would add more to the end game, because then all of a sudden the end game grind isn't just one-shotting sludge maw 1,000 times, and instead it's like, oh, I'm actually engaging with gameplay and playing through a mission again. Some people may disagree with that, and that's fine if you disagree. I don't claim to be the arbiter of truth. Granted, I am, to be honest, but I don't claim to be, so it's fair if you disagree with that. But you did Krieg while playing with me, and he hit himself 5 times in a row and went into 5 for your life. That's just part of the gameplay, bro. That's the gameplay right there. That's what we love. Oh, you know what I didn't test, and I've been meaning to? Okay, so there's a card. There's a card. I'm just looking for the colored cards. Okay, so if this does anything other than fire, then it does apply to this. Oh, actually, it's fire and radiation, which I think that was doing right there.
The only way to grow up.
Grow up. Yeah, you know, Cultist, I really appreciate you mentioning the fact that, entering Windfall gives me my cooldown back. I did not notice that at all. And that totally changed my build, and now I don't have to use the crappy shock card. I have a hard time reading things when there's a lot going on. And every BL4, dude, every BL4 skill and BL3 to an extent is like 10 paragraphs. And then it's also a lot of like, under this condition, this thing happens. Dude, give me back BL2, where it's like, you have gun damage. It's like, oh, cool. You move faster. It's like, nice. But then BL4 is like, when your movement speed is above 105%, gain 80% gun damage, assuming that your ordnance damage is equal to or greater than your total melee. Now, the sum of all this will be converted, and you'll gain a 5% increase to your action skill. It's like, all right. Could have just been an action skill buff. Could have just been your action skill lasts 10 seconds longer. That would have been fine. Would have been fine. And then I can't wrap my head around it. You guys can watch the last stream we did. Literally, I had to go back and read what Windfall did like 9 times in a row. So I was like, what the frick? What? Wait, hold on. And then that's why I didn't want to start on level 30 character. Gas had really wanted to do level 30 characters, but I did not. And the reason why is because when you give me 30 skill points straight off the bat on a brand new character, and I put 30 skill points in, I won't know what a single thing is doing. I'll just assume that it's all by default. And that even happened. I had to take off my card augments because I was confused about how just the card ability worked. So it's like, give me 30 skill points, bro. No. Feed me to the wolves, I come out a father, but like, put me in the ring with 30 skill points, I'm lost. I am lost. Is the DLC worth the money? Excluding cash. Well, I would say that if you're going to get the DLC for this game, get the Super Deluxe Edition. Mostly asked because I eventually want to create my own looter shooter, and I know a lot of what not to do, but I'm lacking in what to keep engagement. Yeah, I would say that it's so hard. I would say, assuming you're trying to make a looter shooter, I would say a way to farm missions for things, a reason to replay the game, essentially. Because in this game, like, I don't think that in BL3 and beyond, they want you to replay the game. It genuinely feels like you don't. And I know that you're saying without having to replay the game, but at the same time, replaying the game is a lot of what makes the game. And a lot of the content is within the game and within replaying the game. So for instance, with Borderlands 2, you may not replay the base story a bunch, but it's like, oh, I'm going to go into UVHM, and then once I'm in UVHM, I'm going to do the DLCs because I will get something for them. In this game, there's no reason to do the side quest other than just like, I want to do the side quest. Other than that, there's no reason to because there's no reward. And for people like me, it makes it so I don't care about any of the side missions. So if there's some good reward for doing the side content, then people will continue to do the side content over and over and over again, and it'll be enjoyable. And the thing is, like with BL2, I know that you having to play through 3 times is a little excessive, but if it was just 2 playthroughs, I don't think anyone would have problems with it because the game, I really can't fast travel to the Outbanders because this is a level 13 character. Or is that, no, is that because this mission? I don't know. Anyway, point is, you, yeah, if the content is good enough, then it shouldn't feel bad to replay through it, like with BL2, right? Going through TVHM is no big deal in Borderlands 2. But imagine if you were forced to go through TVHM on Borderlands 3, it would suck. It would be so bad having to do that again, you know? So just make the content good enough in the first place that replaying it doesn't feel like a chore. BL4 characters all use the same guns and same effectiveness, and that's what I miss. Yeah, I miss... And the thing is, right, in order to have truly meta stuff and in order to have like good builds, you also need the bad stuff and the bad builds. And that shows so hard in BL2 because you've essentially got built-in difficulties. Borderlands 2, it's like, oh, I want to play on easy mode. I'm going to play Salvador. And I'm going to be super broken and it's going to be super fun, at least for a while. Oh my goodness, my FPS. It's going to be super fun for a while. I'm really, you know, I'm going to be a total powerhouse. I'm going to be jumping around everywhere. It'll be great. And then at the same time, if I want to play the hard character, I'll play Gage. You know, I'll play a character that's more difficult, or I'll play Zero, who's difficult in his playstyle. And on top of that, this is another reason why I'm saying I don't think that the Borderlands games want you to replay them. I really think with BL3 and beyond, their goal is that you can... Which is fair, because for a casual audience, this honestly makes more sense. I think that their goal with the Borderlands games is that you are able to play them on one character, make that your super character, and do everything on that character. And so that's why a lot of, like, the endgame builds, you can just use anything on anyone. Like, any of the builds you can kind of just use on anyone. There's very few of like the meta builds that are like, this is truly unique to this character. It'll be like, you know, it's kind of unique to this character, but it's still the same as this other character, right? And like the fact that you can just spread launcher one shot on like pretty much every character and whatnot, it's a little broken. As we're in Borderlands 2, like the way that you fight Terramorphous on Maya optimally, like this is for meta builds, right? The way that you optimally fight Terramorphous on Maya could not be more different from Salvador, and could not be more different than Zero, and could not be more different than Gage, and could not be more different than Krieg. All of them are so distinct in the way that you kill the bosses. And that comes with downsides where it's like Krieg against Vora is borderline impossible because that blood explosion is so difficult to get. And yet, his kill is still extremely unique. Because he has... Where the frick is this? Am I crazy? Oh, it's down below. I never see the waypoint in this game. Am I crazy for that? But like, even though it makes it borderline impossible to beat on Krieg, at least you do it different on Krieg than you do it on other characters. On Sal, it's like, oh, I can just brute force through everything. So if I'm the type of player that would rather just brute force, then I just brute force through everything, and that's totally fine. If I'm a character that is going to have a harder time, I'm going to have to find something more specific to do. And like, all the characters can... You know, aside from OP10, like, if you're level 80, all the characters can beat the bosses by just, like, Sandhawk with B shield, right? And that would be equivalent to, like, spread launch amping in this game. But the difference is the meta build is so different. Literally, Terramorphous, I think, is the perfect example. Shout out Terramorphous, favorite boss in the game. Favorite raid boss in the game. But, like, Maya's speed kill of Terramorphous is crazy because it's a B shield immolate lady fist down yourself kill that takes 7 seconds. It's a 7-second kill. And then Salvador's, if you're not pimper having, I think his quickest is like Leadstorm lady fist money shot chaining. I'm pretty sure that's his best one, and I don't know what Gage does. Zero does like crazy critical ascension stacking with the Lyuda. And I don't know. It's just like, I want the characters to feel distinct. And at the same time, like in this game, because people are complaining about it with Cash, and I feel like I'm going crazy because they're like, dude, like Cash is so broken. He has healing, he has shielding, he has damage. And I'm like, that's literally every character in this game. I don't know if I'm going crazy. That's literally every character in this game. They all are. Every character in Borderlands 4 is invincible, does a ton of damage, has a ton of fire rate. The only thing different is like some characters have move speed and some don't have as much move speed, right? That's like the only thing that I truly feel is different about the characters is like Rafa moves faster. And then 90% of the action skills in this game too, which is why I like this character. 90% of the action skills feel like just press the button and then just is a buff, like the Peacebreaker cannons or even Apophis Lance. You can do an Apophis Lance build where like Apophis Lance actually does the damage, but I'm seeing nobody boss with that. 90% of the Apophis Lance builds I've seen are use the Apophis Lance to buff up the other gun I'm using. And I don't know. It just doesn't feel like you're actually using like distinct action skills. And then meanwhile, Borderlands 2 was not afraid. And this is what I think went wrong with their character design philosophy, right? And that all, by the way, ties into the whole thing where it's like, well, they want one character that can do everything. You only have to make one character to do all the content, right? But with Borderlands 2, it's like, with Zero, for instance. Zero, I think, is one of their most successful characters of all time. The people that play Zero, it is a cult. It is an absolute cult. And same with Gage, honestly. Same with Gage. Absolute cult of players. But with Zero, if you don't like sniping and you don't like melee, he will probably be your least favorite character in all of Borderlands 2. You will probably hate him with a passion, right? You will never wish to play him ever again in your life. But if you like those two playstyles, he will be your favorite character in the game. And Gage is so true because even though Gage is horribly designed, her playstyle is so unique that the people that like Deathtrap and Anarchy, like the majority of Gage players that I know are like, all of my playtime is on Gage. I've only ever played the other characters 2 times because Gage is so fun. And it's like, you know, even if 90% of the player base hates Gage with a passion, that still means that there is, you know, a 5% margin of people who are like, this is the best character ever released in all of Borderlands because it fits my very specific playstyle, you know? And if you don't like high risk, high reward, if you don't like hitting yourself in the face, if you don't like getting down all the time, you'll hate Krieg. But if you do like that playstyle, like me, he will be your favorite character in the entire series. Borderlands 4, I don't think is looking to make any favorite characters because it's like, it doesn't matter who you pick. You can just negate the downsides of the character through their skills or through the gear. I don't know. And it makes me sad, but I get why they do it. Like, it's just like any other game. This game feels very much like Skyrim to me, where it's like they took out aspects that made it good because it'll appeal to a broader audience. And that started ever since Borderlands 3, where it felt like they were aiming for a broader, more casual audience, and it worked. Borderlands 3 was their fastest selling game of all time. I think it was literally 2K's fastest selling game of all time. And so us BL2 heads are like, man, we wish it was like BL2, but at the same time, it's never going to be like BL2 again because what sells better is what appeals to casuals, unfortunately. You know? So anyway, I'll continue ignoring chat. Yeah, Terra Krieg with having to bloodbath spamming the tentacles and like even with the optimal build, you're like fire CCing and I don't know, it's just really fun. I think Terra is in my opinion, it is probably my favorite raid boss in BL2 because it's got distinct phases. It gives you infinite ammo throughout the fight, which a lot of raid bosses are missing. So it's literally like almost impossible to kill Bora by normal means and etc. Hello, Cashew. Welcome. Cashew, what would you say your overall opinion on the DLC was? Accident and Maya are very similar. And you know what? Someone could easily call me out and be like, you're hypocritical because one of your favorite characters is Axton. And guess what? Axton does everything. And it's like, yeah, but he's the only character in Borderlands 2 that's like, I do everything. And maybe Maya. But Maya is... I would say that Maya and Axton are different enough because Axton can do everything through gear and guns, as where Maya can do everything just through her skills. But they are the two most similar of the characters. Versus this game where every character is the same, low-key. But yeah, so that's what I would say as an argument if anyone's like, well, you like Axton. It's like, yes, but he is the only character in Borderlands 2, and maybe Maya, that can do just kind of everything well. In this game, every character can do everything well. And kind of in BL3 as well. BL3, there's at least a few characters that feel more specific. Zane does everything always, but at least he moves really fast. That's the Rafa moment, where that's what sets Rafa apart from any of the other characters. It's just his move speed. If Rafa didn't have the move speed and like got reskinned, like if you reskinned Rafa as Harlow and got rid of his move speed, you'd be like, yeah, I'm just playing Harlow, I guess. This must be a new skill tree they added or something, because like it feels a little different. Like, I don't know this action skill, but the rest of this, yeah, this is just Harlow. You know what I'm saying? Bundvolt high, make us whole again. But that said, BL3 does have more variety. And I'm telling you guys, man, I think that the games are more fun when... You guys have never heard this rant before from me on every stream I've ever played Borderlands. But in Borderlands 2, Borderlands 1, and the pre-sequel, they made the skill tree based around the action skill. In Borderlands 3 and 4, they make the action skill around, like the action skill complements the skills themselves, right? And no better option or no better example than Zane, right? Zane's action skill, 90% of it is just to proc his kill skills and his other skills within his skill tree. And it doesn't really feel like I'm using an action skill. Compare that to Mose, who I really like, and Mose is my favorite character in BL3. Mose is very much about her action skill. She's all about her action skill, and it works really well. She's a very fun character, but if you don't like Iron Bear, you won't like her character. And I think that's why they stopped doing that, and with BL4, they're like, you'll like every character. It's like, I don't want to like every character. I want there to be characters that I don't like, but that my friend likes. I want there to be characters that I don't want to play, and I want there to be characters that I really want to play. You know? And I don't know, they just don't do that. And then on top of that, from a personality standpoint, I think people undervalue how much the singular action skill that is very heavily played into changes the personality of the character. Play as Mose for 20 minutes, even with dialogue off, and you'll be able to get a feel of her personality and what this character is all about, just from her action skill and her actual skills themselves, right? Zane, you could kind of say the same for, but you really need his dialogue on to fully get a feel for Zane. But then you look at, you know, someone like Gage, you could spend literally one skill point into Anarchy, and with the volume off, you could get a feel of what her character does. And especially if you fully spec into it, it's like you got these freaking like My Little Ponies and hearts all over the screen, and there's a robot going around, and I'm missing everything, but I'm one-shotting everything. And you can tell just based off of that the character is based off just chaos and being a goofy little girl or whatever. OMG, I love when she screams in my ear. I don't know. We just don't get characters like that anymore. But I don't think we ever will, because this appeals to a more casual, broad audience. Anyway, why am I literally not talking to you guys at all? Shot gauge, only using one gun is fine. Dude, it would be too. That would be the exception to my rule if it weren't for the fact that you can't even do that because it's so bad. Hey, but Axton and Krieg are kind of the same character. Axton is just like right in the halfway point of Krieg's lows and Krieg's highs, but Axton is always there. Pretty much. Skip dude, Trog, welcome. Hexy, welcome. Give a man 30 points and he will not understand the skill. Teach a man to level up to 30 and he will learn it. Exactly. Gas just doesn't get that. No playthrough reset. That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate, and it really doesn't seem like they're going to do it, but that leads into why I think they never want you to replay the game, honestly. Trying to be MMO style, the main story is irrelevant, and then at max level the game actually starts, but in BL4 they have no endgame. True. Yeah, so it doesn't quite work. Kyle, welcome. I hope you're doing well. If they intended for the main story to be irrelevant, then they would have added dialogue skip. No, chat, I will say it again. I don't even think they needed dialogue skip, because in Borderlands 2, you don't need dialogue skip. I think there's a mod for it, but you genuinely do not need it. There's only like 3 points in all of Borderlands 2 where you actually are forced to listen to dialogue. If it's done well, it should not be a problem at all, and you should never need dialogue skip. It's just a fundamental issue. Cash's skills are literally just 2 or 3 of Vex's combined into one. Well, you're wrong, buddy. Why is black hole phase a thing in Terra fight though? I don't know. I will say I think that Terra phase should have like one more rock. Like one more rock in it, and if the black hole had an easier way to escape from it. Maybe like if you like crit Terramorphous in the mouth enough, like if you did, you know, a total of like 5% of his HP bar in his mouth while he's sucking you up, it like you get kicked out or something like that. I think would be really great. I'm trying to proc Windfall before I enter my card, which is why Jacob's shotgun cool. There we go. I will say, chat, I wish the magic missile was just an optional one because it does kind of suck. That's the high risk they meant with this character. They just meant that you might get magic missile instead of the corrosive cloud. Do you feel the Vault Hunters... Another Hydrate. Oh, wait, no, that was the same Hydrate. I do feel the Vault Hunters in BO4 have more distinctions. Amon is the only character with full melee actions. But no, dude, no. Well, that's not true technically because Rafa, but Rafa's melee action skill is like Arc Blades from Destiny done in the worst possible way they could have made that happen, right? And then also... Amon was really kind of disappointing to me because I think his Onslaughter is really fun, but he doesn't really... Like, I know that technically he does, but it does not feel like he has a full melee action skill. Like, it doesn't feel the same to me as using Execute on Zero, or Berserker on Brick, or Blood's Axe Rampage on Krieg. And that was one of my biggest gripes with BL3 as well. And even in BL4, like, the closest Amon has to, like, true melee, I guess, is the shield, which is still just shooting out laser beams, or his dual axes, but his dual axes do not feel good as a melee skill, in my opinion. And then there's Onslaughter, but Onslaughter definitely feels like it's a hybrid thing where it's meant to improve your guns, but also you happen to melee pretty well. And that's coming from doing my entire first playthrough with an actual, like, Onslaughter build the whole time, focusing 99% on melee. It still felt more like I would do more if I was just using guns the whole time, but maybe that's just a BO4 issue. Very up and down on the DLC. Chat, just for the record, I'm like 9 minutes behind on chat, so just so you know. Also, welcome Old Scott. I just got through reading all the Twitch chat from when I was ranting. Now I'm on YouTube chat. Very up and down. There are things I like, things I hate, and as a TPS, as a TPS head, I am being pandered to. True. Why can I not enter the fortress right now? There we go. BL3 is good because everyone can do all the content, but in different ways. True. After playing with the Sol mod, it's fun, but I wouldn't use it for bossing at all. Bro, I've got like the worst build of all time, so I don't think it matters. Jenny with the gifted sub to Mad Anubis. Thank you so much. Genuinely, bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. I cannot explain to you how much I appreciate that. Thank you genuinely so much. And also Misspelled, thank you for the follow. I appreciate finally getting it. Chat, I don't know if you guys have ever done it, where you've been in someone's chat for a long time, or like are friends with them, and then you realize after about the 100th stream that you never followed them. And I'm not saying that's happened with you, Misspelled, because it was fairly recent that you started watching. So I'm glad I earned your follow. But I've done it a lot. It happened with Cashew, where I realized after being in like 12 of Cashew streams that I was not following him, and I was like, well, at this point, it'd be embarrassing to follow him, so I just won't follow this guy. But then I finally did when he was offline, and I'm sure he still saw it, but, you know. Don't know if you guys have ever done that. Pickle was really awful, but the story was good. But thinking about it too much makes my head hurt. Like, why is that vault luring people into it if it doesn't want anyone there? That part is a little interesting. I don't know what that was about, but, I mean, that's kind of the same as Dead Space, where in Dead Space, well, no, I guess in Dead Space the marker kind of wants it, because then the marker can be creating more necromorphs. I don't know that part. And I guess there's a point to be made. This is Gas's like main point every time I've heard him talk about it. He's like, how did the kid get over his trauma so quick? He was in hell for 12 years and now he's just working at the bar. Like, yeah, it's a video game though. Like, pretty much no pieces of content ever like go over the grieving aspect, and instead it's like, hey, here's this little kid and his parents died, you're gonna work with him now, and the little kid's like, hey, I'm an important part of the story. So I don't know, but I will say it was kind of stupid that we're spending the whole time working for some random kid pretty much that we don't even know. Shout out to Pickle. Never would have guessed that there would be no more unique mission rewards. I know, and this is the one game that could have used it too. Unable to upgrade to the Super Deluxe Edition. I have to pay the full 90 even though I have the base game. Is there not like a season pass or something? Oh yeah, there's still bundles. Definitely, if you're gonna get DLC in this game, chat, like if you fully intend on playing the DLC and going through all of it, as unfortunate as it is that you have to do this, definitely buy it in the bundles, okay? But again, I do want it to be known, chat. I do want it to be known that Borderlands 2 with all DLC, if you bought it the way it originally was and not in the Handsome Collection, it was a $150 game. So just so you guys know, if you're like, dude, what the frick? Why am I paying so much for Borderlands 4? I mean, I kind of agree with you. But at the same time, it's actually the Super Deluxe Edition of this game is cheaper than if you played Borderlands 2 at release with the release content. Or not at the release content, sorry. If you played Borderlands 2 since release and bought all the DLCs, it's actually more expensive than this game's Super Deluxe. So I'm just saying. More content too. There's more content too. Shut up.
Did I ask you?
No.
Quickly, it's your only path to the airship.
Magic Missile 1 comes in clutch as a good primer. Hold on. Does it do something else? Travels, homing in on enemies and dealing kinetic damage. It causes the car... No. What? How would it prime? What would it prime with? Tell me what it would prime with. You sent me to Cashew stream so often on Twitch. You have like 10k points. Shout out. You're welcome, Cashew, by the way. Hello AZ, welcome. Yeah, kids, that's kind of true. Kids do kind of get over it quick because they haven't fully like grasped the trauma of it yet. Ragathar, welcome as an special edition owner, but kind of getting bored of BL4. One, is the new character fun, coming from Harlow or Zero main point of view, and two, is it worth coming back for a 4-hour DLC? I would say that if you don't feel like playing BL4, I wouldn't come back for it because you will get a few hours of DLC, and it's a really good DLC. In my opinion, like, as assuming that you already own the DLC, it's really fun and it's really good. And it's definitely like, you know, I was glad that I had the Super Deluxe Edition for it, but I probably wouldn't come back just for it. However, if you are in the mood to do another playthrough, Cash is really fun. I think that, I mean, I've only really messed with one of his builds, which is his card builds, but I will say that I could be wrong. I feel like he's probably going to be my favorite character in the game. By the end of it, but I don't fully know yet. He is very fun, and like, it is a bit of a bummer that they advertise him as risk versus reward, but as we were talking earlier, when you have risk versus reward where the risk actually hurts the gameplay, like Krieg, right? 90% of the community is going to be a baby about it, and they're going to be like, oh, I hate Krieg because I hit myself in the face, and it's like, dude, that's like the risk factor here, right? So I think that if they would have had Cash be like, oh, if he rolls 2 1s, his totems kill everything on the map, but if he rolls 2 6s, then, you know, he will take bonus damage. And I think people would have just complained about that. So I get why they didn't make it more risk versus reward. Point is, I think he's very fun. So if you had a hankering to play it some more and like do another playthrough, I would probably get back on, play it on Cash, and you could even just start a level 13 character right at the DLC if you wanted. That is what I'll say. Also, yes, Redstone's supposed to be following. Tosi, welcome. As much as I can get enough of BL4 when it first came out, I'm perfectly fine waiting for DLCs to go on sale. Yeah, if you can wait for sales, that's the way to go. If you are getting into the game, I would say that Super Deluxe is definitely the superior option. Which even in its current state, the Super Deluxe makes it so the like DLCs we've gotten are cheaper. And theoretically, according to my math, which I'm not a math guy, but theoretically, according to my math, after all the DLCs come out, when you buy the Super Deluxe, I'm pretty sure that it came out to each story pack being like $13 or something, which is totally fair. Catch is like if you only had 0 kunai, and sometimes they insta-kill everything. Kind of true. If I buy the Vault Hunter pack and Bounty pack, I'll be spending 90 anyway, so might as well just pay 90 for the Super Deluxe. True. The kid and dad storyline felt so disconnected from the story of Ellie and Moxie. It was, yeah, it's just kind of done poorly. I don't think it, I think they did it a little rough. and didn't properly explain things very well. I think that it would be like if in Dead Space, while you're playing through, you were also following the story of some other, like, random person who was dealing with hallucinations. And in Dead Space, you deal with a lot of people that deal with it, but more as just like a, oh, I'm not the only one type thing, as where Borderlands 4 tried to make a whole story around, like, the secondary characters that were introduced only in the DLC, and I think that was done poorly. I will also say I think Daphne is one of the most forgettable characters of all time. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all of you stoners out there will disagree because you're like, whoa, she also grows her own stuff. But I don't know. Oh my gosh. Dude, Cultist, you are so right. Here I was. Oh, I'll use the blue card because it gives me... Blue card, Gresco. Because I'll use blue card because it'll give me bonus cooldown. Meanwhile, this one just like makes it instantly come off cooldown every time I proc that frickin' thing. Just woke up. Hey, at least you slept, you know? At least you slept. Dr. Insomniac over here. Also, I've had level up. We now have 4 seconds of infinite usage. Think I'm sick again for what feels like the 5th time in the last month. Yeah, someone in my house is throwing up, and I'm like, please don't give that to me again, dude. Last time I was throwing up, it was technically over 70 times over the course of one night, I think the math came out to, and there was blood at a point, so it was pretty rough. So I'm really hoping that doesn't happen again. But, you know, we can only hope. We can only hope. How do I get up here? I'm kind of dumb. Not being able to breathe is, it's always rough. Bro, just breathe hard. Just try harder. Your Twitch is working again. Welcome, welcome. You still can't get your badge, though. All right. Well, my bad, bro. You said in the video the DLC is similar to Dead Space, but how similar? It's similar to Dead Space in... it takes a lot of parallels from Dead Space. So the whole story of... Wait, did you ever play Dead Space, Redstone? Did you ever end up playing it, and did you enjoy it? You played it, right? How much did you like it? Rated out of 10. It draws a lot of parallels, so... Instead of the marker that you're following in Dead Space that's making people hallucinate, it's like these rocks, and there's gore everywhere. There's enemies that have their heads blown off, and they've got like big gore claws. It's really cool. It's really cool. And there's also the laser cutter, which just straight up is the laser cutter, but done in Gearbox fashion, where it's like, hey, look, we brought back the laser discer, but it doesn't shoot lasers or disc. And in this case, it was like, hey, we brought back the plasma cutter, but it doesn't like cut off limbs, and also it's an assault rifle. I was like, okay. Also, hello, Kyle. Welcome. Kind of like Daphne, but she's really just one archetype DLC character. Dude, I'm telling you, every DLC character in the past Borderlands games, ever since, like, Wonderlands, or not Wonderlands, ever since BL3 and beyond, the DLC, they're like, here's a random character you're going to forget about. I literally couldn't remember her name by the end of the DLC. Okay? Okay? You had a migraine and diarrhea combo all morning. You know who else has a Dead Space 10 out of 10. True. I think that's one of the best video game remasters of all time. Plasma cutter, it doesn't fire that fast. It's actually slower than in the game once you upgrade it. Technically, it is 2 per second. So it's like dung, 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 dung. But yeah, no, Dead Space Remaster. I will say, I wish they didn't change Isaac Clarke's character. Like his physical character model. I get that they did it because Gunner... What's his first name? Something Gunner. It looks exactly like him, and it looks great, and it makes all the mocap look amazing on him. But we've been built up to see this character in a specific way, and then they changed his look entirely. He looks literally nothing like it. I wish they would have not changed that. But also, see, I heard people say they didn't like that he talks in the remake, but he talks in the other games. So that's why I didn't care. Favorite skill tree is the card skill tree, by the way. That, and then the way that a specific NPC dies also was changed in a way that I didn't think was good. Those are the only 2 complaints I have about the remaster, though. So, Plasma Cutter, I don't know if it gets manufactured parts. So far, I have not gotten any. Evergrim with a gifted sub to Jufi. Shout out Jufi. Competed against him in the event, and guess what? We beat him. Oh, also chat, community event. I think we got 6th place. So it wasn't too bad, but it was a little rough. Thank you so much, Evergrim, for the gifted sub. Bro cannot afford the Borderlands 4 DLC, but he's giving me money. I appreciate that so much. No, he did not talk in Dead Space 1 originally, but in the remaster he does. He talks a lot in the remaster, and it's still the same voice actor, and it was, in my opinion, for the fact that they took him from a silent protagonist to a talking character, they did as good of a job as they could have, and I almost feel like his lines are better in that than the other Dead Space games, so. Need to finish it, bro, but I'm gonna keep it a buck. That last message was just a setup for the no jumping joke. All right, you're actually permanently banned from my chat. Chat, what would okay, so so for context, Isaac Clarke is a character from Dead Space. So let's imagine that Isaac Clarke from that game, not to give away the punchline, but if Isaac Clarke from not to give away the punchline, but again, Isaac Clarke's a character from Dead Space. So if he was to play games on maybe like a gaming computer, right? Like on a gaming PC. So if he played gaming online PC games, something like maybe like Overwatch, right? And let's imagine, chat, that Isaac Clarke, while playing gaming PC, if he played games like Overwatch and wasn't able to jump, why chat do you think that might be? That Isaac Clarke wasn't able to jump in a game like Overwatch? Why might that be? Dead Space. So for context, on PC, for anyone that doesn't know, for context, on PC, typically the spacebar is the jump key. Oh, frick. Chat, I will say the bosses in this game are very good. Any boss that's not hit scan, I'm telling you guys, that's what makes the Souls games great. The fact that you can go into any boss fight at any level with any level of power and beat it, as where in Borderlands, half the time it's like, oh, I'm getting hit scanned and nuked. Especially BL2. I love BL2. It's my favorite of the games. But I won't lie. The bosses in that game are not very good. They are very much like, if you try to fight them under level... Did that hit him? Yeah, they're very much like, if you try to fight them under level, you're just dead. There's no hope for you, so... Which I'm not a huge fan of. Oh, wait. We have Disc Jockey. But it doesn't matter because he put up his invisibility face. You have cash now. Hey, great. Oh, yeah. There's the badge. Welcome. Well, thank you, Evergram. You should not give me your money unless it is financially okay for you to do, but I appreciate it so much. I really, really do. So thank you. I will say, though, every time the LCR flashed on my screen for like half a second, it literally weirdest jump scare of my life. Now, why? Oh, that literally, if the DLC at the end, spoiler alert, I mean, I won't spoil too much, but like, if the DLC at the end would have just taken us into LCR, it literally would have been a peak DLC. It would have been a 10 out of 10. It would have been like, guys, literally don't even play the base game. Buy BO4 for this DLC, and exclusively this DLC. But they didn't do that. I wonder if it's supposed to be spooky. Here's the thing, with a lot of stuff in BO4, it's kind of hard to tell like what they were going for with it. So I don't know if that was supposed to be like a spooky Vault of the Damned jump scare to like insinuate that you're like hallucinating. If so, that was done really bad, and they should have just played more Dead Space, where the hallucinations will happen through like sound effects going on in your ears and stuff. Like, chat, when you enter that one area toward the end of like Dead Space and you're hearing like twinkle twinkle little star in your ear. Oh, there it is. And like you're seeing like numbers on your screen and stuff and you're not sure what the frick's going on. That is absolute peak, and they should have just done that. But they didn't. Alright, so I'm gonna use all of this. I want another elemental card. There we go. So now let's end that. Use Disc Jockey, and he got his thing back up. Alright. I just wanted to do something cool about it. I think the priest... I don't know. Dead Space is kind of funnier, but less people get it, as where the pre-squeakquel, like, I can give it to a broader audience, you know? To an audience abroad, and they'll figure it out. Okay, elemental card, one more. Beautiful, that's all I need, and I didn't even have my thing up. Alright, chat.
Man, I hate how I one-shot everything in the game.
So use a build that doesn't one-shot. Nah. I gotta set the farm counter back up, chat. But... Oh. Is that the Golden God? What the frick is this? Chat, is this one of his items, or did I just get like a world drop? 30% chance for every bolt fired to deal extra damage and not consume ammo? Have I gotten this before? Oh yeah, I've gotten this before. This is Borderlands 1.
Banter. Thrall is dead. It is finally over.
Hell yes.
Hydrate? I got you, bro. Sorry.
All you want.
Did I already
I'll
drink
meet
on
you
that?
back home at the launch pad.
And I will stay here.
What
That amount of revelry
was I about to do?
might
I was about to do something. Oh, I really don't want to, but farm counter, copy, and then paste duplicates, I think. So if I change this farm counter, if I change this number, or not the number, if I were to change this to farming, what was it before? I gotta pull up my old video. The point is, does that change it properly? No. Okay, so I did the wrong one. So I need to. Oh, jeez. I need to paste reference. Oh, chat, what just happened? Farm counter, copy, paste reference. Yeah, I'm gonna crash out. What's going on? Do I have to turn it on first? Copy, paste, reference. What the frick? Also, wait, we can just delete everything from the One Life event. Chat, say goodbye to it. Rest in peace. Chat, remember when Gas told me not to die and then he jumped off a cliff in the game? Delete it. Yes, I'm sure I want to delete that and everything with it. Tiltify, shout out. We hit $801, but we actually had more than that. I think we're at 925 or something. I don't know what this is, so we're just gonna delete that. Chat, I just really would love if it would just copy this. Maybe I just have to copy these two separately. Take those, paste reference. There we go. Okay, so now if I change this to say farming run, yes, it updates separately. So now let me go look. Sorry, I'm not reading your guys' chat, not because I don't care, but because I don't care. So now let me go over here to my live streams. What was the last time I used that on? Probably One Life. One of the One Life days. Sorry, chat. I should do this off stream, but I'm not gonna. So, what was the day that we got the Grundle comms? Surely I put up the farm counter at some point. What the frick? Shout out Cam, apparently. This one. This one. I farmed on day 2. Day 2 I farmed for Grundlecom and I put up the farm counter. I just want to make sure I put like the same thing that I had. What? There's no way I got it that quick. We farmed for so long. Where did I put it, man? Did I do it at the end of the day? I just want to fix this so then I can put up the counter. But I'm apparently too dense to do that. Wait. 0. Hold on. I did it on 0 when I farmed that item that I farmed. When I farmed the Pimpernel. Hold on. Okay, that's what I did. So I did farming. Wow. This is truly riveting. Why did it copy twice? Bye, Redstone. Or Toasty. Oh, bye, Toasty. Enjoy sleeping more. Feels like they ran out of time with the DLC. Yeah, you know, they ran out of time, and yet it was 6 months in the making. So this just says farming, colon, then the name of it, then below it, there's a run counter. So, oh, okay. So, farming, I'll just do cash com. And then below it, I had the number. Chat. Wait, how did I do this though? Oh. run number. Right? Is that what I did? But then how would I set up 2 separate ones? I guess I would just have to be pro. Number and then make it bigger because gas had made me make it smaller. And then we reset it. Hopefully it still works. Okay. Chat, I think I'm doing it. No! No, it messed up the death counter. Hello, Krook. Oh my gosh, Krook, thank you so much for the raid. Okay, well, I used the wrong one. So, I don't know. Hey, we got the farm counter back, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Krook, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Now, let me just put it in group chat, and then we'll continue playing the game, okay? I guess I'll name this one Death Counter, even though this is very obviously not the Death Counter. Yeah, you're banned. Whatever, bro. Move it like right there. All right, chat. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, so good to see you guys. Jufi, welcome. Hey, Jufi, you got a little thing we like to call gifted sub. So, shout out to the gifted sub. Although, wait, can I not farm him right now? This is so lame, bro. So if I press that, all right, I messed everything up. I literally ruined everything. Actually, wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I must say, the way that they did fast traveling out of an area is really horrific. Krook, I heard you and Jufi. I always want to abbreviate his name, but his name's Jufi, chat, for the record. I heard you and Jufi want to do a 2v2 on Borderlands 4 bingo. I would be down. I don't know about little gas guy, but little gassy mask. Why? No, what? No. Why is this doing this? Move that down. Yes, thank you. All right, chat. We're finally playing the game. Sorry about that. Little break. They shouldn't just repeat bosses and references, but low key though, I would not have minded if they're like, "Hey, here's the Sentinel." Like, here's the thing, right? I normally think that you shouldn't just copy and paste your previous work, and then I played Elden Ring Night Rain, and I was wait, this is literally just copy and pasted Elden Ring in a different game, and I'm eating this up. So, honestly, just copy and paste the Sentinel and put it as the final boss. I would have been so happy. Copy and paste the entirety of Elseer and just throw it in here, and I'd be like, boom. Let's frickin' go. They got it perfect. Don't soft lock 3 other areas. I will try not to. But we are doing good today. Enjoy your food, Evergrim. I hope that it's the best food you've ever eaten in all of history itself. I am so glad that they never got rid of the propane jumps. Idolater. There we go. All right, let us commence forth. British. All right, let's go over to the place. Is it in here? Fortress Idomita. Well, then how are you gonna date her? I don't. Chat, who's excited for the Vault of the Damned? And then you go in there and it's like nothing. It's like, bruh. Hey, Krook, you like the DLC in this game or no? I don't think they thought of a ton when they made cross progression. I will not lie. I appreciate that cross progression's here, but it's just Gearbox, man. It is classic Gearbox. It's like, man, you really got close to giving us what we wanted, you know? Chad, I must say though, there's one thing you cannot beat Borderlands 4 in, and that is the baseline movement. You can beat it in BL2 with rocket jumping, but baseline BL2 movement, it's whatever, bro. It's whatever. How does Cash compare to the other Vault Hunters? In terms of fun, I might be wrong. I think he'll be my favorite character, though. In terms of power, I don't know. I'm not playing any meta builds. I haven't looked up anything. I'm just kind of playing with what's fun. But he feels powerful. He feels very powerful in the builds that I've used. Hello? Use the button, please. Dude, I don't know why, Jufi, when you typed, I thought it said morning after kill. And I was like, why is he in my chat right now? Yeah. Cash might be OP in bingo. I'm running level 60 content with literally only one item. And a level 50 watts for dinner and accelerator rep kit. So... So you used a rep kit, so that actually is a second item, just so you know. So that's actually 2 items, buddy. So get fact checked. You made this game woke. Crazy. That's crazy. Wait, is this the best gun in the game?
Dude, I'm literally killing the enemies so quick.
Oh my gosh. I might be insanely powerful up in here. They patched the callus skip. What was the callus skip and why did they patch it? Why did they patch cricket jumping, chat? That hurt my soul when I got back on the game and Gas told me about that. It's like that was the funnest thing in all of Borderland. In all of Borderland ever. So why would you do that to me? Why would you hurt me like that? Yeah, that was supposed to be like a full vault of like the damned. Also, I think that they like I don't mind the fact what the frick? Dude, I gotta get a haircut. It's just like getting to the point where it physically annoys me. But yeah, no. The Vault of the Damned, like oh, I was gonna say the final boss, right? I think like in terms of gameplay it was really lame, but in terms of just like existing in the world I think was fine because it's like it's not really that guy, it's him. It's like what the Eldritch horror has manifested itself into, you know? I forgot that the second time fighting bosses is significantly easier most of the time. They like, but I feel like they didn't do a great job conveying that it was like Eldritch horror demon version of him that was like controlling everything, and that's just what like the vault manifested as. Well, that was quick. All right, well, that was run 2. So, and I feel like they definitely could have done better at that. Granted, if you just paid attention, it probably wasn't an issue. But on my first playthrough, I was like, wait, why are we fighting this guy? But then I immediately was like, oh, okay, I guess he's that. But wait, sleight of hand gains reduced charges. Whenever Cash kills an enemy with a card, he gains 2! That's crazy. No, that's crazy. With 36% action skill damage and 27% action skill duration. And, wait. And look at this, chat. That's crazy. So it also is giving... Oh, I thought that was this skill. Okay, what is this? Whenever I gain a 4... No, that's not that one. Wait, what's getting buffed? Am I crazy? Oh my gosh, I'm getting like my capstone. Okay, so gains a chance to deal double ordnance damage. Does anyone know how this works? Gains a chance to deal double ordnance damage. The more fortune stacks he has, the greater the chance. But then it says double damage chance up to 3%. So is that at 10 stacks, I get a 3% chance? So at 5 out of 5, I get a 15% chance? Or does that mean that I get a 15% chance per stack? Because if it's just a total of 15% chance, that's pretty low. Cricket jumping misspelled. Oh, you could jump. Okay, so you know how the cricket pushes you, right? If you tabbed out and then tab back in while bashing the cricket, you would fly across the map. So you could literally go over the entirety of Fade Fields in one shot if you got a good one. And then on top of that, you could literally, before ever reaching that point, you could get, unfortunately, you couldn't get through the Timekeeper's door, but you could get to the platform of the Timekeeper at the end of the game by launching yourself over the Dominion wall from the Fade Fields before, at like level 8. It was crazy. It was so good. Spyro just got on BL4. He's always copying me, bro. Callus Skip lets you go through the cave area and skip straight to the boss. It was sick. Man, they always patch out the fun stuff. At 10 out of 5, you get a 30% chance. At 10 stacks, I think but it does double damage. Okay. And then on top of that, does that stack with this that gives a chance to critically hit? I guess, right? So then you're getting a critical hit, and then it's also doing double damage. So I guess the damage could be crazy. Anyway, what the frick does this class mod give? So it gives it's very small chance at double damage, 3%. It is what it is. Then maxes out this class mod. It's just straight up 5 out of 5 on this. Gains increased crit damage While Windfall is active, Cash gains a chance to critically hit with action skills. That's really good. Plus 3% during Windfall. Wait, action skill crit chance 15%. While Windfall is active, Cash gains a chance to critically hit. Oh. And then the plus 3 is how much I'd get if I spent more points. And then this, whenever Cash gains a stack of fortune, the next time he damages an enemy with gun or action skill, it automatically crits. Whoa. That's really good. So if I kill an enemy, the next one will be a crit. And it does bonus crit damage. Plus I'm getting crit damage from something else. So the whole reason I went down here... Well, no, I guess I still want that active, though. Yeah, okay. I think it's time that I split off then, thanks to that thing. Whenever Cash activate... Oh, I wanted this one, actually. Activates Windfall. He gains sleight of hand charges equal to the number of fortune stacks he has. Adds a ball of lightning... Fire and lightning card that bounces between enemies and deals alternating damage. Whenever card bounces, it leaves behind elemental hazard. See... I hate that this one is so good, because I don't want to continue using it. But the cooldown is insane. And I don't think I got... Well, but I don't need cooldown if I keep it forever. I don't need cooldown if I keep it forever. This reduces my charges. I don't know by how much, but it reduces my charges. So if I keep the elemental one, that increases my charges. So we'll just keep it up infinitely, I guess. We'll attempt. All right, let's get out of here. Red rocket. Hold on. The red rocket augment that gets a 20% stacking rocket damage. Chat, I've been playing Plants vs. Zombies recently, and I never noticed that the cat tail, bro. It's a cat with like a beanie, and low key, bro. Like he's like. He looks like the foreskin, and then his little cat tail. I'm telling you, bro, that it looks like a little red rocket, but it is what it is. How do I get out of here? Thank you. You also got a 5 point on your first roll? Yeah, I think we got a god roll, chat, quite frankly. I don't think that could have gone any better. All right, so I hate Terminus range, so let's go up here. But I know we still have to go through the trigger in order to properly activate that. Anyway, chat, that's beside the point. Red action skill, but it's so janky. I know, man. I know. I want to like it, but that jank is pretty bad. Guys, remember how they're like, you're never going to get a legendary in a vending machine? And then I got one at level 7. I think it was a Hellwalker, too. That was first ever playthrough. Action skill, damage, and duration. Yeah, chat, we got a god roll. Nice segue. Ordnance damage by rocket skill ordnance. Right. Which one is... Do you mean red rocket as in red skill tree, or is there one called red rocket? Kill button, hot streak. See, you can't be talking about like names of things because I'm not going to know. But if you described it as the color, which I think you may have, you said red and rocket. So let me look for a rocket on this. That guy looks like a rocket. Rocket. Ordnance? Rocket? This one? No. Red tree, middle bottom. Shoots rockets. Nothing beats lead? Yeah, you're lying to me. Oh. The augment. So the chance to crit applies to the rockets because it's ordnance damage. I get what you're saying. I get you. Oh, this one? Wait, this one shoots rockets? Wait, this one also shoots rockets. Press G to fire rockets. Windfall is active, double the amount of rockets. This one, kill skill, grants that. Bonus ordnance damage, causes to fire rockets. Chat. They did the same thing as Rafa knives. Literally, it feels like Rafa knives. It feels exactly like it, in that it just doesn't feel good. And it's like, dude, Destiny came out in 2012, okay? And the arc blades were perfect. They felt so good. Blade Dancer felt amazing. It was so smooth. All the animations were so smooth. You like go and hit someone with them and they just disintegrate into shock. And then in this game, I was so excited to try arc knives. And I used it for maybe 5 minutes and I was like, I'm never putting points into this again. This was horrible. This was a horrible experience. Not even saying it's bad, okay? Because I know his melee build's good. But what a horrible experience, bro. I can't even do the excavator. I can't even do it because it's already completed. GG.
business. I have to escape a former order aristocrat. Now, seek out a woman called Levine. She's the only one among them with a head on her shoulders.
Love it and started today. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Cash too. And I think that's part of why I'm enjoying Cash, because it feels like I'm actually using his action skill more than his other thing. Wait, hold on. That's crazy. Because, yeah, I have reduced cards, but even after all of them that I've thrown, I've got 7 left. This is the best class mod in Borderlands 4. Don't even tell me otherwise. I know Jufai's looking at me weird right now, like, that's the best. Have you ever played Harlow? Shut up. No, I haven't. Because I don't want to. Played her for like an hour. Because she was boring. No, that's crazy, actually. Chat, okay, so is there any way to make the magic missile, like, actually do damage? Or does it just, like, suck? Oh, wait. Okay. So now I have a new skill, right? This one. When I gain a stack of fortune. Oh, but I can't gain stacks of fortune. I'm at max. So can I not gain stacks? How does that work? I don't know. But this is the build right here, chat. So if anyone wants to copy this, you can't. You can't. You probably, like, you could try. But likely your power will never come close to mine. But I understand if, like, you wanted to. Desperado has 8-second duration and no cooldown, so you can have it up perma. I actually really like action skills that you can just, like, mash and spam. Hey, let's get a pearl real quick. Charge people to use it. That was kind of what I was thinking. Oh my lag, holy moly. 5070 Ti, by the way, premium game. Premium gamers. I do think it's really funny, chat, that on that video I uploaded talking about this DLC. What blue card is that? It's this card. Okay, so the new blue card bounces. It's a bouncing on it card. I gotta pay attention to that actually working. See, the magic missile's nice because it adds a reason to not throw specific cards because I don't want to throw the magic missile. You know? But I don't know. I feel like right now I'm interacting with the gameplay more than I do on the other characters. I actually kind of want to put on a healing rep kit. Ooh, bro got down in normal mode as Cash. Yikes. Let me swap. I remember Mick had come into the chat and he was like, yeah, dude, I beat the DLC without dying. And Gas was like, you beat it without dying? Bro, this DLC, bro. Like, I'm pretty sure Mick, like, one-lifed the game on his first playthrough because it's just not that hard. But the problem with Borderlands is, like, the way that they make it hard is, like, enemy do more damage. And it doesn't feel good when enemy does more damage in a game where, like, the enemies hit scan you, or pretty much hit scan you, where, like, I can't dodge the attack pattern of the rat-a-tat, you know? Instead, I just, like, tank it. Ooh, it's bouncing on it all right. It's a little goofy with the animation. It feels like their animators on this game just, like, kind of weren't getting paid enough or something. So they just, like, didn't fully put in their effort. And so, like, some of the animations are, I feel like they don't convey what they're supposed to properly. I forgot I'm supposed to be picking stuff up. My bad. But I can't because I'm in my action skill. Thank you, Borderland. I've done this before. Nice. Good throw. Moxie just dropped a card build. Chat, I'm not watching it. Nothing makes me enjoy the game less than watching a build guide. Not nothing, but, you know. Ah, man, but imagine the corrosive card right here. Ooh, it would go so freaking hard, bro. What the? Middle card only int skills if you're in Windfall. Yeah, but it's fun though. It's fun though. I really like that middle card. I don't even know if you're talking to me, but I guess I'll just share my opinion. I like that card. I think that's a fun card. Also, chat, I don't care what anyone says. Ordnance being on cooldown was the best decision they made in this game, gameplay-wise. Like, genuinely, I use grenades and rockets, and especially rockets, so much more than I ever did in the other Borderlands games, okay? As an Accident Greed player, alright? Like, I'm just able to use them, because it doesn't feel like, oh, I'm gonna have to go buy rocket ammo now, since I shot one time. That card. Dude, I'm gonna have so much elemental damage. Let's swap out. Swap to this. And then I don't know. Like some of the stuff I've seen people complain about with this character of like, oh, character broken, he can do everything. Bro, that's every character. Character broken, he has healing and shielding. That's every character. Character broken, he can like use other elements that like he can make his bullets do other elements. It's like, bro, that's every character. Like, I don't know. He just feels like a Borderlands 4 character, but like more fun. To me at least, so. Your TI is a 5070. Mine is an 84 plus. Bro, my chromosome is 84 plus. Your band to action. Alright, for the next 5 minutes, we will do band to action, no action skill. Bruh. I finally got the fun built, and you went and did this to me. Hello, Dale. I think you can gain a stack, but it doesn't increase your number. Okay. That would be great. I love this performance. It's very good. Oh, no. Oh, no. What strat am I using to grind levels? I'm not, bro. I'm not. No, that's a... No, I'm telling you, I've seen players who are like, man, I want to play the game more, but there's no reason to play the game. There's no reason to replay the game. Like, no offense. No offense. But Lil Gas Mask, right? He's always saying that he wants to replay the game. He wishes there was a way to replay. He wishes there was like a story skip. Or not a story skip, sorry. Like a second playthrough. Replay it, whatnot. But then for his cache, he's doing a level 30 cache. Which starts with the entire game completed. And he's always complaining that Vile bounties suck. So he's starting a level 30 cache where he's going to have to farm Vile bounties. Like, dude. You're like engaging the problem. No? That's why I wanted to do a 13 cache. I wanted to actually play the game. I literally, that's true. I was too blinded by the enjoyment I was receiving. Gimmicks are fun for Vault Hunters. I love Vault Hunters with gimmicks. It makes for the most fun Vault Hunters. It can create some frustrating ones depending on what kind of player you are. Like, for instance, you're not going to like Gage if you don't like the Anarchy gimmick. But if you like Anarchy, you will love Gage, and she will be your favorite character in the game. So what all do I gain for Windfall? What all do I gain for Windfall when I am not using my action skill? I gain increased gun damage. That's pretty much it. I gain gun damage and some ordnance damage, actually. I like... See, this is what I'm saying. I think they made a good character because most of it complements his action skill. While you're windfalling, most of the time you want to be in your action skill because windfall mostly benefits your action skill. As we're with Amon, with like Onslaughter, it felt like 90% of the skills were like, hey, this will, you know, this will buff you not using Onslaught. Like, you get bonus gun damage, bonus reload, bonus fire rate. And it's like, none of that even applies to my action skill. Like, it applies to my action skill, but it doesn't make me engage with my action skill. This feels a lot more like I'm engaging with my action skill, and it feels like there's a lot of like, oh, once you enter Windfall, and it wants you to enter Windfall through your action skill while you're using your action skill. All of your cards do bonus things for Windfall. I don't know. I feel like they did good. Shrubby, welcome. Also, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Shrubby. Like, I like Silence of Voices. To me, it just became like a part of the combat loop for Krieg, right? However, I think that's why they didn't make this guy high risk, high reward like they claimed they were going to. Because if there would have been actual risk and like you get negative effects, which I think would have been more fun. But if they would have done that, there would have been a lot of people that are like, dude, this sucks. Like, I don't like that RNG is making me lose. And it's like, well, in the character all about RNG, the risk there is getting bad RNG. If the risk was just like, oh, you don't get any bonus, it kind of wouldn't be that fun. I wish that they would have almost made him like Dungeons and Dragons type character where it's like, oh, you got a 1, bro? Yeah, you blow up instantly. You drop every piece of gear you have. It's gone.
Back in Carcadia City. I can introduce you.
Hey, I'm not using my action skill, Evergrim, okay? I am avoiding it. I'll continue not using it for longer since I broke it. Make Gamba character, no risk. That's not Gamba. I know. But if they added risk, I'm telling you, if they added risk to this character where it's like, I rolled a 4 and I took damage, I'm now set on fire. People would have hated that. They would have been like, dude, why does character hurt me to play? And it's like, dude, this is what you wanted. This is what you thought you wanted, but you were wrong. How do I toggle junk? X. Toggling your mom's junk. Got him. X. It's time I cleared this out. Loved you, laser cutter, but you suck now. Bye-bye. I can sort by level, right? Why can you not sort? Okay. Why can you not sort alphabetical? Please. Please tell me why I cannot sort alphabetical. I would really, really love to know that. And if I can, well then... Well, shoot. I guess I was wrong. Pretty much, if anything... Oh, actually, keep those. I don't know. I might want those. I have no clue. Yeah, I really wish that they would have gone more into RNG and made it so there was, like, negative aspects associated with getting bad things, but I get why they didn't. They probably wanted this character to appeal to a wider audience, and if you add things that feel detrimental in gameplay, people will cry about it. So I don't need that anymore. Hellwalker is my goat. Chat, remember how much gas was coping on the first playthrough? It's like, no, bro, the Hellwalker's broken, man. It's like, it's literally just a purple shotgun. I'm sorry, it is. And then they buffed it and gave it fire back. And I was like, okay, there you go. There's a point to use it. Do I want any of this? I don't think so. Chat, who remembers on our first playthrough? Oh, bring it back. On our first playthrough, we got what I would classify as a god roll TK's wave. Because it was with Torg gyrojets and a spread launcher. Ooh. Yeah, no. Wait, bro. We've already seen that. Claptrap is the gamble character. He's the high-risk, high-reward gamble character. And people hate him. But the people that like him love him. That's the thing. But I feel like the majority of people that I see about Claptrap, there is the subsection that are like, oh my gosh, he's my favorite character they've ever created. I love him. But the majority of people I see are like, dude, I hate playing as him. It sucks that like you'll just randomly get something bad. And it's like, I think that they knew people would complain if they did that with Cash. So they were like, nope, we'll just make him all reward. No risk, all reward. But yeah, sure, Abby. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. You know, also not participate in most of the gamble by avoiding red tree. And it was so chill. Yeah. I guess there was also ways around that with Clap. See, if they would just make it... They could have done that. Wait, yeah. They could have had gambles where it's like Silence of Voices, significant gain, but at a risk, right? Where it's like, you could half health a boss, but there's a chance that, like, all your guns drop on the floor, or something like that. I would have liked to see more random chaotic things, like Claptrap, rather than just, you know, oh, you take, you know, you take damage or something. I think it would have been very cool if we would have seen stuff where it was like, oh, everything drops on the floor, grenades start spawning everywhere. You get a rubber ducky. You go into Buzz X Rampage. You know, something unique like that.
The control panel is close by. You'll be able to extend the bridge there.
What's the optimal way to get up? I guess just being a pro.
No luck here. The
Oh, Glenn Dog, welcome. Longtime lurker, loving the streams. Doing a laser only Wilhelm, and it has been a blast. Hey, congratulations. Wilhelm is one of the characters that I haven't really put a ton of time into, but I think he could be fun. I love TPS, but I don't want to replay it, you know? It's just not replayable to me. If it had, I'm telling you guys, if TPS had even just headhunters that arrive at level 15, changes the game totally.
Hardly matters if we're not alive to use it. Very well. Break this siege, and the bolt is yours.
I don't know. Yeah, if they would have just done that where the dice tree is just all random effects. Like, oh, and what they could even do is like each number applies to like a specific effect. If you double that number, then you, like, let's say that one kills you, okay? If you roll a 1, it kills you. If you roll a 10, you know, you shoot out a rocket and boss gets hit by a rocket, right? So if you roll a 1 on one of the dice and a 10 on the other dice, you... Can I make this? Yeah, of course I can. If you roll a 1 on one dice and a 10 on the other, you shoot out a rocket while getting down, right? But then if you roll 2 1s, you get, like, I don't know, like a nuke comes down and drops on you and, like, kills you, but it also kills everything else or something. And so you're kind of just screwed. I don't know. I think that would have been really cool. I wish there was more stuff trying to actively fight against me on this character. But that's what I'm saying. For the Borderlands 4 design philosophy, it feels like they did as good as they could under that circumstance. Is it exactly what I would want? No, I'd want them to change some stuff. But I know that they will not make a character like exactly what I want, because it's just not what they have in mind for making the characters, you know? So it's like for what it is, I think it's as good as they could have done for what it was, you know? I love the disc jockey. Can we just mention that for a second? Actually, if I went... I don't like doing terminus range. It's probably my least favorite area in the game. But if we got the super soldier, we could kind of do a pseudo-infinite disc jockey build. It would at least be helpful. So, chat, I haven't been watching any videos. Is C4sh truly the most broken character Borderlands has ever seen, like all the YouTube videos told me? And then if you answer that, you have to answer if it's like... if he can one-shot the boss harder than the other characters can one-shot the boss, because all the characters can one-shot the boss. So, like, does he one-shot, like, harder? Or, like, does he just also happen to be as powerful?
Stay with us, friend.
Today you fell on your bike. I'm so sorry. I hope you did not get a little scraped knee. But if you did, I hope you got a Band-Aid on that boo-boo.
And now there's no one to tend to my
I was once riding a bike and this old lady, like, opened her door and made me crash into her. And then my dad very poorly conveyed what he was trying to say. He was trying to say, like,
Here, take
that...
the explosives.
well, I just kept being like, I literally couldn't have prevented that. I was younger. He was like, you have to be more careful. You have to be careful. Because he was worried about me, obviously. He's like, you have to be more careful. I was like, I could not have prevented that. I was riding my bike, and I'm right here, and then midway through me, like, if her car's here, and her door is right here, I was right there, right? And then she opens her door sideways into me, and I'm like, bro. What the frick? And he was like, you have to be more careful. And I just remember being so upset by that, because like literally none of that was my fault. And then I cried, and it was silent the whole ride home. But I love my dad very much. He is a great father, but there have been a few moments like that, and that's what I always think about whenever I think about riding a bike. And it's a great memory now. It's really funny. But it was like, dude. So we always reference the time that I got hit by a car. Technically, I got hit by a part of a vehicle that was moving. So I, in a way, got hit by a moving vehicle. It's just that only the door was moving. So take cover. Grow up. How about that?
I have just enough bullets for each of you.
Here goes
Yeah, it's just a lack of content with TPS. But if there wasn't a lack of content, I think more people would play it than... I think that if it had as much DLC as Borderlands 2, probably as many people would be playing it as BL2 at any given moment. Do I have to stay over here? I'm sorry, Quent. Sorry.
In 3, 2, 1.
Ah, happens to the
Car in front of me, full brake. You spelled brake wrong because a dumb kid crossed the road in front of her, had to choose either to throw the bike to the ground or enter the lady's car. You should have just entered her car.
Your strength on these pathetic electee, Vault Hunter.
But that's good. That definitely could have gone worse. So
Rise together.
shout out on the clutch. Shout out on the bike clutch. You know, I know some people are like really disrespectful to bikers on the road, but man, all the bikers that I know, like the bicyclers that I know, they all fit the stereotype where they act like they own the road, and it's like, bro,
first round is on me. We can play ball.
that's not how that works. Chicken jockey, shout out. Thank you for reminding me of that. Wait, chat, what did the chicken jockey say to LeBron James? Chat, what did the chicken jockey say to LeBron James? 6'7".
Responsible, selfish, and other things a lady's not meant to say.
You've been hit by a car 5 times. You got to get out of the road, man. Like you stay out of the road, buddy. Please stay out of the road. That's crazy. Never been hit by lightning, just cars. You know, cultist, there wasn't a part of my mind where I was like, man, he's been hit by cars 5 times. He must have been hit by lightning too. That's crazy. Is that why you play Warframe so much? It's to keep you inside. What happened? What? I'm interested how this has happened 5 times.
They had sexual relations, is what I'm saying.
What are you saying right now, Quinn? Like at a certain point, you know, oh, cultist, what you're doing right now? What you're doing right now is the like how my friend had his ex who she was like, oh my gosh, I've been with 30 dudes. Literally all of them were toxic. Our relationships all ended. They were all so toxic. It's like, there's a common denominator here. And cultist, I think you might be the common denominator. I think it might be. Never sending me anything ever again. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. My Cody Blade Boo Boo is epic. Don't ever say that. Nearly got crushed by a bone. Wow. Chat, wait, did anyone answer the question of Cash? I saw Salvador better, which true. Is Cash? I don't know. Is he broken, chat? I don't know. Every time you stop playing Warframe, you get hit by a car. It is your safety net. Why is my damage so high? What the frick am I doing? That's what I'm saying. In Borderlands 3, Wonderlands, and 4, at all times, I'm like, why am I doing damage now? What happened? Because just a second ago, I was doing less than this. Wait, enter card mode? Hold on, lock in. See, like, part of me wants to swap and try out the... Oh, look at that. The card in my left hand actually swaps back and forth. That's pretty cool. Part of me wants to try out another build, but I've spent this long learning what even just my skills do, so I'm like, I can't swap at this point. I'm going to be so confused. I kid you not, one time when I was biking home from my McDonald's job, I was riding the bike in the bike lane, and some guy drives past blaring his horn, and the guy in his passenger seat sticks almost his entire torso out of the car, calls me a slur, and tells me to get out of the bike lane.
You clanker!
Hey, it's Quint. We cleared the Ripper.
That's what I'm saying. You know, for some reason, like,
Hello?
for some reason, a lot of cyclists act like they own the road, but then the anti-cyclist crowd acts like everyone who's touched a pedal in their life, a bike pedal in their life, is Satan incarnate. And they're like, I'm gonna assault this guy. It's like, fair. Fair, I guess. I really wish I could take back the sub Fuego gifted for the 6-7 joke. Well, it was a LeBron James chicken jockey joke. Primarily, okay? Let's be real about this.
They're helping us fight off the Rippers.
He seems broken, but so does everyone else. True. If I was showing me a cash bill and I think literally trying to AFK a drill site with Showdown right now. Who is? If I was showing me a cash bill and I think he's literally trying to AFK at drill site with Showdown right now. I assume this is Showdown. Oh. Bro, guess. Then you correct it. Jewett WS bullet point AS asterisk. You can do the Team Witch thing with Watts. Well, that's broken gear, not broken character. Okay, I'm not saying the character's not broken, but...
And a sharp tongue to boot. What do you think, Moxie? Should I bounce him too?
On this
Have you ever seen a video where a motorcyclist was speaking with his mother, and then after he drove away, his mother rear-ended him because she didn't see him on his bike? No, that's sad. Was the guy okay or no?
Back to me, please.
Or you could do what I pay you for. What kind of bouncer?
Because that's pretty messed up.
A smart one.
Bro, with these typos. Not just in the play boo-boo, I'm reconsidering the recipient. Well, LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James. See, chat, when people used to say that, it was considered fine. But when I say 6'7", another topical meme, and the thing is, I know it increases retention, chat. So the question is, tell me, chat, do I swap to using another tree or continue further down this one at this point? Gun damage is pretty good, but I want to focus on my action skill and maybe my ordnance too. Okay, so assuming that I wanted to focus on my action skill and some ordnance and spend more time doing that than just shooting with my Hellwalker, what do you think I should do? Start going down. First time I was 14 months old, got slung 60 feet into a ditch. It was nuts. Okay. Bro got stinkied. Then when I was in middle school, I got T-boned on the side of my car 3 times and got hit once in high school by some guy leaving the parking lot. Followed by, if you can fit a Hawk Tua into that joke, it would evolve. Okay. Hip is hurting real bad. Fell 8 hours ago. Hopefully that's just bruising. Maybe even bone bruising, but hopefully that's just bruising and not any more than that. Top right skill. In which? Top right in red, top right in green, top right in blue. Blue top right is elemental effect, and I know that, but I don't really want that. There's also this ordnance damage one, which would be pretty good. But like, I don't know, I kind of want to go down a different skill. Green top right. Cash gains increased skill. Oh, cash gains further skill damage for every active bone totem. Oh, but I'm not running bone totem, so does that like lose out? Is that like losing value, essentially? What else do I get down this tree? After that, Windfall skill. While Windfall is active, Cash deals bonus fire damage with his guns and action skills. Cash gains increased elemental effect chance. Whatever, who cares? Wait, and damage? Isn't this just... Wait. So this one skill is just these 2 skills? Cash gains increased rate and duration. Honestly, if I did that, I see, but I don't need that because I have this really good class mod. I'm almost worried that the class mod's gonna be too good. I guess we'll go down here. We'll get more skill damage. Or wait, gains increased max health whenever he spawns a bone total. Increase action skill cooldown rate. Yeah, I don't need that. So I guess we'll just do skill damage. Blue top right looks insane. Free stacks every time you apply a dot. Yeah, it seems good. But also, I'm just getting stacked so quick that it doesn't really matter right now. He was fine, just shaken. Okay, good. I was worried that it was like mother kills son in accident. Increasing retention because they walk away from the stream because they can't take time to turn it off. True. Chat, what did the Hawk Tua jockey say to LeBron James on the 21st night of September? 6'7". Eh? Bottom right tree capstone skill point sounds like infinite crit. On which one? I guess we'll go down green. Hello, Dominic. See, I wish the red action skill felt better. I really do. I guess we'll go green. We're just going to go green because I was told to, so... Go green, chat. Reduce, reuse, recycle. I feel like out of the whole recycling aspect, the reduce and reuse is definitely like the important part. The recycle part, I hear that like most recycling just ends up at the dump anyway. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard, so. And big recycling can't get me. Red tree left top. Augment. Oh, but that won't work for me. It's not gonna work for me. Oh, wait. Yeah, it will. Wait, what? 20% bonus damage for the remainder of my duration, and I have infinite cards. Wait. What could I be willing to get rid of? I'd get rid of the ball and lightning. I mean, it's cool. It's very cool, but I could get rid of that. Ah, chat. Wait, maybe I should have done that. Because I could have gone down here instead and gone that, and then all my cards do 20% fire damage. per stack? Oh my gosh. Why does it say press left click to attempt windfall?
I'll have you
I don't know, maybe
know,
I'm
my
stupid or
help's
something.
really hard to come by. I used to be the most expensive hitman in the 60s.
You can't mix augments from other trees.
Sometimes old age.
Hope you still cashed in on the Are you still in the game?
Yeah, Twitch chuds, bro. Yeah, you guys are Mordecai and YouTube chat's Rigby. But like in the later seasons.
But after saving the universe with
Bored after being Irish.
the old tricks anyway.
Shut up.
You'll know how that is soon enough.
Raglathar. I take it back. You need revolvers. You need revolvers. Well, I got lied to by Twitch chat because they're like, bro, you seen that one?
Zane, is this a sex thing? If so, I do not consent. We are better as friends.
Now, Sophia,
YouTube chat is Brick, Twitch chat is Lilith, so they're better in every conceivable way, but less fun.
stay calm, and you'll be fine.
I have many follow-up questions about Sophia.
True.
Sophia, time to wake up, my treasure.
Yeah, cash dialogue seems fine. But I will say, guys, I think Rafa's the only character that I've, like, actually liked his dialogue. Cash is more interesting than some of the other characters, but...
Zane, no one is in there.
Patience.
Chat. I love replaying this right here. Hold on. Who DM'd me? This better be good. It's a little gas mask. It's an email of OMG Queen. You gotta see this. He's a fake fan. It's been that way for a long time. Chat.
My looks.
Can you name a woman?
Get the job done. Here, why don't you help me open her cage?
Are you sure that is a good idea?
Come on, don't be a skulker. Grapple those two bits open.
There you go.
Sophia. Is this from Black Ops 3? Do I get time to study? Yeah, you got time to study. If you can simply name one woman.
See? On her best
Is about to spring herself on me.
Name a woman.
All right, easy then.
Any woman?
All you need is
Can it be
a fair
fictional?
shoe tie and she'll play as friendly
as a puppy. Grab it there.
Thrashers.
Sophia lives to play fetch with that thing. You place it on apples, she'll
any
bash
woman,
thing to bits just to
fictional or not. Oh, jeez.
Follow this tunnel out. It'll lead you
Rihanna. Rihanna. Got him.
no idea what they're
First try.
I'll double back and take care of that first catapult you couldn't blow up. Have fun now, eh?
You can't upgrade to the Super Deluxe. That's how Randy gets you, I guess. You had to be premium.
Are you on your way? Not to rush you, but the other leaders and I are discussing
Oh, yeah, my mom. That's a good one.
As I
You know who else is a woman?
have a little faith, darling. Royal Zane's on the case. You should clear out all the rippers round the catapult before you set up Sophia's toy. She's people all the time. Those
What were the other skills in the red tree? Hold on. I'm debating. Gun damage, chance crit. Alright, yeah, this is all crap. We're going green tree, baby.
guns. Don't let those
Whoa, magic missile one shot. Hold on. That's a first.
got something they haven't.
Oh, I know. My prime cognition.
I kind of don't even need the elemental stacks, though, is the thing. because I'm spending 90% of my time in there anyway. But it's good because I can stack elements and then like do that and then swap to this, and now this does corrosive and radiation, right? Yeah, so for the disc jockey, for the chicken jockey, it's pretty worth it. Chat, Jolts once said chicken jockey in an unreleased video. Isn't that unfortunate? That we never got that?
Chat, this build needs a spread launcher and an amp rep kit. Where's Dad at?
I am not a woman. Don't call me that. I am a man.
Run like your sensitive bits depend on it. 'Cause they do. Here she comes, boy.
Now all 5 Vault Hunters free for all fight to the death. I like where this is going. Haven't even finished it, but I like where it's going. Hold on. While aiming, Vault Hunter gains increased gun damage and crit. That's so bad, though. I don't like that. I mean, I know it's good, but, like, I don't like that. But we'll equip it, I guess. Vault Hunter gains increased crit damage and status effect damage. Okay. Oh, no. Crit, increased stat, blah. Woke ass streamer knows a woman. GG, bro. Yeah, what am I? Freaking, what's next?
Catapult's near you, Vault Hunter. Grab Sophia's toy and get moving.
Zane, did you let Sophia
Chat,
out?
can we bring back the crit knife? Oh, they already did. And then I like how they added that legendary in the DLC that's like, look guys, it's a knife that stacks damage with an element. And it's like, dude, just say you want the crit knife, okay? Just say you want the crit knife. Like, why am I one-shotting everything now? What changed? Like, earlier I wasn't, but now I am. Maybe Carcadia is just easy, I guess. Carcadia Jenner. I don't like Terminus range, but, like, I want to go there because the Super Soldier would be great with this Disc Jockey. Disc Jockey. Chat, what do you guys think? Agree or disagree for those of you that have played the DLC? In my opinion, if it was part of the base game map, like assuming it just became one of the big 4, it would be my favorite area in the game. Agree or disagree? Like, it would probably be my favorite section of the whole game. And that's the thing about the DLC, chat. Like, assuming that it was just like here in base game, cradled in between these two. What do you think about that? Take Sophia's toy? Oh my gosh. Hey Balex, welcome back. You're green for some reason.
Why are the Ripper loonies tossing hell at you anyway?
Callus desperately wants her bone
Dominic,
back.
because you know this sort of thing. Is Cash the most broken Vault Hunter we've ever seen in Borderlands, as the videos implied? And then question on top of that, does him one-shotting the boss, is that better than a different character one-shotting the boss? And if so, why? Haven't played, but you agree? True.
Now please grab her toy and
Because, like, I don't know. Carcadia's fine, but it's all just desert, bro. It's like I'm playing BO1 or something. Terminus range, I don't like. I don't like Terminus range. It feels too big. Visually, it's very unappealing. The rest of it is unappealing. I do like Violictor, but that's, like, the only thing about that DLC, or that section of the game that I like. And you're following Amara, who I don't care about. Like, at least here you're with Zane and Moxie, which is kind of chill. Kind of chilling.
Callus must be repurposing order tech. No matter. I can assist with that.
Chicken Jackie.
Tracing it now. Head here and you can deactivate the shield manually.
Batteries. If you know, you know.
You will all die soon enough.
I do like some parts of Terminus, but some of it is eh. Yeah, I don't know. The more I've played, the more I've come to dislike it.
That switch.
And I'm not the biggest fan of Carcadia either, honestly. I like the Fade Fields.
Now take out that catapult.
I like Fade Fields in the new area. New DLC, good. Good area. Yeah, I really wish that with the DLCs they just integrated them into the game. It makes it feel disconnected. But imagine if like, oh, actually, this would probably work. Imagine like if this, well, I guess it would make more sense over here because the ice. Okay, imagine if this area was the Ellie DLC. And imagine if this area was the Mercenary Day DLC. And then imagine if this area was the Stone Demon. And then imagine if this area was the next DLC. It would be so much better that way, in my opinion. And then it would still open up at the same time, but it wouldn't feel disconnected from the world. You know, it's the same thing as Dark Souls 3. In the other Souls games, it's like the whole world is connected. In Dark Souls 3, you go to Firelink and then immediately are forced to teleport to the next area. So the world immediately feels disconnected from itself. It immediately feels like it's not one big cohesive area, and there's a lot of teleport sections in that game. Not like a crazy amount, but there are multiple times in which you teleport or are in some way transferred to a different area. Where's the deflector?
I'll bring the candles. You bring the,
Now, Zane, Ripper forces are overwhelming us in the city.
Hello, Cycrosa.
I am on my way.
Feel the performance loss from there. See, it's Gearbox, so like true, but it shouldn't be a performance decrease at all because the game should unload everything. But supposedly when the game came out, and I mean I definitely noticed that save quitting worked, it would do a thing where once enough items dropped on the ground, it wouldn't like call them out or anything. So they just kind of stayed there permanently, and then it would cause your performance to be really bad until you save quit. And if that's true, it's like, honestly, I agree. There's a chance that they could somehow find a way to mess it up. It's like, oh, it's crazy because old games, I didn't hit a trigger. It's crazy because in old games, right, they had to be so creative with performance because it's like, I'm trying to run a PS2 game right now, right? Like Silent Hill on the PlayStation, right? What they did with the original Silent Hill 2 is the fog was partially a creative decision, and this is what I'm saying. The lack of performance adds to a cool art direction and different decisions that are made based off of having to make the game run. So like Borderlands 2, I feel like part of why they went with the art style is because it's like, well, we can't make a game that looks hyper realistic because it won't run. So let's just make something that looks fun and cartoonish, right? Same with like a game like 13. But then with Silent Hill, what was happening was the performance was so bad that what they were having to do is they called out everything in the background, right? Which most games should do anyway, right? They should do that by default, where it's like, right now, honestly, it's Gearbox, so I don't know. But in this current moment, everything over here just should straight up not be rendered, okay? Or like a very baseline version, right? But I have a feeling that everything is always rendered at all times within your game. The original Silent Hill 2 took that and it was like, dang, the performance is bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to call everything out and we'll just add fog so you can't even see it. So we'll add a dense fog over everything. And it created a really cool game. Really cool, very visually cool, very spooky, whatnot, right? And then in the remaster, even though there's fog, the entirety of the game is loaded at all times. And so people were like, dude, the performance is horrible. And it's because for some reason, everything in the fog is loaded at all times. It's like, you have got to be joking me. They figured this out 20 years ago. And somehow you have not. And I have a feeling that happens with this game as well. It's probably part of why the performance is so horrific. And the fact that they're like, it needs to look real, Unreal Engine 5. I don't know about you guys, but in my opinion, 10 years from now, people will go back to Borderlands 2 and they'll be like, wow, I really like what they did with the art on this game. Borderlands 3 and 4, they're going to be like, yeah, it just kind of looks like every other game from that era. But like, I guess there's like, I think there's cell shading, but like, it's kind of, in fact, does this game, dude, that's like the smallest outline of all time. There's like no cell shading even. As my game's crashing, I don't know. Thanks for having the most bounce tank DLC in the vid. I had the same score in my head when I watched it. Well, thank you. I'm glad you watched it. It seems like most of the people that ended up watching that seem to be pretty balanced in the head. A lot of people disagreed with certain things I said, which I want. I don't want everyone disagreeing with me on everything I say. I would hope, I would hope that people would disagree with me on certain things. But yeah, most everyone seemed to be kind of in that same thing where they're like, yeah, it was pretty good. It's got issues, but it was a good DLC overall. And then there was, of course, the very small subsection. There was a few people that were like, man, I'm so glad I spent my money on whatever else and not this crap. And it's like, so you haven't even played the DLC and you're like telling me it's crap? And then one person did call me a shill. And I was like, dude, I don't get paid by Gearbox. In fact, the only form of payment I've ever received is since I'm in the Vault program, I got the copy of the game for free, but I had already paid $120 for it and couldn't refund it. So I didn't even get a free game from them. I used it in a giveaway. So it's like they have not paid me anything. They have not given me anything. I have no reason to like lie about my opinion on the DLC. It's like, no, it's just a fun DLC, man. If the DLC was part of base game, it would be like the best part of base game, at least for me. I think it'd be the best part of base game. So the only reason it gets 7.5 and not more is because it just had a few issues with it, which I mean is honestly true for all of Borderlands 4. I'd give all of Borderlands 4 probably like a 7.5 or an 8, where so much of it is really, really good, but then it comes with some pretty bad downsides at certain parts, you know? Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know. Gearbox is weird with everything they do. UE5 kills every game. True design philosophy. Also welcome whatever dough. BO4 is as much content packed into a small space as possible, which drains everything creatively, and everything feels a little flat on impact. True. Yeah, no, and it always bugs me. They really underutilize the open world, and I say this every time. I really think a significant portion of why the open world sucks is because the game scales with you. I'm telling you, if that's why a game like Elden Ring works so well with the open world, because if you go to, but it just won't work within the confines of this game because it's a game where enemies shoot you, okay? But you can go in Elden Ring, you can go to Caelid off the bat. It's going to be very difficult, but you can do it because in that game, you could beat the whole game no hit, right? So you can choose to go over there. If you're good enough, you're simply just good at the game, you'll be able to beat everything, no problem. And out of it, you get upgrade materials that you can't really get anywhere else as accessibly. You get weapons that you may not be able to get elsewhere. You get spells that you may not be able to get elsewhere. You get talismans that you may not be able to get elsewhere. And there's a big incentive to go do that. And then when you come back, it's like, dude, I am a powerhouse. And yet there are still areas that are harder. In Borderlands 4, as soon as you have all 3 areas unlocked, I know Terminus Range is a little more difficult, but it's mostly just due to the infamy system, which I don't know how that's going now. But it's like, whether I go to Terminus Range, Idolater's Soul, Carcadia, or now the new DLC, it doesn't make a difference. The only difference it'll make is if I'm going, do I want this zoomed out? Is if I'm going for like a really specific build, where I'm using a specific gun, but it doesn't help that a lot of the most broken gear is things like spread launchers, where I can just get that anywhere, right? So it's like, unless I very specifically want the Super Soldier, it's not going to make a difference where I go, and it won't matter if I go to Terminus Range, or Carcadia, or Fadefields. Now, if I do want something like that, then sure, there's a reason, but half the time you can just get better gear elsewhere. Like, I might want the Scoot and Shoot, right? Let's say that I want to go get a Scoot and Shoot. Or like, that's the gun that I want. I could also just get a different Torgue sticky gun that'll be better than the Scoot and Shoot. That will be easier to get to. Like, I could just farm the KO Center or whatever, right? And I don't know. I think that really hurts the open world. And I'm honestly pretty tired of the games doing the thing where it scales with you. It also makes it so you don't ever have to replay the game at any point. There's never really a reason to replay through stuff. That started with BL3 as well. I'm telling you guys, they don't want you to replay through. And I think that why it works in Borderlands 2 UVHM is because that's the only playthrough where it happens. So in playthrough 1 and playthrough 2, things don't scale with you. So you're like, okay, I got this gun, and like I got my Unkept Herald, right? Let's say it's your first ever playthrough. You end up getting the Unkept Herald. It's like, oh my gosh, this is epic. This does so much damage. You use it for like 8 levels, and then it's like, man, I got to find something different, but I really like that gun. You do that for that and for TVHM. you have a lot of weapons that start losing quality, so you got to go to a new one. And then once UVHM hits, you've kind of tested out a lot of the gear, and you're like, I really like that Herald. I'm going to go farm a Herald since it's on level, right? But in this game, it's just always like that. So if you wanted, you could literally just farm the lead balloon every time you need a weapon. From literally level, well, I guess it first drops at what, level 7? So starting at level 7, you could literally just farm a lead balloon every time you need gear, and I don't know. It's like this game inspires creativity, but it also does not. It also hinders creativity. I don't know. As someone who's played the DLC entirely at least twice now, there are cool things about the DLC, but there's an equal amount of cool things that I feel are a little frustrating. I don't know. I definitely had a better time on the DLC than you guys. I would stand by my 7.5 rating. The biggest thing that really bugs me is just the missed potential of the end, because the end wasn't even bad. It was just missed potential, you know? And I will say, at least with the Nightmare Rifts, which I wish more of the bosses would have just been in the thing, but at least with the Nightmare Rifts, they're cooler than the normal rift bubbles, you know? Because it's like, oh, hey, I'm being teleported to a hellscape. And I think that's cool, at least. So it's sort of like, by BL4 standards, it's the same thing with c4sh, right? I wish c4sh was different, but also I knew he was just going to be like a BL4 character. And so it wasn't going to be what I wanted. But based off of what I know Gearbox is going to do with Borderlands 4 characters, I think it's about as good as it could have been. Though I do wish that his revolver didn't feel so janky. But other than that, I think they did as good as I would expect for it being a BL4 character, right? And that's kind of how I felt about a lot of that DLC, where it's like, yeah, kind of expected that they're going to make weird decisions like that, like making it be a rift. But I think that rift is cooler than the other rifts. You know what I mean? See, I don't know if you guys are talking to me in YouTube chat or not, because 90% of the time, it's just Cursory Cultist and Dominic, and then sometimes Diego talking about their own thing, and then I never know when you guys are talking to me. The Uchi Hamid?
This feels borderline inappropriate.
Yeah, we got a hotbox Earl. I mean, that makes it up. I really like the DLC, Uchi. The way that I view it is, if it was in the base game, like if it was up maybe in this area, which such a missed opportunity, by the way. If it was up in this area and it was just like a part of base game that you were forced to go through, I think it'd be my favorite part of base game. So I don't know. And then I don't know how to feel about the lack of activities in it. I really don't know how to feel, because on one hand, I wish there was more, and on the other hand, with BL4, I felt pretty fatigued on my first playthrough after doing it, because there was just constantly things to pick up, constantly things to activate, constantly things to trigger, constantly things that I felt like I had to do. And I never got that with the DLC. So it's sort of good, sort of bad. But if they just utilized the open world better, it wouldn't have been a problem in the first place. So, I don't know. Radix from 31 to 37. 8 hours and no comm. You're doing it wrong, I guess, Dominic. Maybe he doesn't have one. Maybe your game's bugged. No, it's okay. You don't have to include me. You don't have to include me if you don't want. YouTube chat is the WhatsApp group. Yeah. DLC without ending personal feelings is the ending. It was a bit of a dry fart. Yeah, the ending is disappointing. The final boss was really disappointing, but again, the final boss wasn't bad. The whole final section wasn't bad. Spoiler alert, chat. Spoiler alert, chat. It's like you're fighting the Elder Horror manifested through that kid's dad. And I think that's totally fine and whatnot, but I really wish that it would have been more like Elsier, and that you fought like a big, like, vault monster instead of it manifesting through a doll power suit. I don't think it was bad, just I wish they would have done it different. You know what I mean? It's sort of like BL3 for me in general, where it's like, I don't think it was bad. I don't think BL3 is a bad game, but it's not what I want. It's not what I would want out of a BL game, but it wasn't bad. There were just things that were disappointing to me, you know? Yeah, I think other than that, the DLC was fun. It also has literally my favorite boss in the entirety of Borderlands 4. through the, you know the boss fight. I don't even have to say the boss fight. You know which boss fight I'm talking about because it's so much fun.
How do you know where to start looking?
There will be another Vault Hunter. Misspelled. There will be another Vault Hunter and another story pack. So I'm pretty sure that if you were to purchase the Super Deluxe Edition, which I love it or hate it, the way that they're doing this game is very much purchase the Super Edition. Otherwise, you won't really get your full money's worth. If you buy everything separately, it's going to be pretty bad. If you buy it in the bundle, it'll be a pretty good price. I'm pretty sure with the Super Deluxe Edition, by the end of the game, it'll make it so each story DLC is essentially like 13 bucks, and each bounty pack is like whatever that comes out to, like $8 or something. And if that's true, then that's 1,000% worth it for those. If that DLC was released for $13 or if it was released for $15, I'd be like, dude, this is an amazing deal. This is a great DLC. It's just the price. But that's why I don't take price into account a lot of times when I think of if something's good or bad. If you watch that video, you heard my analogy on it, where if you get like a 2022 Honda Civic for $1 million, that's a bad price for the car, but that doesn't make it a bad car. It's still a good car. It's still a 2022 Honda Civic. But if you get a total junker piece of crap car for $10, that doesn't make it a good car. That's a good price on a car, but it's still a bad car. And so I try not to take price into account until it comes to the actual purchasing of it. You know what I mean? Which is why I avoided talking about the actual price of it until like the very end of that video, because it's like that really has no effect on whether or not it's good. Because I mean, you could say the same about BL2. BL2, if you bought BL2, chat, at release and then bought each of the DLCs as they came out, you would have spent $150 on BL2 and all the DLCs. A lot of that would have felt like a ripoff, in my opinion. And a lot of... Oh, I didn't even include the headhunters. So it would have been $150 plus $5 per headhunter. So it would have been $175 to buy BL2 with all the DLC if you got them as they came out. So it's like, that wouldn't be worth it, but that's why I'm not taking the price into account, you know, because it's like, yeah, this is all good content. All of BL2 is good content, but if I paid $175 for it, I'd be a lot less happy with it, you know, than buying the Handsome Collection nowadays. You guys know what I'm saying? On one hand, I'm glad they tried it to see how it would work. On the other hand, the cons outweigh the pros. I don't know. It's not quite there for me. The pros outweigh the cons, assuming you're still talking about the DLC. But yeah, no, it's had some pretty big cons that are like, I wish it was different. I bought base BL4, had fun farming all the shinies and playing the characters. Feel like I got my money's worth. You know what's amazing? Actually, Irish guy. People will they'll spend like $80 on a 15-hour story game, and then they'll be like, man, I got my money's worth. But with this, and I know it's different. But with like Borderlands 4, I've seen so many people where they're like, yeah, I feel like I didn't get my money's worth. And I'm like, oh, well, how much time do you have on it? And they're like, oh, 400 hours. Like, you got it on sale. So you spent $50 for 400 hours of fun, and that's not worth it, man? But, I mean, to be fair, chat, I am kind of a Gearbox shill. If you're off host for the first time, you enter Speakeasy and then do it solo, it hard locks and you cannot do the DLC. Thank you, Gearbox. Yeah, there have been some bugs that came with it, and especially the balance patch. The balance patch, aka shared progression, and a few other things they did. That was really bad. But I know they're just going to fix that stuff. So it's like, I wish it released in a better state, but they're going to fix it. It's whatever. You know? It's like if you bought a new car and then it had an issue, but the dealership fixed it for free. It's like, I wish it would have just not had to go through the hoops of that. But, you know, it is what it is. I couldn't have helped it. It's just how things played out. People comparing BL2 with all DLC to current BL4 is unfair. True. BL2, dude, this is what's crazy. Okay, sorry, I can't get out words. A lot of people were like, dude, there's not enough content in this game, right? And it's like, sure, the game could use more content. But a lot of people that I know are pushing like 1,000 hours on this game before there was even like the bounty packs. And it's like, that would be impossible in Borderlands 4. Or, sorry, in Borderlands 2 on release. Like, base game level 50, it would be impossible to get 1,000 hours out of that unless you were a speedrunner. If you were a dedicated speedrunner, that was just grinding out the game every day, I could see it, you know? Hold on, I gotta get actual kills. Oh, jeez. No, there it goes. So I will say it's like, there's a very good amount of content at base game in comparison to other Borderlands games. That said, it still definitely needs more content. And some of that content you could kind of argue is artificial because it's like farm shinies, which some people are not a fan of. But at the same time, for some people, the farming is endgame in the Borderlands games, so I don't know. I don't know. What I will say is the biggest thing that bugs me is I saw multiple people that went into this game wanting to hate this game and knowing they wouldn't like it, knowing they wouldn't like the open world, knowing they wouldn't like the new characters, knowing they wouldn't like the story, and then they played it and were like, man, game bad. And it's like, dude, you just don't like it. I don't like Borderlands 3 at all. Okay? Well, not that I don't like it at all, but I really am not a huge fan of Borderlands 3. But it's a good game. Borderlands 3 is like an A-tier game. I don't like it. But I used to be like this, but I wouldn't now say Borderlands 3 is a bad game. I would say I don't like Borderlands 3. But that doesn't make it a bad game, okay? But for some reason, the Borderlands community is very much like, if I don't like it, nobody can. And it's like, dude, like, they can, though. They can like something different than what you like. And so that's, like, with Borderlands 4, a lot of the, like, BL2 heads, especially the BL2 heads that are scared of change, were like,
Man, this game sucks because it's not Borderlands 2.
and it's like, yeah, I guess, but, like, I think it's just not for you. It's more for, like, the people that prefer the newer Borderlands games. I don't know. You guys know what I'm saying? That's one of the biggest things that bugs me, is when people are like, bad game. Did purchase Super Edition and well worth the money, but 3+ story DLCs would be better if they all contained the same amount that Ellie does. Yeah, there are plenty of things to complain about with the DLC, for the record. I'm not just full on chilling it. And one of the things is that we waited a really long time for that, and it was kind of comparable to like a BL3 DLC in terms of content. Maybe even a little smaller. It was bigger than a BL2 DLC though, to be honest. I think that you could... I would be surprised if you played BL2 for the first time and were not able to beat the DLCs in under 2 hours each. Assuming you didn't do side content, right? But if you did side content, I would expect longer. Bro, what is YouTube chat on about? They're always going on about some frickin' balance, some build. Because they're smarter than me. I will say, chat, I think I'm not smart enough for the new Borderlands games. Your brain just has to focus on too many things when you're, like, making a build. For me, literally, if it says anything more than, like, increase gun damage while using action skill, I'm like, I don't even know how to use that. A mental card. I do wish that more of Cash's cards did different things. Like, I like that the magic missile feels like it rewards you for throwing it not directly at the enemy. And I wish more of them did things like that. I really like this class mod though. Kind of broken. Got Pandora's box for $30. That is crazy. That you got Pandora's box for the price of the one DLC. Yeah, true. Yeah, dude, launch of Gearbox games have always been overpriced. Honestly, I would not blame anyone that was like, I'm gonna wait 5 years to play this game. I think that would be totally fair. Yeah, if they... I kind of wish that they would... Because I agree, Gas. I wish that they would realize that Borderlands... like, old head Borderlands players versus new head Borderlands players just kind of don't get along, honestly. And they are very different because the old games, even though in all ways, like, thematically and whatnot, they're the same game. They are very, very different games. And I wonder if it's time that they're just like, we're just going to remaster TPS and BL2 for those players so then they can quit crying into our ear every PAX update about...
So, let me get this straight. You're making a DLC and it's not Borderlands 2. Yeah, Gearbox sucks. I hate Randy.
Dude, I have so many cards. It's actually kind of insane. But that would just fix everything on Earth, wouldn't it? If they just combined the two games. Even if they didn't remaster them, if they just combined them, bro. There you go. BL2 heads are happy. Everything is good. Maybe do a headhunter or something. I don't know. They'd have to pay rights to voice actors again and stuff, so they probably wouldn't do that. But even just merging the two games would make us old heads happy. We would feel good. And the new heads can keep playing BL3, BL4, Wonderlands, whatnot. But chat, here's the biggest thing. They gotta add the Berserker from Wonderlands to this game. If they do that, hold on, we have cooked. Okay? 333 hours in a base game, mostly shiny. But that's a good amount. That's a good amount to pay. On our first playthrough, I remember I was very happy with it. Even though I had paid 120 for it, I was like, no, this was worth it. But this does seem like a bit of a volatile game. It seems like you either really like BO4 or you really don't, you know? Well, no, I don't know. Maybe that's not true because there's a lot that think it's just kind of mid. So, LARPing Chud Twitch boys. Crazy. The only thing is I don't really have anything right now for shields consistently. I've got the fire and lightning, but other than that, I kind of have nothing for shields, and I'm noticing shielded enemies are, like, impossible to kill. Ooh, get nuked, kid. Bro was in Megaton on that one, I guess. So if I wait to throw this, will it actually throw in the type that I throw? So if I wait for shock, no, I think that's just visual. See, there are things like that with this game where I'm like, I wish they would have just spent the little bit of extra time to make that properly work that way, instead of just throwing out fire, random element, or however it works. Dude, these cards are kind of sick. The elemental card just does a random element, right? So I think the last one did corrosive. That one did cryo. Yeah. And then that applies to my gun once I exit. I see. Based off of that. On my second channel video, I got a lot of anti-nerf gremlins, and I've noticed that a good chunk of them have AI profile pictures. The brain rotted. Yeah, or the brain poisoned, as they say in Borderlands 4 at the end of the DLC. They also say Haktua, so...
Told you a lot about this place sooner. But the loonies got a job.
You like all the Borderlands games? You know you're not allowed to do that, right? You know you have to hate Borderlands, right? You know that you have to hate the game that you play, right? Like, are you aware of that?
I ain't seen him since the bridge. I reckon he headed back to Carcadia. Now get to hacking that job.
Yeah, Dale, I really... that's why... Someone had asked about that. That is literally probably one of my biggest, like... Bruh. One of my biggest things that I would really like for them to change is add mission rewards. They really, really, really should. Antonio Gomez, welcome. So who else hated Borderland? My mom. I love doing Muscle Man reference. You know who else hates Borderland? You know, I will say, I know for a fact I have a controversial opinion in that I actually prefer the feel of the old Borderlands games over the new ones. I'm not a huge fan of the new gunplay and stuff in 3 and beyond. And Windfall does 2 elements at once. Hold on. Oh, on this. Yes, and then those both get converted. Okay. And it does 42% damage bonus. That's so crazy. I don't know why they went that high with that number, but... Swap a random color for Vamp 1 to deal with shields if you have issue? No. Don't tell me what to do. I know you're smarter than me and make better builds consistently, but don't tell me what to do. You're here for the possibility of DS3? I'm just going to start doing that every stream. I'm going to be like, yo, we might play DS3. We might start it at like the... Depending on how we feel in like an hour or 2, we might start DS3, okay? And then we might start weaving in the game after the other game. I don't know. The problem is, Dude, it is so warm in my room. Do I have that going? I do.
He's hiding away
The problem is...
collection.
I do not like it.
I don't like any of this. We need a plan, Zane.
Callus is here.
I don't know what the problem is. Oh, I don't like how YouTube VODs end up being, because then if anyone wants to watch it on YouTube, they have to, like, skip through. And I know that's the same on Twitch, but then YouTube is, like, I don't know. It just feels misleading anytime I do, like, a Twitch or a YouTube title where it's, like, playing X game, and then I stop playing X game midway through. As for with Twitch, it's more like, yeah, that's kind of just normal, you know? Chat, I love YouTube streaming, but I will tell you, man, it comes with some downsides. Also, the fact that every time I start a Twitch stream, I could literally just change nothing at all, and my Twitch stream would be fine. But on YouTube, you are forced to use the thumbnail. So you always have to create some sort of thumbnail, upload the thumbnail, unless you just keep it the same every time. But if you keep it the same every time, no one will know what's different about any of them. And then with the way that I multi-stream, I have to reselect my stream every time. And you have to redo YouTube chat every time. As for Twitch chat, it's just the one chat always, so it'll always be ready on OBS. I always have to pop out the YouTube chat, copy the link, go into my custom browser docs, add it to the custom browser docs link, and make sure it's back on my OBS. And this is why, chat, streaming is harder than a 9 to 5. True. BL2 is peak and TPS had better farming, then it would be up there. Yeah, although I will say that I don't think the farming is the main issue with TPS. I think it's more the lack of content. A lot of people still talk about dedicated drops, and it's like, sure, there's a few that are grinder specific, but the vast majority of weapons in that game are dedicated. Except, for some reason, there's still dedicated drops that are like 3%. It's like, bro, that game's all over the place. Luckily, in the Claptastic Voyage DLC, they really made it all evened out. Lavia, I ask this every stream. That's actually not even a bad idea, but then I gotta get the new thumbnail, and then I gotta get the new YouTube chat, and then I gotta get the new everything. That's why it's bad. Have you played the Souls games? I've asked that so many times. I know you played Elden Ring. At least partly. With a dance pad or piano as a controller? No, I was gonna do Sekiro with my fight stick once, though. I even created a super heat thumbnail. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I wonder if I still have it somewhere. Because it was the most fire I've ever made. And it was before I had ever uploaded, like, any good YouTube videos. Okay, it was when I was still deciding what I was gonna do with my channel. I was like, wait, I cooked up this thumbnail so hard, by the way. Chat, when I was smaller, I once streamed Sekiro, and there was literally only one person watching. And at that moment, I thought I was going to end it all being my YouTube channel. I don't know where I saved this. It was heat, though. You guys just have to believe me. It was heat, bro. No, you have not. Okay, so you just want to watch it. You'll just watch someone else play. Wow. So DS3 when? Maybe we'll. Okay, if like 3 people in the chat say they want DS3, that's 1, and then Moonblade. Moonblade doesn't count because he's leaving. If like 2 other people say. Should get TX to play through the Bloodborne his first time on stream. You know, I could. I think that if we continue up this Souls section, chat. Why did they talk for so long? I know dialogue skip would be nice, but like also if they just quite frankly, if they just made it so they were talking while we were walking, boom, we fix all the issues. Oh, okay, Cultist and Dominic won it, so maybe we will today. And Steel Enthusiast hit the double because they're also on YouTube chat. What are you saying right now? TPS is meant to be a Twink spin-off?
You know better than most. You cannot outrun fate, Callus. I will be your end.
Fucking hell, she's gone. You'll have to wait then. We need to find Quent. Through here.
What's this card do? Welcome.
Left. Looney Queen.
Cash failed to copy Gage. Bad game. True. Jab, welcome. Chat. Him, Guy, and Rudy. The OG Brazilians, chat. I played with them all once. It was a great time. Rudy showed me his Arthur Morgan impression.
This is where she makes her rippers.
Anti-DS3, that counters out 1 vote. So. Chat, remember during bingo when I thought I got this guy's drop and then it ruined Gas Mask's entire life, but then I didn't get the drop? I just got a world drop happen to get. Wait, what's this card do? Is that that's a cash reference, right? I know the character came out yesterday, but like that was the cash reference, right? Or day before yesterday. Dang, time flies when you're working a 9 to 5, like streaming. You know what I think would be better on this game is if they made the performance even worse. That would be really cool, actually. I would like that. Yeah, chat. I'm gonna be honest though. The whole time before I was gonna play Dark Souls 1, I was like, wait, I'm kind of excited to play some Dark Souls. And then the whole time playing Dark Souls 1, I was like, dude, I'm kind of excited to play Dark Souls 2. And then the whole time playing Dark Souls 2, I was like, man, I'm happy to be playing Dark Souls 2 and not Dark Souls 3 right now. It's not a bad game. It's just significantly less enjoyable to me, in my opinion. Which, I don't know. I always go back and forth. I'm like, do I prefer DS1? Or, sorry, do I prefer DS2 or DS3? And I think it's time that I finally give up the thought of, like, well, maybe, like, it's a better game, so therefore I have to like it more, you know? Because, like, I would say that DS3 is a better game than DS2. But I think it's time I stop with that, and I go, which one do I have more fun on? And the answer is DS2, chat. The answer is DS2. Like, DS3 for, like, you know, like the 1 to 3 playthrough mark is probably more enjoyable than DS2. DS2, though, like, once you hit the, like, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th playthrough, that's when it starts getting like, okay, wait, this is better, though. This is actually better, though. You can just do so much more, because for anyone that hasn't played the Souls games, DS1 is borderline Elden Ring. You can do almost anything from the start whenever you want. DS2, you can do most stuff from the start when you want, but not fully, right? Like DS1 is like a spider web. DS2 is like a big tree where it's got huge branches, and then those branches have a few branches off of them. And then meanwhile, DS3 is like a dead tree with no branches, but there's a few twigs, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, I can go get 20 minutes of content off this side path. And then everything's down the main path. And the biggest part where that really injures the game is that in Dark Souls 1, if I want a Great Club with power within and I want to, like, kill C4sh or something, you can do that all as, like, the first things in the game, right? It's go down to Blight Town. It's kind of tough, but if you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. Go down to Blight Town, get the Great Club, go up, get power within, go back, go kill C4sh, go whatnot. DS2 is pretty similar, but DS2 is, you know, whatnot. And with DS1, you can get almost anything at any point in the game. DS3 is like, oh, I want that spell. I want that miracle. You have to play through 90% of the game to get to it. And it's like, oh, I can't skip ahead in any way. Like, I can't, like, shortcut to it in any way. It's like, no, you have to play the game. Like, oh, okay. All right, I guess. And that applies to, like, everything, because it's like, oh man, there's this really cool weapon. Like, if I want the only other, like, real pyromancy caster in the game, which is the Demon Scar, you can't skip ahead to it. You have two options. Either you play through literally the whole game, all of Dark Souls 3, and then get to literally the whole way through, then go through all the DLC to get to it, or you have to play through, like, a good chunk of the game and then go through the entirety of the first DLC and then go through the second DLC. And I don't know, it just limits you, and it makes it so subsequent playthroughs just aren't as fun, which I am the type of person where I live for subsequent playthroughs. Okay, I would much rather replay from level 1 7 times than hit NG plus 7. You know what I'm saying? When is it? Next bingo video? Listen, man, I've been working on that BO4 bingo that we recorded in October. It's on the way, okay? It's coming along slowly but surely. I showed off the intro one time on stream, and people said it looked pretty cool. So, dude, I cannot super jump right now. I zoned out. I don't know if you saw what I said about Bloodborne. About playing them on stream? Yes. I think that I will probably do DS3, and then if I play another Souls game, it will be Demon Souls first, because I've never beat Demon Souls, and I've always wanted to. I've been more interested in that than Bloodborne, and then I'll play Bloodborne. You know, save the best for last, chat. And then I probably won't play Elden Ring on stream at any point. Next bingo stream? No clue. I was thinking about that though recently, but I don't know. I honestly haven't been feeling Borderlands as much recently. I haven't been like having that heavy drive to play it. So I've mostly just been playing it on stream and been having fun with that. So I don't know. Bingo just hasn't sounded as intriguing to me as it sometimes does. DS3 2 linear, but I think builds feel better during early game, like actual progression. That is true. It comes with the plus side that it holds, Dark Souls 3 holds the player back and makes sure that they're like kind of correct power, you know, as where DS1 is like, dude, do whatever you want. Like, and that's the thing that I like about Elden Ring too. But at the same time, Sekiro, best Souls game there is, okay, depending on the day that you ask me. That game is the complete opposite of Elden Ring. Literally, the only way to increase your damage is by killing the boss. The boss will drop like their remnant or whatever, and then you use said remnant to level up your damage. So that means that if you suck, you can't get more powerful. You just have to stop sucking. Stalker, any of the mods for the 4th game, or Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Is the new Stalker good? Which one is the new one? Slay the Spire 2. See, I like difficult games, but there's like a certain level of difficulty, you know? That's what I didn't like about like Shadow of the Erdtree in Elden Ring, and a lot of Elden Ring in general. It kind of feels difficult for difficulty's sake versus like, oh, this is difficult because it's actually hard. And I was thinking about that today. I might be crazy. But I almost feel like Elden Ring is the easier game to a casual audience. But to a non-casual audience, Dark Souls 1, like, sorry, this is in comparison to the Dark Souls games. But to a non-casual audience, they'll find, like, to veterans of the series, they'll think Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and probably DS3 are all easier than Elden Ring. But then newcomers, Elden Ring is almost easier because it's so much more forgiving in what you can do, you know? That is true, Lavia. That is true. Elden Ring is the only of the games where I'm like, this is actually just genuinely a better experience in co-op. And they have a mod that you can work with seamless co-op, where it's the Night Rain revive system, which is really cool. So I have not done a co-op playthrough of Elden Ring in a while. I was thinking of starting one very, very soon. And I kind of want that mod with it, because I really, at first I hated the Elden Ring, or the Night Rain revive system. I was like, this is freaking stupid. But now I'm like, wait, this is freaking heat. I was wrong. Gary, now I know. Shadow Pelt. Why the frick am I fighting Shadow Pelt right now? I didn't know he could spawn out into bubble. I got 1337 XP. That's pretty elite. Okay, you know what I don't like about BL3 and 4? These characters have been talking for about 15 minutes straight. Why are they doing that? Empty the clip. Radix gets incinerated. Is that by the scoot and shoot? I was noticing the scoot and shoot is very good on this character, especially with the elemental cards. Slay the Spire is not difficult per se because difficult enemy, but because min-maxing every fight means you simply cannot heal, and when you do get the option, you miss out on the upgrades. Okay, well, I could handle that. I've got I say this every stream, but I've had friends who are like, dude, you gotta do like the final boss of Shadow of the Erdtree is so fun, bro. Like, they literally one-shot you. I'm like, that doesn't sound fun. That doesn't sound enjoyable at all. Like, I'd much rather be able to have a fight with the boss. And that's sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. The reason I was saying that I feel like the older games are easier to pros but harder to beginners is because in Elden Ring you can be really just reactionary, and they're so generous with the rolls, so generous with the stamina. You can get so powerful before doing anything else, like, pretty easily, that I've seen a lot of people who have never been able to play the Souls games because they're too hard, that are able to just clear through Elden Ring because it's like they just mashed the B button, the B button. I don't know, I feel like while the game is theoretically harder, it's also, like, very forgiving in comparison. Last time bingo was gonna happen, someone's PC blew up. Oh yeah, that was CISO. Shout out CISO. They'll also do it where they're like, oh, one of my friends specifically is really big into Terraria, and he's like, dude, you gotta play the Calamity mod on Master Mode. Dude, everything will kill you. Like, it's so hard. Like, that doesn't sound enjoyable. That really doesn't. Default master mode in Terraria, I don't like. But I actually do now. And the reason is, in Terraria, the progression system is extremely flawed. And so you just, in a normal playthrough, especially, like, if you play on Classic, bro, you can literally just skip everything. You could skip every boss in normal, like maybe kill the Eye of Cthulhu, and then just go, or no, you'd even skip the Eye of Cthulhu. Just go kill like Eater of Worlds and then just mine Hellstone and kill the Wall of Flesh and it'd be no problem. Master mode does force you to actually engage with the game, and it's like in Classic, it's like I could do the Frost Moon for like a 5% DPS increase, but in Master mode, it's like, wait, this actually feels like kind of necessary. I really need that damage. So that is what I like about Master mode. It significantly increases the length of playthroughs, because otherwise Terraria playthroughs can literally be like 10 hours, boom, I'm done. And you know. Yeah, they gotta push Borderlands lower in the background. Miyazaki would never, bro. Miyazaki, here's how it would go. You'd have to read this for the 15 paragraphs, and it's like,
Lucian, the great Lucian once fought Levening in the baking battle of 87. And since that day, she's been known as the Slayer
or something. And then you'd have to read 800 other item descriptions to get the full lore on that little timepiece right there. But apparently Miyazaki doesn't even like the item descriptions. He's apparently said that, like, they're pretty bad because you can't really even tell much story through them. And I guess apparently he does them all solo because he doesn't want to pay people. He doesn't want to pay writers to, like, do them all, so he just does them. He's like, yeah, I'll just do them myself. It's like, okay. Dude, you just need 800,000 buffs. That's why people say play Infernium. What the heck is Infernium, bro? See, I could see maybe liking the Calamity mod on like a normal difficulty. Soccer 2 is the new one, and it's so much better than people give it credit for. I heard really good things about it. I didn't know people were complaining about it, but people complain about every game. Your freaking build. I hope the upcoming raid is not a meat bag of HP. Dude, if they brought back the Wonderlands raids, honestly, just bring back the Wonderlands raids. Copy paste. I'm telling you guys, after playing Night Rain, I realized that games literally can just copy and paste from their previous, like, things, and it'll just be good, man. Like, literally just copy paste Wonderlands bosses and throw them in this game. I'd be happy.
Dude, open the door! Open the door. Open the door.
Can you not jump over this? Dude, at that point, make the wall big enough that it doesn't look like I can jump over.
Open the door.
I've heard Calamity has good music, in fact. That same friend was like, dude, you gotta use that in your videos. I was like, maybe if I had any, like, knowledge of what it was. You gotta open the door manually, my bad. When I see a green door that looks like it should activate naturally in games, I assume that it'll activate naturally, but guess I was wrong. Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up. Now you're gone. This ball of fire and lightning is quite good. You know, one thing I don't like, I've noticed that pretty much all of the cards have like some subtle homing. Don't snipers in this game have homing? Do I remember that being a thing? Chat, when are they going to make an actual sniper character again, by the way? GG, bro. If God came down from the heavens to create a game, people would ask for bounce patches immediately. This is true.
Like, dude, this game sucks, man. This isn't like the last Bible quest. It was way worse.
What kind of game do you think he'd make? Just like a fun little platformer or something like that? Wait, Calamity is even more wiki-based than base Terraria. I'm glad I got into Terraria when you didn't need the wiki because there wasn't that much stuff in it. Because I played it when it pretty much first released on console, so that was before 1.2.
Then, it looks like the Ripper.
So it definitely introduced me to it slowly but surely. As for anyone getting into it now, it's like loading onto Vex at like level 60 without ever having played the game.
My money says they took the accelerator.
Next character is Cyborg Aurelia. Is this real?
So keep an eye out for something, you know, carrot shaped.
Chat, why am I so hungry out of nowhere? I think I need a snack. Aurelia was a sniper, but that was 4 games ago. Boomer. And how many years? That was like 12 years ago. Yeah, chat, I'm like extremely hungry to the point of nausea. That came out of absolute nowhere. So as soon as we get on this thing, I'm going to hit a tiny little break and get like some toast or something. I don't know what just happened to me, but I'm fading fast. Chat, why are you talking about The Sims?
Dude, The Sims is the hardest game, bro. You get one shot every time.
My guy always talks to the Reaper. How much you want to bet, even with leaving to go get food? No, I did not eat anything. How much you want to bet, even with this? They're gonna be done. They're gonna be talking by the time I'm back, bro. They're still gonna be just yammering. Yammering in here.
Now then, ask him which pocket it is, and ask him to speak into the microphone. That Ripper idiot has to be on the crawler. I just need some extra altitude to get up there. As bad ideas go, this one is exceptionally foolish.
Hoppers, fry yourself onto that drill. You can make a clean leap onto the crawler from there.
It is about to get loud.
When you're done mucking about, leap onto the crawler from the drill, yeah?
Did we win? Propeller hat, giant lollipop, gameplay. Shut up. If God made a game, it'd be Sims. Isn't Sims too greedy? Chat, I have right here,
Last night, I
quite
had
frankly,
the strangest-
the
It was a
greatest thing you can give the human body.
I
What it is it's peanut butter and jelly in a tortilla. Now you might wonder, what is the point of that? Just put it in some bread. I will counteract you. I will say that A, different flavor profile. It is that of a flour tortilla with peanut butter and jelly versus bread. Okay? Number two, the actual profile, the profile of it, much more carryable, accessible. You know, you can fit more of them in a little lunch box. Okay? Now hear me out. Number one reason. Peanut butter and jelly, oh, it's messy. Oh, it's everywhere. Oh my gosh. With this, nothing comes out, bro. Nothing comes out. It all stays wrapped up in the nice little tortilla, bro. I'm telling you, Gaming Lord Chaos freaking knows. All right. Also, chat, we're running grape jelly and crunchy peanut butter. Suck it up. Also, I was thinking about it. And no, on the Dark Souls 2 stream we did, the second to last one, you guys are unironically in a rice spoon echo chamber, okay? Everyone was going off on me. You eat rice with a fork? You eat rice with a fork? Are you an idiot? Are you super dumb right now? This is giving fork found in kitchen type vibes. I can guarantee you, echo chamber abusers, that if I were to start a poll, if I polled every person on Earth that has ever eaten a grain of rice and said, have you, well, maybe not on Earth, in America, that has ever eaten a grain of rice, and I said, have you ever eaten rice with a fork, yes or no? Everyone would say yes, okay? To counteract your guys' arguments, if I were to say, have you ever eaten soup with a fork, probably probably more than 85. Probably 95% of people would say, no, I have never attempted to eat soup with a fork. As where 100% would say, yes, I have at some point in my life put rice onto a fork. Okay? So I'm tired of the echo chambers around here. We need to get things in proper business. Because guess what? Not everyone lives the way you do, buddy. Okay? We can't all afford spoon. How about that?
Avenge me.
Chat, is this the crit knife?
Battle is, and you are.
See, Lavia gets it. Lavia eats it with a fork.
That is the overriding.
Well, Lavia, you are secondhand scum, okay, to these people. You are worthless, you are nothing but an idiot, quite frankly. Evergrim knows it too. Literally, I was getting echo chambered, bro. You guys had me gaslit. It was like, I guess everyone eats it with a spoon. But I guess it's just the elitist, the rice elitist, bro. You guys are freaks. Alright, I mean my peanut butter tortilla. Very hungry. Oh, why did this stop moving? And then, like, bro, if you've got any protein in your rice at all, like, who's eating just plain white rice, okay?
Is in hand.
Sure, under those circumstances, I would probably prefer a spoon, right? But, like, I was eating chicken and rice. I'm not stabbing through chicken with a spoon. They're like, why are you eating it with a fork? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Are we unsubscribing from you? Because you're so stupid? Hello? Like frickin' Toad's about to pop out and give me a golden star or something. But this golden star of death and spoon. Because they cannot handle it, bro. Like, chat, it's the morning after kill of the silverware community. Okay? That's what you guys are. I just want you to know that. But it's like, what the frick am I supposed to do about the hard food that needs pierced in my bowl of rice? What do I do about that? And think about any time you've ever gotten any food at a restaurant that happened to have rice in it. Like if you get a teriyaki bowl, they don't give you a spoon, they give you a fork. They will always hand you a fork, and they're like, really? Really? You just learned you can eat rice with a spoon? It's like, yeah, when my entire life, Big Rice is telling me to use a fork, Big Fork is getting at me the entire time from day one.
I rigged up all the wiring, chuck in that accelerator, and let's get you airborne.
This wiring is up to code, correct? Nothing to worry about here.
Yeah, follow the safety
The thing
handbook
is,
for launching people over a
if
giant
you are
beast of a
eating
letter
exclusively rice with nothing in the rice,
You'll have to hit
yes,
all
the spoon is more
points
efficient.
before we get across.
I agree.
There's gonna be tight as a whistle.
But Gas had the audacity, chat.
What is the
Gas had the audacity to compare me eating rice with a fork
I want some eyes.
to this video I sent him where people learned a life hack where if you vacuum slower, it picks up more dirt. I'm like, dude, this is not the same in any capacity whatsoever. Because in one of them, it's the fact that you can physically see a vacuum sucking up more dirt, and if you spend more time cleaning something, it will be cleaner. Versus all of my life being given a fork for rice, because rice always has something else in it that would require a fork instead of a spoon.
Hope you are ready for a big
And so just not using a spoon because my entire life, everything points to using a fork.
killing you is like a mercy.
I don't know. That guy filled our one life, so that's all I'm going to say about that. But I'm telling you, peanut butter, jelly tortilla. That's the way to go. My mom used to make them for me when I was younger, and I never grew out of them. Which, can we just talk about that for a second? Hold on. Why on earth is peanut butter and jelly seen as, like, a child's item? Like, once you get older, what, I can't like peanuts? Can't like protein, huh? Oh, jelly, it's so immature, it's so juvenile. You know what else is juvenile? Frickin' looking down on someone for eating peanut butter and jelly. It's a great combo. Now, chat, hear me out. Gamer sucks, goof juice, in a popsicle mold. Oh my goodness. Jambalaya with a fork? Exactly, bro. They don't hand you a spoon with that. All right, jambalaya. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, I'm thinking of a different food. Maybe they do give you a spoon with that one. What's jambalaya like? You need to optimize? Yeah, you need to optimize by using a spoon, otherwise you're an idiot. Within the Borderlands echo chamber. No, you know what it is, bro? It's when they... Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Angel Days. Oh my gosh, hold on, let me turn the camera, bro. Angel Days, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Seriously, thank you. No, we gotta use sporks, man. Normalize freaking sporks. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate that with all my heart. Thank you so much, Angel Days. You are, I think, are you #1 supporter yet? Ooh, gotta get 20 more. Thank you so much. I cannot express to you enough how much I appreciate that. And also, Emilus Fuego, if you're still here, I also appreciate you so much for all of the gifted today. So thank you guys. Bottom of my heart. And hey, now you get the cash badge if you want the cash badge on Twitch. Days, is it crazy to eat rice with a fork? Because the echo chamber says no. I mean, the echo chamber says yes. The echo chamber says yes, that's absolutely crazy, and you're a lunatic and an idiot if you eat rice with a fork. But we do need to normalize sporks. I don't know why we don't use those in society. I guess because it's like taboo. It's kind of like out. You know what it is, chat? Sporks are neurodivergent silverware. You eat it with a fork? Thank you. Thank you. And as an HRT homie, anyone that eats with a spoon now is now a bigot. So, got 'em. Is that true or not? Drop it in the comment section, chat. Now, I'll be back to my peanut butter and jelly tortilla. Thank you so much, Angel Days. I do appreciate you. No, but we gotta normalize sporks. Every experience I've had with a spork has been a good one. I have 30 cards available right now. Look at the bottom of the screen, dude. What the heck? That's that risk versus reward gameplay they were talking about. The risk is I might have too much fun because I have 30 cards to throw. I don't even know how I got that many, but I guess I'm just that good. It's probably because I ate it with a fork. Yeah, you know, I don't like normal spoons. I like the circular ice cream spoons. Like, I'm really specific about the silverware I use. And they're like those circular ice cream spoons are the way to go with almost every food, very few exceptions. Hello, don't think I've ever seen anyone eating rice with a spoon. Dude, thank you. I literally thought I was going crazy on one of the last streams because everyone in my chat was like, dude, you eat rice with a fork? There wasn't a single person disagreeing. Like, and they were all just like, yeah, you obviously you eat it with a spoon. And I was like, am I out of the loop? Maybe it's a regional thing. Well, that's why I'm saying whatever, dough. If I was eating purely rice, yes, it's more convenient to eat with a spoon. But that still wouldn't be crazy to eat it with a fork. It still wouldn't be crazy. Hold on, still, what? Are you being 1000% honest with us right now? You use the GameStop Pro membership item, the Sporkinator, as your eating tool for 12 years. What's next? You got into 5, been hit by 5 cars? Chat, this infinite duration is really infinite with this class mod. I did not expect just like... I can take just like tortilla breaks whenever I want. It was genuinely fire. Yes, don't go changing history, okay? Because, sure, that might be the first thing that sparked it. But then, everyone proceeded to act like it was morally wrong to eat rice with a fork instead of a spoon, okay? Don't rewrite history on me, buddy. I was there. I know what happened, okay? Yes, it may have started as, oh my gosh, I just realized you could do that. But then what proceeded and what came along after was absolute lunacy and elitism. True. And bigotry. And bigotry. Hold on. Not everyone was rich enough to have 4 frickin' spoons dedicated to your rice, okay? It was like, hold on, we don't have enough spoons. You gotta use the fork. It's like, alright, true. True. Chat, at what point does buying plastic and paper utensils cost more than just using, like, reusable? I feel like it's pretty quick, right? But I see a lot of people that don't have money using disposable. But at a certain point, it's just like... Yeah, a lot of sports have a knife on them. Ramen noodle soup with a fork? I think that's fair. Wait, I do too. What? I 1000% do too. If it's ramen, then yeah, I do too. Because how else are you can't get the frickin' noodles onto a spoon. But I'm sure Grota Lilius is going to tell me why I'm wrong for that.
And now I'm gonna tear into your flesh. Really makes you think, you know?
It does. For instance, are you being figurative when you say...
You're too late anyway.
Porridge and soup are spoons. Anything with meaningful chunks. That's where you get into fork. But low-key, like... I know it's not elegant and it's taboo, but like genuinely, spork is just kind of like broken. I might get some sporks. Like on my wedding day, you know how people ask for like wedding china? I'll ask for wedding sporks. Banish Death 69! 67. Banish Death 69. Thank you. Please don't unfollow after that. Thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate you so much. I hope you're enjoying stream. Question is, do you eat rice with a fork or a spoon under 99% of circumstances, you know? AKA, most of the time it's not exclusively white rice and nothing else. This card build, I'm just using a A fork law. Thank you. Thank you, man.
You
I'm just using the class mod I got from Idolater Shoal.
He does too. I was like you.
Right, there's one.
Blind. But the flames in the sky burned the call from my eyes. I saw it.
Right, I'm almost done, chat. I was really
Waves
hungry.
of fire. A vision of power. Destined
Goodbye, Dominic.
for me.
Enjoy your slumber and what else you got to do.
Above a shadow.
Have a great one.
When the timekeeper strikes,
I'll see you on the next stream, hopefully.
my rippers are the ones who see what I see.
Here, Banish.
Built all
Give me a second to
this
finish this and I'll
do
show you.
the unthinkable. Leave Kairos and take the
Yeah, nobody
stars
talks about
for
brown rice, bro.
ourselves.
Bigotry.
For Elpis is my fated destination. The site of one final death. There, I will
Don't-
be reborn again. Free of
Evergroom.
flesh and blood. And I will dawn.
Oh my gosh, how long can this lady talk? Evergrim, please don't ever say that again. Alright, chat. I'm back. So this build, this class mod is absolutely insanely broken. So you get reduced charges, but when you kill an enemy, you gain 2. And it resets your duration to max. And then I also got it with a roll that increases action skill duration. So, by default, let's see. By default, when I enter my action skill, I have... How do I have 14 cards? Oh, well. I've also got this, which gives me extra cards. And I've also got infinite cards for the first 4 seconds, so I wonder how that acts. But then, if I get a kill, you can see down in the bottom, I'm up to 15. Throw out another, get a kill, back up to 15. Throw out another. Miss that guy. 15. Earlier we hit 32. There was a point when I saw the number 32 on there. So, it is all the class mod though. Without the class mod, if you don't have the class mod, what I'd recommend doing, Banished, is speccing into Cowboy. Because it's the acid card, but more importantly, if you're ever able to trigger Windfall, your action skill is immediately off cooldown, and you can trigger Windfall by reloading your gun. So the build that I was doing prior to having the class mod is essentially I was using the Hellwalker because it's a one-shot then reload, right? So you can see I'm in Windfall right now. You can tell by like the things around my screen. And let's see how long, once it ends, let's see how long it takes to get back into Windfall. Because essentially every time I shoot and reload, there's like a 30% chance or something. So shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload. There you go, back in Windfall. And that would have essentially just given me my action skill back entirely. So that is what I'd recommend doing if you do not have the class mod. Going for the acid spray card because it gives you that special buff.
Has something up your sleeve? I certainly do.
We do love action skill based class mods, yes. Thankfully, they actually added some. That guy is resistant to everything I have. Come on, go get him. I'm confused what it just did, but it did something. Yeah, and you can see my duration. Like, I could literally go for minutes and minutes and minutes. Can I ban Grim and then unban them again for that message alone? No. Thank you for the recommendation, though. But no. Got up to 40 at a point? Yeah, I would believe it for sure. And it looks like you can get more than one from one card. So if you're able to nuke the whole room with one card, then you're just like infinite cards back. Or go for a Siphon Amp Watts for probably 8 hours. Let's go. Wait. How rare is the drop on that? How rare is the drop supposed to be? My question. Bruh.
The electi had their chance to submit.
You have to kill enemies here, right?
She too could have bathed in my
Damn, no way through.
No, okay, but you do have to activate a trigger, so I'm glad I did that.
A chilling proposition.
I don't have windfall up, so no explosions. Is there any way for me to activate windfall while I'm actively in my action skill? Like, is there any way for me to keep it back up, or should I just be exiting every now and then? Free speech is a powerful tool. That's right. You can say that Spork is uncircumcised fork. Yeah, they give you cooldowns for his action skill very early on, which I feel like in pretty much all the Borderlands games, they're like, yeah, you want cooldown? Save that for last. Save it for the end. It's like, that's when I need it the least. Acid Spray also does ridiculous damage. Yeah, I noticed that while I was using it. Especially while Windfall is active, you're just like kind of crazy. Turn it off and on sometimes. Alright. Turn it off and on again. See, because now I don't have Windfall active. Plus, I should be doing that anyway because it makes it more interactive. Here's what I'll do. I'll stay in card form until my disc jockey is back. And then after the disc jockey comes back, then we, or after I use it, we'll swap back. More skill damage. Chat, crunchy or creamy? Which one? Which peanut butter? Drop it in the comment section. I've always been a crunchy kind of guy, you know? I've always been crunchy. Team Crunch.
Oh no, no, there's peanuts in my peanut butter. Oh no, what am I supposed to do?
I didn't, yeah, I am in Windfall. But I activated kind of that at the end of Windfall. Alright, I've got bonus corrosive and shock damage. I really would like a super soldier. That would really bring this build all together. Yeah, only on reload and activation. That's what I was thinking, so kind of cooked, I guess. Is there any way to increase his max fortune stacks or no? The material value? True. You kind of get more bang for your buck. What did your mom last night? Middle bottom tree of blue. Middle blue tree. What was the question I just asked you guys? Because if you just answer that question real quick. Wait, this grants damage reduction? Oh yeah, it does. Oh my gosh, increased fortune stacks. Wait, that's a 5 out of 5? You can go up to 20? But you lose windfall chance? Wait, so would you, what? 2% less per stack. Ooh, so at max you only have a 20% chance to enter fortune. Or enter windfall. But it's more valuable, too. Ooh, 2 elements. Oh, 3 elements. Alright, and now we swap here, go here. Chicken jockey. You know your build didn't even one-shot that guy, right? It's practically not even a good build. My bad, bro. My bad. I forgot that's the point, isn't it? This is fire, so it kind of makes sense that it's not really doing a ton right here. Same with the Hellwalker. But we'll brute force. We'll brute force it. Oh. If I can get another elemental. There we go. So now I've got... Wait, I don't have 2 elements? I thought I should. I must be misunderstanding something, or I just didn't do it right. Default win chance is 30. 28 chill augments for a chance. For 2 to roll. He says about a 3.6% chance to roll on either slot, 21% chance for drop at UVH 6, so roughly 0.027 chance to drop the exact roll I've been wanting. Yeah. There's a reason I tend to avoid farms like that. But good for you. Good for you. 8 hours. Wow. Trooper. Absolute trooper. Give me elements, bro. Give me the element. Give me the element. Give me the element. Give me the element. I want the elemental card. Come on. There you go. Now we have fire and ice and disc jockey. We need the super soldier, bro. We need to get carried by our gear. It's crazy.
No! I saw it!
Every hard-earned victory deserves its payout. Just have to grab that command bolt.
Wait, you can force windfall? Do you just mean by, like, shooting and reloading a bunch? Or, like, is there an actual... Wait, that's kind of good. Is there, like, an actual way to, like, make it always happen?
She is dead. The Ripper Queen is finally dead.
Well played, boyo.
Yeah, I guess that's true, because if you only put 1 point, that's, like, just kind of a straight-out nerf. But if you max it...
I haven't the words to express my gratitude yet, Lord Hunter. So, I'll let Zane's serve for now.
Okay. Dang, we're done with this area. I really don't want to do Terminus range at all. Well, we could just play Dark Souls. I mean, hear me out. Hold on. Could just play Dark Souls. Could just use discount code LGM. Chat, I feel like with a blender bottle, it's not optimal to drink straight into the lid, but rather to offset. Hold on. Get a good super jump. There we go.
What can I say? You did
Through reloading, but with Jacobs or Chuck, it takes like 2 seconds. Right. Okay.
How to stand up to the timekeeper.
I figured. I just wasn't sure if there was like a super secret tech I didn't know.
And the second impossibility.
The left blue is what you're using, and you like the augment and the skills. Talking about this one, freezing shards that automatically freeze enemies on impact deals cryo melee. Whenever freezing shard impacts anything, they shatter into mini shards that home into nearby enemies and have a chance to freeze them. Oh, that sounds pretty good actually. It's like the cluster bombs from Bloons Tower Defense. I also did like the big pull. I was using that the other day, and I like that one too.
To make Zane
I like this class mod because this class mod significantly changes the build, because instead of having to build for
Know this? I will kill you.
maxed out, there's arrows on the top. What are those yellow arrows for on my compass? They only go away sometimes. I don't know. Because it really saves me so many skill points because it makes infinite cooldown exist without me having to spend points into infinite cooldown.
Thank you again.
Granted, I lose out on using other class mods, but it's like if Salvador had a class mod that just by default would kind of let him infinitely gunzerk, so then he can focus more into being even more broken than he already is.
Calais, what was left of her.
Ooh, Evergrim got him. Absolutely roasted and toasted. Chad, do you guys like vault cards at all? I feel like I don't, but also it's not like it hurts, you know? Is it just telling me to go to the fast travel? Oh, no. Like, it doesn't hurt, it's just kind of more like stuff to work for, but I'm not a huge fan of them. Admittedly, I'm not quite stellar on it. Double windfall? Wait, there's a double windfall? Wait, is that down here? Is that one of these? Oh my gosh, doubles all windfall bonuses. Oh my gosh, I didn't even read that part. That's crazy. Double all windfall bonuses. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit of a bonus. You can kind of soft lock your game if you don't not like a true soft lock, but like sort of if you don't cross over specific trigger points, which is why I'm driving instead of DPing. Because the game is programmed for you to have to like enter the area.
Belton's Boar. Welcome to Belton's Boar.
Chat, should we just swap to DS3? Drop it in the comment section. And get that started for a couple hours. Ooh, it would be kind of fire though. It would be kind of fire though. Only 1,000 meters away, chat. We're getting there. I do. I also enjoy this though. Whoa. You guys saw that, right? I'm not crazy, right? You guys saw that? Swap immediately. Swap now. Sorry, bro.
Let me help you find your path. If you seek inner wisdom,
Is that how they make the snow? Is the snow just like a shader that only renders when you're here? Like, could they just theoretically throw that shader onto any area in the game? Is that what's going on? Or is that just that, like... Yeah, because... Wait, because it's not in the model. That was weird. That was interesting. Makes me wonder how they made this game. You know, Chad, I won't lie. I once made a Flappy Bird clone using the smirk emoji, and it was kind of fire. The end goal was going to be that I'd monetize it, and you could pay money to get different emojis. What do you think? So, like, you could maybe play as, like, the smirking cat, or the cry laughing. And it's not that I particularly love emojis, but, like, I knew, like, teens would eat that up, you know, and pay me good money. It's pretty fire. I'm not getting sued. It's called Flappy Smirk. Yeah, I mean, I get that, Evergrim. There are certain games where I'm like, I really prefer watching X game, but playing other game. Like, I love playing BL2. I don't care to watch it, honestly. Ever since, I don't know what changed, but I think ever since I became a creator in the space, it was like, dude, I want nothing more than to not watch anyone play this game. I watched Gas's videos about a month late. I occasionally watch his streams. I occasionally watch Mick and Cashew and Spow and Deceptic stream. That is the only content I consume of this game, period. This game being the entire series. How does the emote modify work before I use my point? I don't know. See, like, we should just be moving that whole time. And maybe it was there and I was just dumb, but I will say this is pretty nice that I do have the safe houses unlocked right now. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I don't know how I feel about it, Trog, but I would say that I typically actively avoid it. Like, if someone were to make a Borderlands 2 GeoGuessr, or something like that, if someone were to have an actually original idea for once and make something like Borderlands GeoGuessr or something, I probably wouldn't even watch it, TBH. I'd be like, yeah, I'll watch it in a couple months. Unless it was like one of my friends made it. But I don't know if I, like, dislike it, or if it's just that I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I always wonder that when I'm or like, I always kind of feel bad because I'm like, I just kind of don't even want to watch this. Like, it's cool that there's like a Borderlands creator, but I don't want to watch. And then when I do watch, I kind of just skim through the video. I don't know what it is. I maybe just because I play it so much, I like don't care to see it in outside sources, you know? It's like when you, for instance, driving for a job, right? If you work like a delivery job or something, you don't want to drive outside of work, but at work, you're like, man, this is great. Love this job. But then when you're like when you're not at work, it's like, bro, can you drive? Dude, I drive all day. I don't want to drive. It's like that. But at work, I'm totally happy to do it, you know? Like, yeah, man, I go drive for work. This is awesome. And then work's over, and you're like, man, I don't freaking want to drive anywhere. Who is this, bro? Who is this? What is this cutscene about, bro? Like, who even cares, man? Who's this little guy, dude? Why? Dude, this game does such a bad job, like, introducing characters, dude. Like, who even is this? Like, they could have at least showed a cutscene or something. Ugh. Man, if DS2 didn't have ADP, like, this game would be so much better. Chat, I finally decided it's time that I 100% Dark Souls 2. So I'm not doing it on stream, but I'm currently in the process of doing that. I got every single one other than I need all Pyromancy, all Miracles, and all Sorcery. And you need NG++ for those. So I need to beat the game 2 more times in order to do that. Granted, not actually for all sorceries, you just need Navalon. And I messed up on my save file. I messed up that quest line. Also, there's you need to get the hidden weapon spell. And what you have to do is repeatedly farm this rare spawn in this one area. He spawns, people theorize, about 5 to 10% of the time that you rest at a bonfire. So you have to sit there, sit down at the bonfire, go up the ladder, look for the guy. If he's not there, come back, go down the ladder, sit at the bonfire, go up the ladder, go over. But there's this tech you can do on PC, and it was epic, okay? What you do is you keep Task Manager open, and anytime that rare spawn spawns, it ups your RAM usage by 7 megabytes, and it is 100% accurate every single time. Perfect accuracy. When I see it go from like 435 megabytes used to 442, I know for a fact he spawned every time, and then it goes away every time too. So if it stays at that after resting at the bonfire, I know he spawned again. It's insane. And so that made it only take like an hour, but it literally probably would have been a 2 or 3 hour process otherwise. Minecraft Horror Series on my channel, and the sheer difference between watching and playing is insane. True. As in, you're not enjoying playing it, or you're not enjoying watching your own content? Subtle shade thrown? About which part? The fact that I don't watch content creators? True. I'm throwing shade at Gas Mask. True. See, why is there so much talking? But it wouldn't be an issue. Think about that. He talked for all that time. Imagine if instead he would have said, man, we got to get through this door. You press the hack, and then he starts talking to you the whole time. But also, I don't know what this game's obsession is with, like, constantly providing stimulation to your ears. Like, we don't need the characters to be talking right now. We really don't. I don't need Cash talking. I don't need Calder talking. They could convey just as much information if they didn't do that, and it makes people actively not want to listen because it's annoying. It's like, dude, we get it, man. You've been talking forever, so I'm just going to tune you out. That's how it always goes. And then you care less about dialogue because each piece of dialogue is so much less important. Look at a game like Dark Souls, right? It's very rare that you're going to skip the dialogue on a first playthrough of Dark Souls because there's so little dialogue in the game that, one, you're not opposed to hearing dialogue, and two, you assume that it's probably important. In some way, the dialogue is probably important because you never hear dialogue. So why is there dialogue right here? As where this game is like, dude, they're yapping about something, so it's probably not important. And then they'll be like, my brother just died. My brother just died. I'll be like, oh my gosh, every character you've ever loved just died. Meanwhile, you're just like, dude, what the frick are they talking about right now? Who cares, man? And that is a problem I have with all of the new Borderlands games. Like, Borderlands 2 and Borderlands 1, they'll, like, occasionally talk to you. Like, going through Bloodshot Dam in Borderlands 2, I think you get talked to, like, one time. Unless you pick up the echoes. Borderlands 3 or 4 would be, like, every time you walk around a corner in Bloodshot Dam, they'd be talking to you, and then there'd also be echoes. So you'd be hearing, like, hey, Slab, you gotta go through Bloodshot Stronghold because then... Soldier, this is a recorded message. If anyone's able to... Hey, you made it to the toilet room, Slab. Really good job. I'm really proud of you, VH. Good job finding the way over to the toilet room over there where you were able to do that. This is another pre-recorded message. And it's like that for all of BO3, all of BO4, and all of Wonderlands. It's so bad, bro. It's so bad. I hate it. They're talking right now, bro. You take the force field down. You took the force field down. Good job, Wellspring. Don't even tell me that. No reason to tell me that. Don't pat me on the back, lowbrow. Okay, I know what I did. I know my accomplishment. My accomplishment, I opened the door. You don't have to tell me that I opened the door because I opened the door. It's like in Zelda when you like step on the button. You step on this button, and then it shows a cutscene that this door that you're looking at opens, and it's like you didn't need to do that though. You did not need to do that. I knew that door opened, and that's this game. Every time you do anything, they start yammering, bro. And BL3 as well. You kill one enemy. Dude, did you just kill that enemy, bro? You're pretty cool, VH. We underestimated you. Shut up, man. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. Literally nobody. Bro, nobody cares about your lore, bro. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's how they used to diss authors back in the day. Hey, little bro, nobody cares about your scrolls or whatnot, bro. Like, whatever. Chat, low-key, one in the chat, was your king in the Epstein scrolls? One in the chat. Let's go up here. Yippee! And look at that. Dude, but the dialogue just skipped on its own. They talk for so long that you can just hit the trigger points. I'm not even speedrunning. I'm just moving, man. Pinhead? This ain't no Cenobite, bruh. Hey, VH, your VH is VH, man. Your VH's almost out, VH. You want more VH for your vitamin, VH? VH, can you do that? VH. I got VH. HVH. HV. Vault Hunter. Recently bought Elden Ring Night Rain after DS2 streams, and it's actually so peak. That's what I'm saying, dude. I literally, when I saw it for the first time, I was like, Elden Ring Battle Royale. Really? What a selling point, right? And then I was like, really? It's just asset flips that you have to pay money for? And now I'm like, dude, every game needs to do that. Literally, Borderlands 4 for the DLC, like, if they would have just asset flipped the Sentinel and Elseer, it would have been a better DLC, bro. Just asset flip the good content. Wait, but have you fought Smelter Demon yet, Hexy? It's the best boss in all of Souls. And maybe you'll disagree, but what I have found, Hexy, is that when you fight a Dark Souls 1 or 2 boss in Elden Ring, it's more enjoyable. Oh my gosh, Gerp, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I genuinely appreciate that with all my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Genuinely. And what's it to ya? Shout out on the gifted sub. Thank you so much. And now you get the cash badge since you donated it, or since you subbed in a Borderlands 4 stream. So that's very cool. If you want the cash badge on Twitch, that is. But thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate you. Wholeheartedly. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Hexy, what I've found is that in Night Rain, when I fight a DS1 or 2 boss, I'm like, this is just more fun than the Elden Ring bosses. And I think it's because Elden Ring bosses are very much made to just be reactionary. It's like, see enemy swing, so I roll. As we're, like, I was thinking about this recently. With Dark Souls 1 and mostly 2 and whatnot, if you were to just be good at the games by default, you could go and first try any of the bosses, not because the boss is easy, but because the bosses are made in a way where, oh, I'm out of ammo, where they intend for you to be able to read the boss, figure out what you did wrong on the boss. Like, if you die to Artorias' dash, like, double jump dash, it's a hard attack to dodge, and yet at the same time, it never feels unfair. It feels like, okay, I need to watch out for that attack, and I need to wait to dodge. As for Elden Ring, half the time, it feels like, dude, what the frick did he just do to me? Like, I couldn't even tell what he did because he barely even telegraphed it. Like, I think if he raises his arm like that, he's gonna scream, and the scream covers the whole arena and does damage. Oh, I can roll through the scream? I can roll through sound? Okay. Okay. And that's how Elden Ring feels. And there's this one dragon on Night Rain. I was like, dude, he fills the entire arena with fire. What the heck do? You just roll through it. You apparently just spam roll and it won't hit you. And I was like, this is the lamest thing I've ever experienced. So shout out to the old boss design of the Souls games, because that was very peak. Elden Ring's a really great game though, and I used to be an Elden Ring hater, but I grew up and I was like, wait, this is so peak. I know, Hexy. I don't know what I'm like. I almost feel gaslit because so many people in history, including myself when I was younger, was like, dude, Smelter Team is the hardest freaking boss in Dark Souls 2. He sucks. I hate him. And now I'm like, this is, one, not that hard, and two, this is like genuinely my favorite boss. At least in DS2, he's probably right there. It's probably like him, Fume Knight, Sir Alone, Ivory King. Like he's up there with the big dogs.
It is a bridge to your mama. It is the PewDiePie bridge.
Whoa, Calder, come on, dude. What are you talking about right now? Stop, drop, and roll. Hey, that's the Borderlands 3 reference, right? Once you get a gun, you stop, you drop it, look at it, and then re-roll it for anointments? Get it, chat? It's a reference to a game. Don't know if you've heard of it. Borderlands. Yeah, I'm elite like that. I know the ball knowledge. So. Yeah, Evergram. If they're going to make them not feel like too distinct anyway, bro, just let me customize. Wonderlands, if you guys have not played Wonderlands, I genuinely recommend it. It is very fun. Very fun game. Very good. Wonderlands probably gave me maybe my favorite first playthrough of a Borderlands game. Either that or maybe BO4, honestly. And like as a locked, what? It's because I pressed it. As a BL2 head, BL2 wasn't my favorite first playthrough of any of the games, honestly. It was kind of low on the scale, in fact. But I was a kid, so I was kind of stupid and dumb. So I don't know how much of it was that. Yes, dude. So many attacks in Elden Ring have just the same exact tell. And then it'll be like, huh? Huh? There was one attack that I was able to roll 3 times before the delayed attack came out. And I was like, he's charging it, very obviously wants to hit me. I roll 3 times and then he gets me. I'm like, dude, this just isn't fun because it doesn't feel like, oh, I missed his tell. And so like while while Elden Ring is very reactionary, I almost feel like in Dark Souls you do more reacting because it's like, oh, I see him going for X attack. Like Artorias is literally one of the best fights in all of Souls, and it's because of that. Because I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it. Hexy, I don't want to spoil it. I won't spoil it for you. I was going to talk about a Night Rain boss, but like Artorias is one of the best bosses because he's very hard, very punishing. He will punish if you try and heal or anything, he will punish you. If you roll poorly, he will punish you. And yet you can know every attack that he's going to do based off just looking at him on your first try. On your first ever playthrough, you can look at him and be like, he's about to blow up. He's about to do a blow up attack. He's about to do a jump attack. He is about to do a thrusting attack. Elden Ring, dude, with Elden Ring, they'll wind up and they're like, oh, and then they'll do a scream attack that hits arena wide that you had to like roll frame 1 on. And you're like, how was I supposed to know that? And so while Elden Ring is a very fun game, where the frick am I going, dude? And while Elden Ring is a very fun game, I wish they would have focused more on making each of the bosses very fun and engaging before focusing on making 140 bosses. That said, a lot of the bosses are fun. They're very hard. You just have to play it differently because it's no longer about like, I don't know. And then the fact that so many of the enemies in Elden Ring, first of all, ever since DS3, they've had what I call flailitis, where the enemy will just like start swinging rapidly and you get like crazy hitboxes. It's what people imagine Dark Souls 2 is like, okay? And it's been like that ever since DS3, and they do it in Elden Ring, where things will just flail around and have a big hitbox and kill you. And a lot of bosses are like that. And so, I don't know, it just causes a lot of just like, I'm going to spam roll. And then meanwhile, you've got Chad Dark Souls 2, where you can roll by default with your default stamina. You can roll like 2 times, and then any roll done at low stamina has less iframes. So it does not mess around. And then Elden Ring, I think at very default stamina, I think you can roll 7 times in Elden Ring. And you never have to worry about stamina either. I don't know. In Dark Souls 1 and 2, I find myself just watching the stamina bar for like half of the fight to be like very careful not to lose it all. And then in Elden Ring, I never look, ever. I do a little bit more in Night Rain, I think because I'm not able to just upgrade my stamina easily, you know? But yeah, and then the fact that a lot of attacks look like they have the same animations. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Everyone looks like they're made of like jelly or something. And so it makes it... So like they'll be facing the other way and then they'll be tracking you just like in Dark Souls 2. It just looks visually better. But you'll be behind them and then they'll go for an attack and it could be one of 98 different attacks because they all look the same. Dark Souls 2, it may only have like 7 attacks per boss fight max. But each of the attacks is very obvious which one is which and which one they're gonna do, right?
The remaining slave leaders are not cruel.
Like, you know when Myth is about to go for a thrust attack. As we're in Elden Ring, it's like, dude, I don't know what Margit's about to do, bro. Is he about to hit me with a 19-hit combo, or is he just going for the one swing, or is he about to pull out the golden dagger? I don't know. I literally don't know.
Well, if you just studied the boss.
True. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But I don't know. If you're really good at the Souls games, you could beat all of Dark Souls 1 or 2 without ever dying. If you're just, like, really good at the Souls games and had never played them before. Like, if you had never played Dark Souls 1 and then went through and played, but you were, like, really good at the format, you could easily go through the game without ever dying. I feel like in Elden Ring, they really are like, oh, here's an attack. It's like, what the frick? That was... He was screaming and then just exploded midway through the scream, and I was combo locked. What the frick do I do? Me and a friend got the ancient dragon from the Evergirls to spawn, but it somehow glitched and it just insta-died. Well, that's how you hit level 15 first night, Hexy. Boom. Life hack. Yeah, the dedicated melee weapons from Wonderlands. Dude, I heard someone say that was a bad addition because why should you melee in a gun-based game? It's like, you are crazy, bro. You are wild. Like, you are wild in the head. Oh, chat, I'm getting a lot of comments on that DLC video. Oh, chat, no. The question is, are they all... Well, yeah, you know, this DLC's pretty good, but it's not too good. Or is it going to be...
You know BL2 is better, right? Dude, you should be playing BL2, bro.
I'm just going to do a quick synopsis. Think it's fine. Wish you just buy the character. True, honestly. Sell cash individually. True. It's... Okay. It's trash. Keep shilling it. Even at $10, it's garbage. So I said, is it being a shill if Gearbox never paid me a dime? Also, I take it you never played the DLC. He says, of course you can be. Either to try to get paid later or just for the sake of making a video that will be well received. And yes, I played the DLC. There's barely no content. So there is content. There's barely no content. So that would mean that there's a good amount of content. I'll say you are a shill. GG. I like the salmon stick. See, why can I not immediately know the next place to go right now instead of having to sit here and listen to Defiant Calder? Different synergies with the classes and subclasses. Bro, I love subclasses, actually. I do think maybe 2 or 3... could have used 2 or 3 more for the variety. I also wish Chaos didn't go to 100. That really, like, shoehorned in the builds, to my understanding. Where they became a lot less diverse in what you can do. You know, for the fact that Gas hates playing the meta, he sure, now that I'm thinking about it, the entire time on Wonderlands was like, bro, follow this guy, bro. Like, hold on. Dropping math so I don't flood it in Twitch. 0 Fortuna from green skill, or from green gives you windfall, chance per stack and elemental damage, and chance at 10 stacks, it's 20%, and 40 at 20. What did you just say? Gain increased windfall chance. Gains increased elemental effect chance. More fortune stacks, the greater the bonus. Windfall chance per stack and elemental damage, and chance at a 10% or at 10 stacks. Oh, so at 10 stacks it's 20%, and at 40 it's 20. Oh, dude, I feel like you worded that weird, but I think you're saying that you have a 40% elemental effect chance buff, right? Okay, chat, be 1000% with me.
Perhaps this wildcat is the one the sacred relic told you to find.
Do you think I'm a shell?
But mind her claws.
Because, I mean, that's honestly not like a crazy point from that guy. I disagree with him, but that's not a crazy point to be like, oh, you could be a shill because you could be trying to get paid by Gearbox. It's like, hey, Chad, don't get me wrong. If Gearbox was like, hey, here's $1,000 to play our DLC, I'd be like, yo, in a heartbeat, thank you. So that's kind of fair, but I also think that anyone that knows me will know that I, very real the whole time. I feel like it's the unpopular opinion to be like Borderlands DLC good.
What a lift!
No, I am a shield though, actually. C4sh, so you don't know that. Hello, Bendu. Gas not here. Gas not here. Also, no, I didn't tell people to buy the DLC. I gave it a 7.5, and I pretty much just said that it was good, but some parts were a little disappointing. But it was a good DLC. I would put it on par with like Bounty of Blood, personally, or like something like that. But I pretty much just said, yeah, you know, it's pretty good. It's got some issues, but like it's a fun DLC. And I didn't take into account the price on that review at all, just because it's like a price kind of means nothing, but like it does. Price dictates the value, but price won't dictate whether something's good or bad, you know? So I went the wrong way. Oh no, this is the right way. Like price dictates value, but it doesn't dictate quality, you know? I think you were here while I was talking about it earlier, but on if you buy a 2022 Honda Civic for $1 million, it's a good car. It's a bad value for the car, but it's a good car. It's still a 2025 Honda Civic. It's still going to be a very good, very drivable, very like usable car. And in the same vein, if you buy a piece of junk, absolute crappiest car on planet Earth for $10, it's still a bad, crappy piece of junk car, worst car on planet Earth. You just got it at a good price, you know?
Do you accept screeches?
I was a shill because I was trying to get in good with Gearbox by saying that I liked their DLC and that I give it a 7.5, which if you put that into a grading system, that means I gave it a C.
And currently a glorified cat sitter. Come, I'll show you the bridge.
I am Cash.
YouTuber Twitch, I think, see, YouTube chat could use a little more, but also Twitch is definitely where it's most active, and you'll get channel points, Bendu, so. You have an additional 40% windfall chance at 24 tuna stacks. Wait, what? How does that work? From what? Well, with payout from Blue Tree, you get 40% fortune skill bonuses. Yeah, that one is very good. I think I have that one.
I have got to learn how to do
I know, I'm just happy there's more content too. This is definitely a game, like, even when we played through the Bounty of Blood, or not Bounty of Blood, when we played through the Stone Demon DLC, see, why can I not go to the next area? I'm gonna tab out so I don't have to listen to them. When we played through the Stone Demon, I was thinking that, I was like, man, this game's really feeling like, it's starting to feel filled out. Like, it's already a pretty content-dense game. I think people don't give it enough credit for what it is. It's pretty content-dense, and especially on your first playthrough, there is a lot here. I definitely think it's worth the baseline, you know, $60 or $70. But yeah, I don't know. Shill means anyone that Mac would disagree with, so, or Hellfire, I guess. This is a piece of and then it also, like, oh, it's not worth $10. That's $5 for the character and $5 for the content. That would be the best price DLC we have ever seen in Borderlands history. If we got if the most recent DLC was $10, that would be like, wait, that's insanely good content for $10. But for 30, it is surprising. Mac is a marathon streamer now. Doesn't he hate Bungie? I saw him streaming last night, and it was something along the lines of like Gearbox and Bungie have lost the plot or something. It's like, dude, you literally just live off of... you just... What the frick is that? They force you to hit a trigger there so that you can't just teleport over here. That's crazy. I think he just lives like fueled by hatred of Gearbox. It's like, dude, what? I don't know. Yeah, I wanted to make that video though. Okay, hold on. I wanted to make that video because I wanted to perpetuate some like positivity and optimism within the Borderlands community because they're all so freaking negative about it. Like, Borderlands 4 freaking blows! I hate Borderlands 4. Angel Days with 20. The 20 gifted is absolutely insane. Do I recognize any names in there? Vanished Death 69, new to stream today and already with the sub. Over 9,000, over 9,000. And I think that's... Oh, and Whatever Do. Hey, Whatever Do. I wish that it would like do a better job of like choosing people that actually watch. Thank you so much, Angel Days. I do appreciate that. I don't know why you guys are so supportive of this stream, but I think that's like... That's gotta have us at like 60. I'm not even being funny here. I know it wasn't funny regardless, but not even trying to be funny. Like 60 or 70 subs today, which is absolutely wild. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate that. Anytime that I like... Nowadays, anytime that I eat out, which isn't often, I eat out once or maybe twice a week. But anytime I do, I'm like, hey, those gifted subs paid for my meal. I cannot express to you how genuinely grateful and how much gratitude and appreciation is within me. And I'm not lying when I say that almost every single night before bed, I make it a very specific thing that I think of all the things I'm appreciative of in my life. And you guys are always in that. So thank you very much. I quite literally couldn't do it without you guys. So I appreciate you. I didn't know Twitch had a discount right now. Yo, chat. I didn't know that, actually. Guys, remember when I flashbanged Lil Gas Mask and then got gifted 100? That was crazy. Also, I had totally forgotten about it, but it was really funny. Once again, Angel, thank you so much. I had totally forgotten about it, but it was really funny because during one of Gas's subathons, I earned $400 because someone donated 100 just for no reason because I put my PayPal link in his chat, and then someone paid $200 for me to call out of work and play Wonderlands. Like, well, I guess, yeah. I don't remember though, like if I actually called out or what. I could have swore that I did, or maybe I don't remember how that happened. It was funny though. So shout out. Yeah, thanks for the money, guys. I'm your #1 Borderlands chill, chat. Honestly, with the way I talk about the games though, I wouldn't be surprised if someone thought I was a shill, because I do just be like, yeah guys, Borderlands 4 is so good. I think I said multiple times on the first playthrough that I would pay double. I would have Randy take my money and then tell me to buy it again, and I would have, with how much I was enjoying the game. But that's just genuine. I was like, dude, this is just so much fun. So thank you, Angel Days, for being a TX shill, in hopes that one day I will pay you or mod you, or form a parasocial relationship or whatnot. Absolute shill behavior. It is what it is, bro. 30%, 35% off gifted sub. I did not know that was going on. What is that for? Normally they do like Subtober. Was this like late St. Patrick's Day, like Luck of the Irish type thing? Element, card, element, exit, disc jockey. Oh my. Oh my. You guys saw that? Hold on. Hey, Cultist. I'm sorry that you're the only person ever in Twitch chat, by the way. Or YouTube chat. YouTube's where the VOD watchers and the lurkers go. And Mr. Brilliant. Hello, Adam. I have Super Deluxe Edition, so basically had this DLC for 15, and that feels super reasonable. That's what I'm saying. Adam, Borderlands 2. If you were to buy the DLCs for Borderlands 2 as they release, Borderlands 2 with the DLCs would be $180 game. And I think people forget that. They forget that Gearbox always overprices their stuff, and it's only really worth it whenever they are in either a bundle or a deal, right? Whether that's the Super Deluxe Edition bundle or when they go on sale. And that doesn't mean that I like it that way. I don't want the game to be $130. But that's how it is. And so it's like $130 for this full game, which has a lot of content by default, 5 bounty packs and 2 story packs. That's a pretty darn good price. And that's cheaper than Borderlands 2. So with maybe more content by the end, we'll see. Yeah, it's pretty much theory crafting chat over on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. It's March.
I was wrong. I need her to teach me.
You can't handle power? All right.
She did save my life.
Bro's not the Avogadro. Firstly, it's September. Okay. First off,
Blocked.
got me gaslit. I'm like, hold on, maybe it
Just
is.
beyond.
Man, I've been streaming that long.
I may have used up too much juice on the first one.
Hinted at supporting the game more in year 2. I would love that. Honestly, if this truly became like a live service game, I think that'd be totally fine. You know? Yeah, I always get my money's worth too. And it's weird, Adam, because a lot of times people will buy a game for like $60 that they only play for like a 10 or 15 hour playthrough. And yeah, that playthrough might be really good, but it's like they only play for 10 to 15 hours, so they're like, boy, I got my money's worth. And then meanwhile, I've seen people say that they don't feel they got their money's worth on this game, and then I've asked them how much time they have. They're like, oh, I got 300 hours. I'm like, $70 for 300 hours wasn't worth your time? Did you not enjoy it? Why did you play for 300 hours? Like, if that didn't feel worth it to you, you're looking for a freaking bargain, my boy. And that's buying a brand new game too, you know? So, I don't know. I was always surprised by that. I definitely feel like this game has more content than people give it. But it kind of depends on what kind of player you are. If you're just like, beat the story and call it a day, then yeah, probably won't have enough for you. But if you're a beat the story and then call it a day kind of person, Borderlands 2 wouldn't have been enough for you, you know? Because that Borderlands 2 is not a particularly long game, and it was $60 when it released. So I would also say that wasn't worth it, you know? I don't know. Hello, Nightingale. Question, is Cash a robot? Yes, Cash is a robot, and I know that because one of the enemies in the DLC called me a clanker and then tried to kill me. So, yes, I am a robot. Bro said, hey, if he's not a robot, I ain't playing him. I only play robots. Also, moving modifiers to enemies is so much better than overall modifiers. And then they're like, hey, you want to hit UVH?
Hey, VH, you want to hit UVH1?
Oh, we're level 30, chat. Look, crazy what you can do if you just play the game normally and not farm wild bounties. I'm halfway to max level, though. I can't wait to farm wild bounties, though. That's gonna be huge. Yo, those peanut butter tortillas are really getting to me. Yeah, I don't know yet, Nightingale, but I would probably say that by the end of it, he's going to be my favorite character. I'm not 100% sure, though. I don't know where Low Gas Mask is. But if you'd like, you can watch the VOD where me and him played this for the first time, or the DLC for the first time. You can also watch the VOD where me and him played the game, period, for the first time. EasyBot here. Chat, there's no EasyBot to tell me where exactly I need to... Oh, because I couldn't activate that. I was waiting on her.
You do the rest. Shoot the core.
Always waiting on a woman, huh? Ain't that like a land critter to keep the sea critter waiting?
To power the mining laser.
Start to refine mining the stuff, we're in trouble.
Chat, the Vile bounty farming is about to go crazy. Smash Bros. Brawl opinion is really fun. It is really fun to a casual audience. You know what it was, bro? It was Borderlands 3. It was like, it sold super well because it fit a casual audience, and yet all the like pro players and the veterans were like, this freaking sucks, man. But the Subspace Emissary or whatever, farming bounties only took an hour from 50 to 60. That is not bad.
If you insist.
Dolphins are like kind of evil. It's kind of weird, actually. People need to put into perspective that 300 hours is 15 days. Yeah.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
I need
Wait,
more
is that real?
iridium if I'm going to
Take that force field down. This way.
Yeah. 240 hours would be 10 days. That like something about that just seemed wrong. Like it's yes, but like this seems wrong. 15 days of playtime and they're like, yeah, I didn't get enough freaking. That can't be right. No, is that right? That just seems wrong because like
Then we'll bring the
that
destruction.
that would be 14 or no, that'd be like 13 days. But that is so true. So the people that are like, yeah, I have 300 hours, it's not worth it. Dude, you have like 14. No, that's not right. No, that is right. What? Dude, the math on this seems so weird because there's no way that people have this much time in the game, and yet they do. You know, here's another thing. People will be like, dude, I hate it because they're like, dude, Borderlands 4 sucks because Jolt's quit playing after a month. He had almost 1,000 hours in the game in the first month. He had 200 before the game released because he had like gone it early. Angel Days with the 1-2x. Bendu, thank you so much, Angel Days. Shout out, Bendu. Enjoy your badge, ad-free viewing, and your emotes. Cody plays is very epic. But they were like, see, Borderlands 4 is bad because Jolts doesn't have time in it. And then Jolt's uploading videos. Yeah, I don't know. It leaves a little to be desired. Love Jolts and all, but it's like, dude, you have 1,000 hours in the first month. What do you mean it has anything to be desired? You have 1,000 hours in the first month of the game. And I think one thing that's crazy that causes more burnout is exactly that, right? People get burnt out of games so much quicker because back in my day, back in the good old days, when you were younger, and things have just changed. Because it used to be like, okay, I'm going to school and then I'm coming home, and at home I will be able to play the game. I'll be able to play Borderlands 2 for an hour, and then I need to do my homework and go to bed.
Here goes
Right?
something.
And or, oh, I'm at work all day. I'm going to come home in the evening and I'm going to play for 2 or 3 hours, and then I'm going to go to bed and go to work. So within the first month, like, I don't know if you guys were around back then, okay? But it used to be like, dude, you think you've played that game a lot? I have 100 hours in Minecraft. And they're like, no way you have 100 hours, dude. You know life. It's like, I do. I've got 100 hours. And nowadays, if you ever said like, yeah, dude, I have 400 hours in Minecraft, everyone would look at you and be like, that's it? Like, are you new to the game or what? In fact, Dead by Daylight is one of those games where they're like 1,000 hours means you're like kind of a mid-intermediate player. It's like 1,000 hours is like the baseline for like you have some experience. Really. So I think that is one thing. And so it causes people to play way more, and then they get burnt out more, and they like the value of an hour has gone down, where it used to be like, oh, this game gave me a 6-hour playthrough. It was amazing. I'm so glad I played that. And now it's like, this game gave me a 600-hour playthrough. I kind of feel ripped off. It's like, no. Sorry, I realize that might sound like that. Jolt's playing 1,000 hours in the first month was fine. It was then the fact that he, like, went on about the rest of it. As where with other people, it's like, bro, you burnt yourself out on those hours. But I get why he would, because he obviously has to for his job. I guess you could argue that maybe he didn't want to play those full 1,000 hours, but it really seemed like up until, like, the end there, he was really just wanting to play it. And then at, like, Jacob's Rafa is when he was like, yeah, no, I'm done. But the fact that with Borderlands 2, it was like playthrough video, playthrough video, playthrough video for years, and then it wasn't until like years into his career that he was like, I'm gonna do, you know, shotgun gauge or whatever the heck you do. But with Borderlands 4, it was like 2 weeks in, challenge run. And then I saw other people. Borderlands 4 felt the most content creator oriented of all of them. Obviously because content creators got it early, but also for the fact that I saw a lot of creators where their first playthrough was a challenge run. I think, no hate or anything, but I'm pretty sure Spuddy Cube's first playthrough of the game was pet only build. I think that was literally his first ever playthrough of the game. It's like, chat, why are we... Why is our first playthrough of the game the content run where we're already having to do like challenge runs and stuff? I don't know. That would have made me enjoy it a lot less than just like, because when me and Gaz played it, it really was not content oriented at all. It was just, hey, let's play the new game that came out, and it was so much fun. It was literally, I'll say it again, this was probably my like second favorite ever first playthrough of a game, of a Borderlands game. Sorry, with Wonderlands being probably number one. This was probably my second favorite first playthrough I've done for a Borderlands game. It was so enjoyable. And so it was weird seeing so many other people be like, man, I'm tired. This game's nothing, bro. Like, because you just played it for content. You didn't play it because you wanted to have fun on it. And then it didn't help that they gave creators 2 weeks to play it for free, like, before anyone else could. That was really, honestly, a giant mistake in my opinion. It ruined a lot of the hype for the game. And I don't know, it was just lame. Like, even if I would have gone to play it early, I would have thought it was lame that they did that. So it's not just like, man, Joe's got to play, but I didn't. That's just, it's lame. And then it hurts. All that does is hurt small content creators too, because it's like, well, if anyone else wanted to try and compete with like build guides or whatnot, well, these guys already have been playing for months, so you can't compete. You should have, or not for months, for weeks. It's like, well, there's nothing you can do because they've already gotten every legendary before you've even seen the game. And then on top of that, it's like, how many of you grew up watching Jolts, right? I've been watching him for 13 years. I would have loved to have been able to see like Jolts' reaction to X in Borderlands 4, Jolts' reaction to X and Y in Borderlands 4, Jolts' reaction to Z in Borderlands 4. But instead, we don't get that at all. And it's just like he might have recorded his first playthrough, but it's not him with chat. It's just him doing it. I don't know. I just think it would have been way cooler. So I think that was a big mistake, honestly. And it kind of killed a lot of the hype around the game. Because then it wasn't like people going in, oh my gosh, this is so epic, I'm playing the new game. And instead it was like, yeah, I played the game. You know, here's my thoughts on the game after a couple weeks of playing the game. So there was no grace period for like, because with all the games, there's a good like few weeks before anyone says anything bad about the game, but they already had those weeks to decide if they thought there was anything bad about the game. You guys know what I'm saying? Scorching hot take is that I really like Chaos Chambers. I like them. I don't like 100 of them. Which it's only like 40, I think, if thanks to the fact that it skips ahead. Still, it's the amount, but I like Chaos Chambers. And also the fact that when you do the PLCs, you unlock that content in Chaos Chambers, but not the Chaos Chambers spent leveling up. So you pretty much just do the same like 10 chambers infinity times, and I did not like that either. Is that a bubble? YouTube person? They have a name? No, they don't. It's YouTube person. Guess what, buddy? You're a shill. GG. Just like me. We're all shills. And then, oh my gosh, if you dare get paid by this game, you are a absolute shill, and everyone hates you. Bruh. YouTube chatters are subhuman, says the only YouTube chatter. All right. Bro's self-sabotaging right now. Oh, I left the bubble. My bad, bro. My bad, bro.
Hey, I actually like this one.
Oh, I just realized you're talking about that YouTube person. I agree. That was Adam. That was shout out Adam. Watch Schultz back when he was speed killing Invincibles would have been sick. Yeah, yeah, but just unfortunate that they were like, skip ahead. Yeah, the whole community discovering was just gone, and it was like day one, Moxie's got 8,000 builds out, and it's just like, I don't know. It felt very content creator focused, and not in a good way. Not even content creator focused. It felt content focused. It felt like, hey, let's make sure that people are able to make as many videos as they want. And then I really thought I was going to make content for this game, but it's just not the type of game I want to make content for. It's the type of game I want to play, but not make content for. It's sort of the reverse. I could have teleported. It's sort of the reverse of the whole, like, oh, this game's fun to play, but not fun to watch, or fun to watch, but not fun to play. This game is fun to play, but not fun to make content for, in my opinion. And we could do Legend of the Stone Demon if we want. And, there we go. It's like, assuming that I was going to go through with that, I'm 2 weeks behind. Me as like a smaller YouTuber than someone like Jolts or K6, I am 2 weeks behind in being able to make content over that.
Maybe not more, but wounded, certainly.
DL4 hide and seek would be good. You know, sometimes I get comments of like, dude, when's the new hide and seek video? And I'm like, I'm not Cashew. But thank you for equating me to an Australian. I really appreciate that, bro.
We believe he has
Fate worse than death, Chad.
He called her his test subject. No one knows these mountains like you. Where
I love
could he
getting
hide?
80 FPS, but it's like the choppiest frames of my life. Okay, Chad, I think we will swap here in a second to DS3, unless everyone's about to leave.
Place at what he calls the black site.
I'm just like unironically having fun, but I also want to get started on my DS3 playthrough. So we got to make them both happy. I'm thinking that I'll start weaving in variety on Saturdays and Thursdays.
Sending you a location.
What do you guys think about that?
Perfect. I'll meet you there.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. It's like at the same time, sometimes it doesn't matter if they get content early because it'll be like, you know, here's kind of like poorly put together build guide. Like, okay. No offense to Jolts. I love the guy. Do you guys remember that one stream when I was talking about Jolts and what I was like so like supportive too? I was like, man, like Jolts could do so much. People love watching him play other games. I really wish that he would do that because more people would watch him than he thinks, and I wish he would branch out more because he has the ability to do that. He has the talent to do that. He has the following to do that. And some dude was like, "You talk about Jolts too much, bro." I was like, I'm literally complimenting, and in that same thing, I insulted myself for like my horrible like upload schedule and stuff. And I was like, yeah, he could do so much. So it's sad that he doesn't do more because he has the potential to do more. But I was like, you talk about Joe too much. But I was gonna say, it's like, even though I may have not had a head start, you look at like when Jolts did the Nirvana guide and on BL2 and was like, yeah, it actually increases your accuracy when you're firing. But it's because he was using Salvador with like steady as she goes, and it's like, okay, hold on. There might still be a place for me. There might still be a place. There's always some way to innovate on YouTube is the thing, so it just felt very doomer when it was coming out because I was like, dude, what the frick do I even do, man? Like, because everyone's going to have everything done. And yet at the same time, I was like, well, I know people aren't going to do X and people aren't going to do Y, or I can innovate on the way that they're doing it. Like, I think Spow was doing it where he was doing weapon guides, but he's doing them as shorts. And so it made it different, you know?
There would not be much of you left.
I like how with Hurt, Trent Reznor thought that Johnny Cash did such a good job. He was like, bro, it's your song now. Like, my bad. It's your song. So good job, JC. Johnny Cash, that is. I guess that abbreviation could be someone else.
What the hell is that?
This is like my first ever memory with this game because they showed it off at one of the PAXs or something. And they go through this area and it was like, that's so fucking sick, dude. I even made a YouTube short.
Also heard that creak scream, yes?
I don't watch build videos as much because discovering builds on your own is something only Borderlands can do. Yes. And I don't either, so
I shudder to think what he's
It's it always kind of takes the fun out when I see like build guide. Hello, Chad. DS3 was your first Dark Souls. Now the question is, did you play the others and did it continue to be your favorite? What I've kind of noticed is a lot of times when someone starts with DS3, it becomes their favorite and then they go back to the others and it's kind of hard to get into DS1 and 2. They feel clunky. I wouldn't call them clunky, but they feel kind of clunky in comparison. And a lot of people end up being like, oh, DS3 and Elden Ring are better. As where the reverse doesn't really happen as much. I feel like when someone starts with DS1, it means that they can keep upgrading, right? And it feels fine because the games just start feeling a little smoother and smoother, and it's not going from something smooth to clunky, it's going from clunky to smooth. Musical cuckoldry. Okay. Anyway, and a lot of DS1 players, a lot of them will end up loving DS1, or they'll love DS2, or they'll love DS3, or they'll love Elden Ring and whatnot, and I feel like it's easier to upgrade. I think your format of slow and very personal build guides are in the same tier as Moxie's army of build guides. They provide the same tier of content in different ways. Well, thank you. Thank you. The only reason I don't like making build guides is because I feel like I'm going to miss something, you know? And I don't want to be like a noob. All right, ping Moonblade. I'm pinging Moonblade. Where are they at? Let me do general at Moonblade. Because they specifically said they weren't going to be here until I played Dark Souls 3. Here's what I'll do. I'll just change the YouTube title later. I'll just change the VOD title. And how do I change it on Twitch? Edit stream info. Do I just do it here? Title. Starting our DS3 playthrough. Oh, wait. I gotta... Hold on. I gotta do one thing. Totally forgot. All my character saves are maxed out, so I'm just gonna go into my saves and move that save. So then I can get new saves. Starting out our DS3 playthrough. Day 1. I don't know. How is this gonna work on Twitch's end? What will it show this whole VOD as? Should I like split the VOD? Is that like a thing? You guys know what I'm saying? I don't know. Okay, Dark Souls 3. Now I'm gonna make a new folder in here. It's gonna be called Backup Saves. And then I'm going to open a second version of this. Oh boy. Does anyone know how that works? Like, if I were to change the VOD title and game, what would happen? Scroll up to see the Sporkinator. Okay, hold on. I assume that's in Discord. Wait, was that in general chat too? No. Chat, someone said that they raised the PlayStation to 900 pounds. Dude, that's so heavy, man. Like, is that not incredibly heavy? Pets? If this isn't the pets chat, bro. No, it's not.
Where's the Sporkinator?
I have no idea. GG. Play DS1, it's great, but I can't get myself to play DS2 for the life of you, and I beat the rest of the Soulsborne aside from Bloodborne. Hey, DS2, it's rough around the edges, but boy, if you can get into it, absolute peak experience of all time. Okay, so put that into the backup saves folder, then start the game, and it should start new saves. DSi. What about the Nintendo 3DS? Yeah, Blue Uniques, I don't know why people don't want them. They're like, well, it's a lower rarity, so it should be better. It's like, why? It's in general? You are lying to me. You are lying. The Sporkinator. In general, the Spork. Yeah, you lied. What the? Oh, it's because there's a tiny little picture. What is this 1p resolution? Wait, it's a bottle opener too? Okay, hold on. Hold on. That's how you, if you ever need to make a product, just throw, Oh, I'm having to sign a contract. Chat, oh my gosh. The Dark Souls 3 terms of service. Dude, it's spyware. Chat, this is literally just spyware, no? Dark Souls 3, audio, Dark Souls 3. It's very loud, by the way. I'll turn it down here in a second. Couldn't get past the Demon of Song. The Demon of Dawn? I love DS2 so much, chat. I'm telling you, every time I play the other Souls games, I'm like, man, I wish I was playing DS2, though. And every time... Let me turn this down. Every time that I play DS1, I'm like, man, this is the best Souls game they've ever made. Every time I play DS2, I'm like, man, this is the best Souls game they ever made. Every time I play DS3, I'm like, it's pretty good. Chat, can I run this at max settings? Wait, how much you want to bet it turned on motion blur automatically, by the way? Yep. I knew it. I knew it. Every game does that. Every time I load up BL3, it puts motion blur on, like, ultra settings or whatever. Dude, frickin' spyware. All right, what is the build, chat? What is the build? What is our Dark Souls 3 build? Now, please say shield only, because I will happily do shield only. Yes. But if that's not what you want, then, like, let me know. I remember getting this the first day that it released. I died to the Titanite Lizard in the beginning, like, 8 times. Got stuck on Udex Gundyr, rage quit, and then I was like, dude, they freaking ruined the Souls games, bro. It's so bad. Faith maxing, listen, we missed our games to play Miracle Build. This game will make Miracle Build look so bad. Now, chat, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. Okay. Hear me out, hear me out. The Cestus or Vort's Great Hammer? I mean, hear me out on that. Hear me out. Also, for the name, we'll do... You know what? Because of all the gifted subs, we'll do Angel Fuego. Because Angel Days and Nameless Fuego were so generous today. And both gave 25 subs, which is insane. Or did he give... Yes. Yes, that was 25 and 25. Stick only or big stick? Does Vort's Great Hammer count as big stick? Oh, let me change the title. How do I category Dark Souls 3? Dang, 3.4k viewers? Okay. And then can I change the title on YouTube as well? How does that work? Playing more cash and completing full playthrough, day 2 kind of. Playing more cash. I'll change the title to Playing More Cash and starting Dark Souls 3. Save. So now that should change that, and then I won't get the Dark Borderlands DLC looks pretty weird. Yeah, I get it, guys. You're real funny. You're really funny. Everyone loves you. Your parents love you. True. Probably. What's the freaking build, man? Great sword, big stick. Shield only. I mean, we could do shield only, though. We could do shield only. It'd be kind of fire. I love using great shields in this game. I don't know. Maybe we just do quality build, I guess. See, because none of the... I'll take the fire gem. I feel like none of the... I don't know, the magics are good. They're like decent, but it takes so long for them to lock in. Pyromancy, I feel, locks in a little earlier. Sorcerer is just bad. The only sorcery to really use is Hush, or whatever they call it in this one. The one that this guy starts with, because the fall damage negation is like kind of crazy. Could do a bleed build. Welcome back, Evergrim.
Finally decided to switch to a good game, you shill.
Strength build exists, Dex build exists, Sellsword Twin Blades exist. Moonblade, what do we do? Like, low-key, I'm like, hold on. Vort's Great Hammer is, like, my favorite weapon in the game. We could get the Cestus. It's early. It's great. Or we do shield only, you know? Or we could go for one of the spells. But I guess we'll change up the face a little bit. I look like a wood elf. Erythilian. This is an Erythilian. Will be this guy. Built like a twig. Bro is... That's standard? Oh my gosh. Body standards for men have gone up, man. What the frick? Dude, and that's what the problem with society, okay? This is the ideal male body. Crazy. Gender? Sure, we'll be female gender. We'll be middle-aged. No, we'll pass on that. But we're gonna be strong. We're a strong, independent woman. Let's add some hair, though. Let's change the hair. See, this game had good hair options. I'm not gonna lie. Let's change the color, though. Although, yeah, because in this game you can get a little crazy with it. I don't know. We'll have freaking red hair. I don't know. Oh, not what I meant to do. So we're going through a midlife crisis. That's kind of like the lore here. We've painted our hair red. Not even dyed it. We painted it red. We're mid 45, 46, something like that. You know how it goes. Guess, I don't know, some standard. We'd use the Dark Souls 2 pigtails. Alright, we're Dark Souls 2, chat. What build are we doing, bro? Is anyone gonna tell me how to play the game? Yeah, chat, my Joker that I looked up on Elden Ring is so fire. I do, like a, sort of like a fat Joker cosplay. Let me see if I can find the picture while I'm told what build to do. I know that all of you have already told me what build to do, but, you know. Chat, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna pull this up. Drop it in the comment section what you guys think of this. I guess I can just show on disc. Like low-key, wait, hold on. Like this could low-key be your guys' background, like your wallpaper. Let's see. Move that up. Yep, up. Hello? Hello? Window? Window to capture? Why are you not capturing window? Alright, well I guess you guys don't... Why did it go in there, man? OBS sometimes is so goofy. There we go. Wait, chat. Hold on. Is this fire? Wait, is this fire, chat? What the frick? Wait, I think it might be. Hold on. That's me, IRL, by the way. What do we think? Welcome to the Elden Ring. Welcome in, Chip. Hi. How you doing? Shield Faith, do great shield. Wait, do they have the twin doors in this game? Dude, it's the choker. Is that epic or what? All right, we're gonna do shield. I don't know. But then what if I complain about it midway through and I'm like, dude, why the frick did we pick shield only? Now, hear me out. What if we just do a quality build? What if we do a strength build that focuses primarily on the shield, but then if I get to the Cestus, I can use the Cestus as well? Why so maidenless? You see, Ashen One, bad things start happening when you don't follow the rules. I guess you could say things don't end up so funny. Okay, we're gonna do a strength build. That will be we'll use the shields, but also like if we happen upon the Cestus or the Vortex Great Hammer, I mean we'll use them, you know. We won't say no. We won't say no to a free Vortex Great Hammer. You know what I'm saying? Just bonk, low bro. Shut up. Okay, fine. We'll do a strength build since I'm getting begged. I guess we'll do a strength build. The frick. I hydrated just in time, Toasty. I was ahead of you. Can I put that picture in the corner the whole time? Yeah, I'll just put it small. Whatever, no, thank you so much for the follow. Something like that should be good. Does that work for you? Oh. Well, makes it kind of hard to see the game, huh? Here. Like that. Bearer of the mist, your ashen is the one. You are the one. All right, we got Warcry. I don't know how much of a damage increase that is. Chat, this UI. Nostalgia. I'm just so nostalgic for this. Jump attack, that's not Elden Ring. Is this game easy AF? What the frick? Dude, this game, he just got one shot, bro. What, am I using a spread launcher right now? I feel like the game's still up. Dude, am I using a freaking spread launcher right about now? What the frick? What the H, dude? How the H are we gonna fix this S? How many burritos have you ever eaten? I think 3. I'm pretty sure count 3. Based off like the typical definition. You're done for Shilton Fist, bro. You're freaking done with it. No, you want another? Okay. Well, we're almost out. Chad, I need my haircut. It's like physically giving me like stimulation that I don't enjoy. Your mom's giving me physical stimulation. You know who else gives your mom physical stimulation? Oh my gosh, this character's broken. What the frick? Alright. I don't know what it is. Something about this game looks weird. Looks kind of Vaseline-y. We should be able to stagger break him very soon. You know, going back to this game after Elden Ring is like, hold on. Maybe this game didn't have as many just like random throw them out attacks as I thought. Maybe it's like significantly less than Elden Ring. HE double hockey sticks, lowbrow. If you don't know what that means, look it up. Me looking for the definition of hell in the dictionary and then telling the teacher, teach, I found a curse word. Sushi burrito? Sushi in an oblong format. Whatever, no. How are you not following me, by the way? Hold on. Like, I appreciate that you followed me, but like... Really, bruh? Dude, this movement is like almost too snappy. It feels like wrong a little bit, especially from DS2. Like, this doesn't feel right, man. Should I take down the Joker? Hold on. Dad, I think we're finally gonna take him down. Dude, this game's for freaking babies, dude. They gave me a gesture just for sin at the freaking bonfire. Dude, it's a freaking horrible game. DS2's better. Okay, but I won't lie though, chat. On subsequent playthroughs, this game can be a little rough, but it is a pretty fun game. I won't lie. It is pretty fun. I guess they were doing something here. Let's get the firebombs.
Chat, if you ain't getting the firebombs, you ain't playing the game right.
I will say, this game created the worst thing of all time. They decided to swap to FP instead of attunement slots. Big mistake. Big, big mistake. Did this game just straight up take out durability? Like, durability doesn't exist? Yeah. Also, in this game, spells all suck. And on top of that, I totally forgot. 90% of weapons, like the battle axe in the other games, I think scales with strength decently? I think it scales pretty decently. But in this game, it's like D in both. D for D's nuts. And then you've got a limited amount of like raw stones, sharp blade stones and whatnot. We might be the parry king on this guy. Hold on. See, but I've got 4k souls, so like I can't lose him. I also should have used my war cry. It was the Joker impression. Well, thank you, whatever, Doe. I appreciate that. Wait, you guys, this is Irish Joker, okay? Oh, I'm so good at the video game. That's not what he says. That's what Irish Joker says.
Oh boy, I'm so good at the video game.
He goes,
You don't know how I got these scars. My father was a drinker, as we all are. And he was a fiend. One night, he was having a pint and... Oh, you know, one thing led to another and... Started wailing at me mother, but... It's a repressed memory after all.
Can you parry? You can parry him while he's in this phase. Dude, I just could not wrap my head around this fight on my first playthrough. I was like, this is bull. This game freaking sucks, dude. I hate Dark Souls now. It went downhill after DS1. Firebomb or like fireball. Got him. My school read To Kill a Mockingbird out loud together, and one of my class were just freaking I can't speak. Hydrate? Yeah, you're permanently banned. I was like, why can't I level up at the bonfire? Because that's not in this game, chat. Hello, go to Crow. Hello, Lotagilius. Chad, if you were a fish, what would you be? I'd be a bluegill. No, I've not played Marathon. One of my friends has. He's played a ton of it. And I could have gotten a free copy because one of my coworkers... actually... No, he said it's fine if I say. One of my coworkers, like, play tested that game. Like he worked for them. And so that's pretty cool. We could get the Uchikatana. It's known to be a pretty good strength weapon. A TX would be a minnow. I bet you eat rice with a frickin' spoon, buddy. Go back to your echo chamber. Rendering shaders so your entire computer freezes. I love that too, actually. Notice, chat, BO4, you spend the whole time rendering shaders. This game, no time spent. Is this peak? In comparison to DS2, maybe not. Chat, Emerald Herald or this girl? I don't even know what her name is, but I kind of prefer. They have the Emerald Herald in Night Rain. Okay, so we're doing a strength build, as was told by people, but then I also would like some health. And then, yeah, I should probably get more dexterity, just so I can actually use all the weapons. The Gucci Katana. Fire, bro. Yo, chat, who wants to summon me? Do I have any homeward bones? They only give you one in this game? Oh, my stingy, bro. Oh my gosh! Wait! Is this the blacksmith? From Dark Souls? Wait, watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this. I just remembered, I got like a repressed memory of this. You always purchase a homeward bone. Well, I already have one. And then a prism stone. And then, where do you get the black fire bombs? I thought you'd buy black fire bombs right there. Maybe not this early. All right, let's go do the Firelink shenanigans. Starting gear? No, I thought there was another way. There's another way. Wait. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. You can just cheese this guy too. Watch this. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Dark Souls 3. I'm very good at killing enemies very well. Oh my... He found the power of flight. Watch this. I'm gonna parry this noob. And get PvP'd on, little kid. Little bro. Let's just roll through him. Like it's nothing. I'm just gonna get him off the cliff because he always frightens me. I used the Uchikatana on my first playthrough before I knew, like, knowing is good, and I remember my friends were like, "Ew, dude! What the frick? You're a Dex user, bro! That's meta!" I was like, how am I supposed to know that? Oh, right. You know what the worst part of this game is? Save quitting while falling is almost impossible for me because my muscle memory is not on this game. My muscle memory is on DS1. And to a lesser extent, DS2. Not a pickups before Gundyr. I could have sworn that you could have bought them. My literature class was reading that. The teacher actively encouraged it. Your teacher wasn't even like, yeah, you know, if you guys want to say it, like, you can. It was like, you should. See, I will say, in this game, I wish that fast roll and mid roll were different. I wish that there was more of a difference. Like, I truly wish they were to return to DS1, where it's like fast roll versus mid roll is night and day by itself. But I will say, I appreciate that in this game, the difference between fast roll and medium roll is very significant in terms of distance. But that's about it, because we can roll pretty much off the cliff. But if we add on all of our armor again, we make it pretty much the same distance, bro. I freaking lied to you right now. What the heck? I guess you just rolled really far in this game. You are definitely significantly further with light roll, but so I at least appreciate that. Like, I like what DS2 went for, but I don't think it worked super well. But I get it though. Hello, 7 Chakras, welcome. So good to see you. Alright, let's see if I can first try it. Let's see if we can second try it. Second try! Third try. Hold on. You gotta get the angle better. I don't remember. Did you just do it? Fourth try. Wait. Fifth try. Oh, hold on. Take off the armor. That does make a difference, little bro.
Believe me, I've done it with the armor, okay? You just don't know what you're talking about.
It's because this game is too freaking sensitive, dude. I'm like moving left and right. I'm so used to DS2 where the game doesn't let you choose where to move. I'm not taking off the armor. Shut up. Moonblade does not know ball. It's so crazy, man. It's actually so crazy. I'm not even kidding you. It's too responsive and fast and like precise because I'm playing DS3. Farm counter for the jump. First 18th try. Watch this. Baker's dozen. Got it. See? That's what I'm saying, Crow. In DS2, if I'm doing this, it's not doing this, you know? I'm not full sprint the whole time going back and forth. Wait, like, there's a little bit of, like, grittiness almost. It's, like, almost too smooth on my analog stick. Oh, my gosh. It's because I lubricated my frickin' analog stick. Your mom lubricated my analog stick. Hey, chat. What'd the chicken jockey say to LeBron James? What did the chicken jockey say to LeBron James? Said 6'7". What did I... Oh, right. I remember. There is a penalty to empty armor slots, yes. There's a significant penalty, so armor... It's weird because I always hated this game because I was like, the freaking armor sucks. And then I grew up and realized, wait, actually armor is significantly better in this game and more useful than DS2. So, however, Fashion Souls, it doesn't even compare, man. It doesn't even compare. You can leave a large Titanite and the large Titanite turns into something of use and value. Also, Homeward Bone is call over. Chat, I once catcalled someone so hard in this freaking game. They invaded me and my friend. So we used a Seed of the Giants, which turns all of the enemies... it makes all the enemies aggro invaders, and we just spammed the cat call emote as we watched him get pummeled by the Knights Before Osiris. Thank you for the hydrate, bro. We've got that last little bit.
Bleepo, welcome. So good to see you.
Took more attempts to make that jump than to get my class mod. True, and it took longer too. Chat, I just freaking spilled. I know, COVID. It's a bummer, but I do like DS3, but the thing is, every time I play DS1, I'm like, man, this might be the best Souls game ever. Every time I play DS2, I'm like, man, this might be the best Souls game ever. Every time I play DS3, I'm like, man, DS1 or 2 might be the best Souls game ever. All right, you guys like how I immediately have to become disconnected from the world and teleport far, far away? We'll get the Dark Battle Axe, I guess, which will be fire. And we now have the Silver Serpent Ring, which I think is 20% more souls in this game. So that's good at least. Go get some more water. Go grow up. How about that? Go grow up. Also, do we even need Ashen Estus? Yes, if we're using the Cestus. Hold on. DS1 best Souls game ever? True. But, I mean, there's an argument for DS2. Hold on. Hear me out. We'll keep one Estus, I guess. Chat, attunement slots and attunement casts, or FP? You know, Batty Boy, I just really... Oh, hold on. I gotta put the picture up. You know, Batty Boy, I just... really think that FP was a bit of a mistake. I thought that the attunement casts were a lot more unique of a concept. Now I have to get water? Alright, freaking grow up. Alright, well, I'll be right back. Let me go get water. Because I'm being forced to against my will. I'll be right back. What build? We're doing strength. Maybe a great shield? I don't know. Something like that. What do I think of Bloodborne? I've never played it, actually. Chat, I had to go pee. Sorry, I had to go up and down the hill to get the pail of water. I had to go pee, so. Chat, is this game peak? Welcome back. I sense a bonfire nearby. Link, there's a bonfire nearby. Go up and press A to light it, then press A again to rest. Be warned, this will respawn all of the enemies in the area. So weigh out your odds. Call me if you need any more help. Haha. Bonfire lit. Link, there's a tough enemy up ahead. You may want to go the other direction, but if you think you can take on the extra challenge, then go ahead. I always hated dogs. I was more of a cat person. Link, there's a tough enemy up ahead. I always hated dogs. I was more of a cat person. Link, there's a tough enemy up ahead. Be careful, as he may kill you. Feel free to call me if you need me. I will say, one thing about this game, all the animations and stuff do feel very visceral. I feel like I'm tossing this guy around, bro. Elden Ring guide. So, you're gonna want to come up these staircases. Easy bot here. That enemy's way too tough for you. Oh! You're horrible, buddy! Easy bot here. That was impressive, but it was beginner's luck. I know you're not that good at the game. Call me if you need any more help. What the frick is going on right now? Why am I seeing the chat get, like, red? What is this prediction? Is this Vort? Dude, if I die to Vort, his hammer attack is 1 frame of damage. Okay? Beta male Dark Souls 1 be like, here's 1 frame of damage. And then Alpha Sigma DS2 is like, here's 832 frames of damage. Honestly, this is the Deathless Trunk the whole way through. Imagine if I had fire on my blade. Nah, GG. He drops a Titanite shard. I normally have a firebomb for this part, but I wasted more than I should have on Vort. Not Vort. Udex Gundyr. See, I always hated this guy because it's like so hard to dodge his attacks or tell when he's attacking, and this guy is literally just elded him. And yet, I'm doing it. I've grown up, I guess. I've matured. Wow, you're pretty grown up for your age, Ashen One. Dude, you know what's crazy? I saw this video, not this video, I saw this YouTube comment, right? In Dark Souls 1, you get humanities. And then in Dark Souls 2, they're dried up and they're effigies made of wood. And then in this game, they're kindling. That's deep, bro. How much to level up? Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Although we actually need a little bit more. Evergrim, calm down. Some DS players say it's boring, but I absolutely love the Exile Great Sword for the strength build. Which one is the Exile? Is that the one that gets you FP on hit? I sense an item nearby. I wonder what this is. Link, you got a soul item. Think of it as virtual currency. You can use it at any time, but be careful if you get down. Ah, that feels better. Yeah, low-key, this is the ulcerated tree spirit. Did you get the DLCs? COVID, I played this game many times, okay? I own the DLCs, okay? This ain't my first rodeo. It is. It's my first ever rodeo, actually. No, I do have the DLCs. I've played this game a lot. And I won't lie, I don't know how we're going to beat Sister Freya, because I think that's my arch nemesis. Like, for me, that has to be the hardest boss in the entirety of this game. Leto's Great Hammer. I don't remember Leto's. 2 guys right before Fairion's Swamp. Oh. Is it the Kirby one? The one that sends you to the frigid outskirts? That's the one. I sense the frigid outskirts nearby. Link, you're approaching the frigid outskirts. Just don't... The boss isn't worth it, Link. It's honestly just not worth it, bro. Just don't go there. Cordelia's rage quit, so... Oh, really? Dark Souls 2 has ambushes? That guy was doing a running attack before I made it up the stairs, chat. He's lucky I knew. He's lucky I knew. Oh. You guys know that video of the guy near the Flynn's ring and he falls off a 1-foot ledge and just falls to his death? I think about that often.
Ah, dude, what the frick? With the H, man.
Okay, but we could get the Claymore too. I mean, we're just doing a strength build, so like we'll just use whatever we get. What is the optimal way to navigate through the fire and the flames, by the way? Wait, this is just like Dark Souls 1. Like the Hellkite, right? Dark Souls 1, Hellkite, right? You know, from Borderlands 1? I mean, Dark Souls 1. If you know, reference. That's literally this entire game. This entire game is, hey, you know Dark Souls? Hey. Dark Souls? Wait. Wait. Dark Souls? You know Dark Souls? Alright, I know you can roll through the first attack, and if you can roll through the first flame... Oh, dude, it's easy, man. Look at that, barely even taking damage. Dude, this game's so peak, man. I think I've actually killed that dragon one time in my life, and I don't even remember how. There's like a way to like do it, or do you literally just shoot him with a bow? This guy's a chump. Oh, I did not roll through that, my bad. Chat, we got no Estus, Crestus Flask, and now we gotta fight the Mimic. Shoot the dragon with a lot of arrows. Okay. Yeah, that sounds pretty optimal. And time efficient as well. Is that the speedrun strat?
Ah. Ah. Oh boy. Oh brother. Oh great heavens.
Oh frick. Maybe I do gotta take off my armor, dude. I'm not good enough. What if we just shot him with an arrow?
You know that doesn't take strength, right?
It does, actually. It does. Oh. I don't have enough dexterity.
Well.
I don't want to die here. I'd look really bad at the game. You guys would never let it down.
Like, remember that time you died to the Mimic?
Shut up, dude. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of them, Croat. I kind of preferred when there was like a very small selection of weapons where it was like, wait, I got a super powered move, but I have to... I gotta load up the death counter, but I changed the death counter to not be the death counter for Borderlands, and now the death counter's changed. Yeah, the bow, IRL bow 6 strength. That's where I was going with that, and then I just forgot, so... Wait, can't you just lure the Mimic into the fire? Is that real? That's real, right? Come on, man. This is crazy strat. I'm so smart. Okay, we're at 1 death. And it was kind of on purpose, if you think about it. So. Dude, get up here, you freak. Wait, you're horrible? Wait, you're the worst Mimic I've ever seen. That actually wasn't extremely effective. But if I just keep luring him through. But later, when we get that, like... When we get the, like, Taurus Demon versus Mimic fight, down on the way to Smoldering Keep, or whatever the heck they call it. Ooh, that's gonna be so fire, bro. Alright, we actually want that. And I think I have the requirements for it. Yeah, it pretty much just loses its scaling, but it increases the damage by 30. Granted, it's now split damage, but more is weak. So... You should fight on here, too, right? Or am I wrong? I know, that was kind of crazy. 1 death so far. Bless me. Just 1 death so far. And it was right there to the Kung Fu kick. This is now a 2 life, chat. Can we beat this? Too late. Golem versus Mimic fight, where you fight Ancient Dragon at Destruction? Yeah, that one. The one where you critical ascension the Mimics. I love that one. Wait, I'm too used to the Dark Souls 2 parry? I'm too used to the Dark Souls 2 parry, so I'm not even... So I'm just too good, then? Thank you for the Gesundheit. Thank you for the blessings. What's your total playtime across the Dark Souls trilogy? I don't know for a fact, because a lot of the time is on console. I would be willing to say about 2,100 hours or so. I think I have about 700 in each of the main 3. And then, like, between Elden Ring and Night Rain, like 2 or 250, something like that. And then a very small amount of time in Demon Souls. Oh, and then Sekiro. Or Sekiro, which I have another 120, maybe? Chat, should we play Sekiro on this? I know that Croat would hate me because it's not a Soulsborne, even though it's made by From Software and follows many of the concepts from the other Souls games. I don't like about parrying in this game that so often you get that like, oh, I parried him, but I still took damage. Parrying is, in fact, not a one life save strat in this game, unfortunately. Wait, is this like Dark Souls 2? Wow, they really got hit by that. Don't we get like the male breaker here? Where's the female breaker? Kind of bigoted. Oh, what? Because men are better, so there's only a male breaker, not a female breaker? I think we can all agree that that's true. I didn't even get the key because you gotta get the freaking key. Stupid freaking game. I hate this game. Do Liza P and then Sekiro? Why would I go from the worst game of all time to the best game of all time? Can you answer that for me? Total playtime across all Souls on PC is equal to my entire playtime on BL2. Ooh, bro only has 900 hours. So... so I'm never listening to your opinion again. Unless it says DS2 is the best, which is most of the time your opinion, so... Okay, I'll listen. We still have a firebomb, which is nice. But let's get this lizard first. Yes. Hello, little lizard. A reptile. A lizard. Did I pick up his loot? What the heck? He didn't even die. Just say. Okay, in DS1, the Twinkling Titanite little dudes were kind of peak. And then in DS2, they ruined them, but then they kind of brought them back here. Now they're kind of peak again. I'm like, hold on, let me kill the lizard, okay. Watch it. Ooh, nuke! Too easy. True. We get Liza Peak going. That way I'll be able to appreciate Sekiro that much more, you know? There's the black fire bombs that I normally trade. And then I think those trade... Could be wrong. It's been a while. I think they trade for a large Titanite, though. Noob. Okay. Oh, Dark Souls 2 has too many ambushes. Dark Souls 3 in question. What the frick? Wait, are they hating on you? Phew. Tough, bro. Yeah, no, Liza P is a different game, but it's still a Souls-like. Chat, what's the opinion on the Jedi Survivor drama? Is that a Souls-like? Oh, DS2 ambushes are so stupid. Meanwhile, every ledge in all of this entire area is like, here's an enemy waiting for you. Oh, here's an item in a pot. There's an enemy behind it, by the way. And I'm not complaining about the ganks and ambushes. I'm just saying they exist. Okay. I'm just saying they exist. You can't parry a shield bash. He knew my strategy, dude. Nah, he knows. He knows too much. He knows too much, chat. Get this guy out of here. Now I'm going to be Estus-less. Okay. Okay, I see you. Do you want to know the genuine reason why I don't want to die right now? If I have 2 deaths, I feel like it's kind of necessary that I put up the death counter, but I don't want to fix my death counter right this second, so... Oh my gosh, you're the worst player I've ever seen. You're not even a player, and you're that bad. Oh, only Dark Souls 2 has ganks. What's crazy, too, is if I really wanted... Wait, broken weapon? If I really wanted, I could run through this area and get footage that looks like DS2 type gank. Because it's just about running through the area and not killing anything. That's how you make it look like you're in a big ambush area. This is not the straight sword. This is the straight sword. I knew that. But that take faith.
Ye have little faith. Ye have a little member. It's okay. It's actually pretty big. Ye's member is actually quite huge, actually. Based off averages and standards, I mean, that's actually pretty good, dude. Wait, hold on. Like, you should feel pretty good about that. Frick, oh, frick, Morty. I'm Pickle Rick. Wait, chat. What, when, okay, when, how did I start the joke earlier? Okay, when Chicken Jockey was in a conversation with LeBron James about Pickle Rick, what did he say to... What did he say to him? He said... Oh, but that's not going to count that up. I don't know. Just keep a mental track of the deaths, and then I'll just figure out how to... Because I'm going to have to set up a new thing. So we're at 2 deaths. Someone type it in the chat, too. Ye have quite the small Estus flask for a man of your stature. Make fun of it not, for it's quite average, in fact. I don't know about you, but... Yeah, I'm average. My own personal average. And you're horrible, buddy. Oh my gosh, what was that hitbox? He didn't hit me, and he absolutely should have. And they say this game has good hitboxes. I notice in this game and Elden Ring, there are so many times where the hitboxes are like, why did that not hit me? Like, I should have gone hit there. Are you sentient? No. Hello. Hello. Star Trek kind of guy. Yep. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Pickle Rick? Chat, why am I bring that back? Hold on. Wait, why was Pickle Rick afraid of Hawk Tua? He 21? What do we think? I'm thinking about taking that one on the road. You guys think that's ready? I think my comedy career is ready to take off. Watch this parry. Alright. Watch that backstab that failed. The fail backstab. The failure backstab. The how my parents look at me type backstab. No, it's okay. My parents actually are very proud of me. So, not to flex, but... Hello, Cowboy Dano! Oh my goodness! How are you doing? My favorite teach. My favorite teach. One of my favorite teachers. I mean, I had some pretty good teachers, to teach, but... How you doing, teach? Hopefully things are good with you. Things are great over here. And delayed attack. Is this DS2, man? What the HE double hockey stick? Don't worry, I looked it up. It's a place, okay? It's not even a curse word, really. Keep your day job. You guys are... Dude, everyone is a freaking critic. Everybody thinks they know what's funny and what's not. Well, I'll tell you what's funny. Why the chicken cross? Why did the I'll tell you what's funny. Hold on. You think that's... If you think you're real funny, I'll tell you what's funny. Why when if you think you're real funny, how come when I'm sorry, guys.
I lost power, got dinner, came back, and greeted by Chicken Jockey. You love these streams? You like Chicken Jockey? Well, I'll repeat the joke. What did... Mr. Brilliant, what did Chicken Jockey say to Pickle Rick while he was in a conversation about 21 and LeBron James? He said, 6'7". Thank you for the glizzy. 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 Just 10 more glizzies needed. Just 8 more glizzies needed. Just 7 more glizzies needed. If I was in BL3, I'm actually a BL3 NPC. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I will stop with the comedy career. That's an insult that one, like, I felt that, you know, like I'm gonna be thinking about that one for a while. Bro, your jokes are like Borderlands 3. Bro, you sound like Tyrene Calypso. Oh, Chat, I like my women like I like my Pickle Rick. Move out my way. Why did the chicken strip? Because Chicken Jockey? To get to the other... Why did the chicken strip? To get to the other... profession? So for context, there's this chicken and he's kind of like mountain, like, this zombie's kind of mounting this chicken, right? And so it's like a jockey, like if you know what a jockey is, like a horse jockey, like it's sort of like that, but you gotta... Dude, I forgot about the tool belt. Hold on, I forgot about the tool belt. Wait, this game might be my favorite Soul game. And look at this. This was the best change in all of Dark Souls. Take me right to the shrine. What the dog doing? You guys know that? What the dog doing? Doom scrolling wheels. Bro, are you seriously doom reading the scrolls right now? I need 100 souls. That's 2 fading souls, chat. Little knowledge check. If you know anything about that, you know. If you know anything about that, you know I'm right. Hey, but you can move while using souls. Whew. Hold on, maybe this game is good. Chat, when does this game get good, man? Hey, what did Jack Black from the Minecraft movie? What did Jack Black say when he saw not just one chicken, but a lot of chickens, like a whole herd of chickens? What did he say? Chicken flocky. Yes. I'm an idiot. The ring this guy gets you is pretty decent. I think the only quest that's possible to, like, fail is the one for the Blue Moon lady, right? Is it Blue Moon? Heineken? Something like that. You know the girl. A smidgen. Exactly 50. Look at all those smidgens. Look, chat, how much did we gamble on the Vort gamble? Shortcut. Look at this. Shortcut ahead, chat. Yeah, I think I know Dark Souls, because check this out. Got a panic roll. So for context, there's this dog, and we don't know what the dog is doing. Oh, not to spoil the punchline, but what you might say is there's a dog, and you don't know what the dog is doing. 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 Thank you for the glizzy. Thank you for the glizzy. Just 10 more glizzies. Just 9 more glizzies. Just 8 more glizzies. Just 7 more glizzies.
Wait, that's kind of a beat. Hold on. Just 6 more glizzies. Just 5 more glizzies. Just 4 more glizzies.
Why are we using this crappy broadsword? This is the worst weapon I've ever used in my entire life. No wonder we died. What are we at? 2 deaths right now, chat?
We're at Tupac. The Lucerne. Sounds like you better tighten up that urn, huh?
See, that's how you can tell that I just love Dark Souls 3, and I'm so glad to be playing it. I already feel worn out of this frickin' game, bro.
Give me DS2. Give me DS2, please. Just give me DS2. Thank you for the glizzy. Thank you so much for the glizzy. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the glizzy.
I could honestly Uchi Bleed build. Oh, you're horrible. Parrying in this game feels so bad, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I never liked parrying in this game. It's actually worse than DS3. Or, sorry, DS2. I'm playing DS3. Isn't this guy running Blessed Weapon?
Oh my goodness.
Nope.
He just...
He just tanked right through that, man. I feel like shielded enemies in DS3 always feel so bad to fight.
Nah, got... But it...
Oh. Just speedrun this and we can go to Demon Souls? True. That's a refined... Hold on, that's actually fire. Not only does it look good, but look at those defenses. That takes me up... Actually, that's a 3% percent difference in defense. And the fashion is fire too. See, this helmet's kind of stupid, but... And then we're going to use an Ember.
Yes. Hello, Dr. Ember. It's so good.
I'm fat rolling. Let's see, that puts me at 22%. So the fashion is better, but it's actually a 1% reduction in armor. So you take some, you lose some. You take what you get, and you don't get what you get. So you're more of a DS3 hater than me. I mean, it's a fun game. I mean, it's fun. Okay. I'm vulnerable to the elements, maybe. Watch this. I think I died to Vort on my first playthrough. Can you believe that? How bad, no offense, but how bad would you have to be to die to Vort? The Great Boreal Fort. Do we ever see Boreal Valley? Is Irithyll Boreal Valley? Where is Boreal Valley, man? Like, what even is that? I think that's the attack that has literally 1 frame with his hammer. What's this? Wait, that's the music. That's the music. You guys know that one? Alright, anyone who would have voted that I died a dancer or frickin' Vort, like, I'm sorry. But you were wrong. Boreal Valley is Horse Reek Valley? That's not right. They're both just called Valley, and both are snow related, so... Alright, call that Gamba. I probably have to, but... And then immediately after beating that, they immediately take you out of the game again and unimmerse you yet again. Twitch.tv, choose prediction outcome. Bort, deathless, choose outcome. That was obvious. Now, I will say, I have a little more trouble with the Great Hall, though. Or at least I used to. Voted no, can't call it. Oh, you voted so you can't call it. Also, look at my soul gain for that. Vort gets you nothing, bro. In DS1, and especially DS2, there's like, here's 100,000 souls. Knock yourself out, bro. And then this game is like, here's $10 and a bubble gum. Like, thank you. Now the question is, do we take the free levels and go hollow, or do we keep our visuals and not go hollow, so that we can forever be a middle-aged woman in a midlife crisis? Drop it in the comment section. I forget, is there any downside to not using the thing? I know eventually after leveling up enough, he dies, the lady comes in, you can get Morn's blade, which is pretty cool. I like that blade. It's RTSR, but worse. And then... Is there any punishment for just, like, hanging out? Like, will he just, like, die on his own or something? $12 and a crisp high five? Yeah. Cola and a shawarma? Could you buy me a pop? Could you buy me a soda pop? Bro, imagine being that weak as a race that you all just, like, die out looking at the freaking castle. Oh, I can't make it. I can't make it. My legs give up. You know who else's legs gave up last night? Yeah, sorry. That species, I guess, would have been a better word to use there. Apologies. Didn't mean to sound like lowest of fibers. Man of low nutritional fiber. Chat, this game makes me kind of funny, huh? Chat, I get kind of goofy when I play this game. If the castle and the world was actually connected... Dude, no, they're so dumb. Just TP to Firelink, bro. Just TP to Firelink. Like, it's... Wait a second. Wait. Now that I'm thinking about it, I said that as a joke. How did that guy just teleport to Firelink? How did that old dead guy just TP to Firelink, chat? Man of low monosaturated fats? See, now we're coming up with good ideas. Okay. Yeah. Worst case scenario, I'd lose a level up. It's fine. Let's go to the beach. Nikki Minaj. Let's go join the cult or whatever. Was it? We hop in the cage and we meet like Jared Leto. Let's go do that first and foremost. The shield is kind of unsettling. I don't know. Something about the design of it. Chat, DS2 ganks you all the time. Meanwhile, look how many times, unironically, look how many times in this game they just will be like, yeah, there's an enemy 1 foot around this corner. The moment you turn, you're hit, buddy. All right, little thrall. You're worthless. Nobody loves you, especially not your parents. Well, how come what sprays over the wall is like a brown? Does anyone know the lore? Body video, where are you at, bro? The thrall of the land spew brown on the walls as a sign of their mating kinship. Something stupid like that. Wait, watch this. This is a little thing I invented. It's called a fire bomb. There's Loretta's bone. Now that guy's gonna be like, hey dude, that's my girlfriend. It's Bones. That's weird. She must have dropped dead or something like that. Actually, I probably shouldn't be clearing this. I'll just run past on the second go. Okay, but I need to keep one of those for thingy. Let's go over here. You know what I do like? Life hack, chat. You can... And this is why the game just, like, enforces you to panic roll, because these guys get staggered if you roll through them. They're, like, little flimsy... Like, I'm not... Like, no offense, but these guys definitely got thrown into the locker at school. So... Your mother cursed me. What are you saying right now, Croat? What the frick? Jack, can we allow that? Fairy god. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand it, Croat. I really don't. And the fact that you can just casually get away with it again. That's crazy. Oh, we got better fashion. I didn't like the Nordic helm or whatever, because it's just not fashion. Well, check this out. Ew, ew. Whoa. Hold on. And that actually gives us 2% increase to damage absorption. Just by putting that on. Yeah, the roll bumps are pretty nice. Pretty nice, I'd say. Alright, let us commence to the cage. Sorry, chat. I'll quit stimming out. I think most people have clicked off at this point, so... No, well, at that point, no more harm I can do. Not only that, there are so many enemies that you just can't know, and the healing systems are much more rigid, because in DS2 you got life gems. That's true. So the ganks don't matter in DS2, but in DS3 it's like, hey, here's 1,000 enemies and you have no poise. Like, what? Like this right here. Look at that. As soon as I do that, 2 dudes with pitchforks spawn. Quite literally the angry mob, dude.
Oh, Dark Souls 2 has so many ganks. Dark Souls 2 has too many ganks. Dark Souls 2 has too many ganks. I hate being ganked in Dark Souls 2.
And then these guys that just fall from the ceiling all the time. Oh my goodness. Bent out. It is so good to see you. Almost 1 year of lurking. Thank you for your streams. You are so welcome. Bent out. This ain't the first time seeing you around here. But, yeah, no, now that you mention it, you definitely, lurk. I very rarely see you chat. Well, thank you so much for the sub. I genuinely appreciate that so much. 11 months of subs is, it's a long time. 1 more month and we're at a year. So, I genuinely appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. And thank you for lurking. You help keep this stream afloat, okay? I'm honestly surprised after what you've heard commentary-wise for the past hour that you were like, yeah, I'll sub. Yeah, this is good enough to sub. Let's go ahead. Use it. Thank you so much, Bent Out. I do appreciate that. Oh, wait. Crow kind of got you, though. Hold on. Do you have a rebuttal to that? Take the fire bombs. Go on, take the firebomb and run. I like how this guy just, like, lets you know about the cage, and then they're like, you would never know. I remember there's videos back then. It was like, you would never know to get into this cage, dude. It's so stupid. Meanwhile, the enemy 5 feet away from the cage.
Oh, man. I remember getting into that cage. I'd recommend it.
It's like, dude, how the frick would you know, man? That's just stupid. And then the fact that he doesn't attack you and has a big cage. Chat, Johnny Cage or Nicolas Cage? That's a tough one. That's a tough one for sure. What did you miss? Oh, nothing. 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 You didn't miss anything, don't worry. Always remember DS2 has ambushes, but once you get used to it, you won't care. Exactly. DS3 also has ambushes, and it's the same situation. Although in DS3, it's kind of worse at times, so...
Yes, I am someone's grandfather. I don't remember who, because the law...
Isn't this that old, that, like... I was gonna say white girl, but, like, she's, like, she wears white. She wears white. Isn't that the white girl father? White girl grandpa? Let's go to the shrine.
Who the freak is this guy?
No, literally. No, literally. This is like a Borderlands... No, that guy's literally like a Borderlands DLC NPC. Like, who are you? You killed the tree? You killed the freaking tree. Should I get the dried finger? Okay, I don't want to spend any upgrade resources yet. I feel like this game is kind of stingy, honestly, early on with upgrade stuff. Like, it's not too bad, but I don't know. More strength. Ooh, level 21. If this was DS2, we'd be like level 61, by the way. Never seen the talking cage guy either. I don't care crap about the game. Oh, roasted. Ah, crap. I have another Estus. Another Estus shot. Hey, Bent Out. This will make you want to regret your sub. What did the chicken jockey say to LeBron James in their conversation about having 21 pickle ricks? What did he say? What did he say in his conversation? He said 6'7". Could he get a buckler?
Buckler? I hardly even know her, dog. What the?
Alright, let's go. The dragon before Vorp drops large Shrad, by the way. Wait, he drops a large Shrad?
Hey, my name's Shrad. They call me Large Shrad. Account of my biceps. Nothing else, unfortunately. In fact, I've been known as Little Shrad around the, around the girls, but I'd say above average Shrad is pretty accurate under those circumstances.
I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I'm going crazy a little bit right now, so sorry. This is what
playing BF4 will do to a man.
I need a haircut so bad. I'm like, it's giving me bad like physical stimuli. Pickle Rick or Pickle Davis? That's what he should have said when he died, because we already have Hawk Tua in the new DLC, in the BO4 DLC. So it should have been that when Pickle was frozen, he went, "I Pickle Rick," and then he freezes.
Thank you for the pickle, Rick. Thank you for the pick.
There's an item there? Hold on. Is this an Easter egg, chat? Is this the Easter egg? I will say, this game made aiming way better. You guys know that gun mod? Should I do that?
Cuckery? I got 9 cuckery? What the heck? What kind of game is this? Well, I thought this was a kid's game.
I was wondering why I was fat rolling. It's because of my longbow. Chat, me when I worship the sun god. Praise the sun!
It's a little bit of a reference. Drop it in the comment section if you know it, and if you don't, well, too bad.
I like how the covenant system in Dark Souls 1 is like, ooh, you cannot leave any covenant. And then the covenant system in Dark Souls 3 is just like, bro, I just do whatever you want. Hydrate? Okay. Yes, Crazed Earl says Hawk Tua. And I kid you not, I am dead serious right now. On my channel, that's like the only clip in the past 10 days, okay? I kind of wish I was kidding, but at the same time, I don't know. It's kind of fire. You know? It's like, I can't be too mad. They were bold. You know, they really made a statement. You know?
Soul of a brave warrior. Soul of some random guy.
Dude, chat, I'm at... How many souls would you get if you pop the soul of Jeff Bezos? And that's not for the record. In case any list makers are watching, that's not a threat in any way. It's a hypothetical. Chat, how many souls would I have? If you pop my soul, how many would I have?
Oh my gosh, Dark Souls 2 has too many ambushes.
Walks into room that busted the house down and hits with 10 enemies. Oh my gosh, Essus sucks in this game. Chat, me when my son gets good grades in school. Praise the sons. Yeah. Maybe work on the delivery. Rather have Solar than Patches. But Patches is kind of goated. I'm sorry, Chad. I feel like I'm really pushing the line today. I apologize. Here's the line, and here's where you are. You've pushed the line. You don't have poise, but don't worry, because the enemies do. I know you're worried about that. I know when we said, hey, no more poise. I know you're thinking, well, hopefully the witch has poise. And don't worry, she do. She do.
Hey, girl, do it poise, though? Hey, girl. Hey, what that poise do? What that poise do, girl?
Cat calling DS3 enemies.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey! Hey!
Dude, when I first saw the pink invader, I blew my mind. I was like, dude, breast cancer invader? That's crazy. Yeah, you do get perma-stun locked. It's very cool. But hey, DS2 has too many ganks, man. I just can't believe all the ganks in DS2. Oh my gosh. DS2? You mean the ambush game, right? Really? The lizard doesn't respawn at a bonfire? You have to save quit? Why is he parrying the air? I'm being BM'd right now.
Hey!
Man gets catcalled, sees what it's like to be a woman for a day. This is the average female experience, unfortunately, in our world. This is just always happening on the street, unfortunately. In this scenario, though, like, we're kind of reversing the power, but in this scenario, like, I'm the male. And he's the woman. Oh, crap. The good news is, any enemy that doesn't have poise, you can kind of just do this to. Oh, but then he gets hyper armor in his attacks, so I'm about to fall off the cliff. Dude, Estes sucks in this game. What the heck? I forgot about that. How much gamer subs did you have today? 800. It was Chug Juice and Goof Juice as well. My mix of Chug Juice and Goof Juice, patented, I call it Goof Juice. Dude, parry this fricker. I hardly know her. Dude! Wait, he doesn't have poise either, though. Although he does on his attacks, because he has hyper armor. Screw you, Dark Souls 3 PvP. Dark Souls 3 PvP, I don't know if you guys have ever done it, but it's literally just spamming roll and chugging. Yeah, I'm kind of shilling right now.
Chat, we shilling, bro. We shilling. Chat, we shilling.
Hodrick. Hodrick is whooping me, bro. I'ma whoop that ass. It's a reference. No way he's casting power within, man. He's chugging! What? Okay, well, I'll just have to play perfectly, I guess. This isn't real, man. What was that delayed attack by the NPC? I think... What was that, man? Hodrick the Crafted, yeah. He's insanely goated. Okay. What's the death count now? Is that 3? And he's BMing me. Is that 3 deaths or is that 4 deaths? I don't know because my death counter doesn't work. Yeah, quirky odd DS2 invading type beat. Well, I guess no Hodrick, man. I'm stun locked by Hodrick. The frick? 6 or 7 deaths? Alright. So 3. You're not representing women very well? No, because remember, I was the male and he was the female. Female popular app used for exclusively women messaging. I was the female, or he was the female and I was the male, so I was showing like, damn, women are powerful. It's like, look what women can do. Because even though I, a man, under this hypothesis, under this hypothetical, I, a man, was wailing on the woman, after catcalling, by the way, was I, the woman, which is Hodrick in this case, whooped me. Because guess what, bigot? Women are just as capable as men in an axe shield fight with a great sword. But low-key, she kind of relied on hyper armor, didn't she? Huh. Weird. Chat, you know what's really sad, though? Like, how are you hitting these? How are you hitting these? He's doing it on a recorder, too. What the frick? You know what's really crazy, though, chat? You know what's really crazy, though, chat? The... Not to get political here, but the male to female, like... I don't know. The gender poise gap is just, like... It really makes me sick. honestly. Like, why should women get 77% of the poise that men get for the same armor, by the way? And I'm getting assaulted and bullied right now. What the frick? Get out of my face. You guys ever use the scythe in this game? Ever since DS1, they ruined it. The moveset's just worse every iteration of Dark Souls. They're like, let's make the scythe worse. Oh. And then watch this, you get a free heal out of the Ember. What? I'm getting hit to the floor!
Dude, Dark Souls 3 is so peak.
Make that 4. 7 to 10 business deaths. Grow up. He's pink colored, so pink is a woman's color. Croat, really? Pink's a girl color? What is blue a male color? Is blue the men's color? Is that it? I was thinking about it. Things like Manscaped Razor, could that be considered, since it's like marketed towards men and kind of like upcharge? Low-key, I use their products, so shout out. Please sponsor me. Could that be considered the blue tax? I was thinking about that in the shower the other day. Is that blue tax?
Boys in blue tax.
Bandu, don't you have a job to be at or something? Got him. Oh, wait. You're unemployed. As am I, actually, currently. So. Yeah, DS2 hitboxes are bad, by the way. But in this game, I just get hit through the floor.
Amore.
When the moon hits your eye like a big... I'm not gonna say any of that on stream. That's amore. Hey, what did Mario say? What did Mario say when Peach in Mario when she in Mario went to Mario and gave him a mushroom, one mushroom, and if Mario wants seconds, if Mario wanted seconds, wanted more, seconds is more in America. If he wanted seconds and wanted more mushroom, what do you think that Mario, he's Italian by the way, would have said to Peach when he wanted another mushroom from Peach?
Give me amore. Give me amore a mushroom.
Wait, we just got our weapon. Hold on. Let me kill the crab real quick. Do you enjoy the crab? Let's
get our crab real quick. Hold on. Get my crab on. Oh, yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Why are you high right now? Angel Days? You know that's bad. You know that will literally kill you. With a sword. Chap. Sword violence in America has just skyrocketed over the years, unfortunately. And it feels like there's no end in sight, man. It feels like there's nothing we can do. Check this out. Cestus, meet Fist. Fist, meet Hodrick. Okay, so when I was a kid, I just thought of this. This is kind of fire. So when I was a kid, I couldn't say my R's. I had like... I had a slur. Not like clanker, but like I couldn't... I had a speech impediment, right? And... This is the worst weapon ever! Oh my gosh! Duh! Duh! I had like a speech... When the moon hits your eye... I had a speech slur. And so I would say H's instead of R's. So my favorite restaurant was Head Hobbin. To BS, freaking BS2 true. DS2 gangs are bad, by the way. I would say like Head Hobbin. My favorite restaurant was Head Hobbin. So my favorite book to read is Hodrick Hools. And then you're like, wait, are you saying that, like, are you talking about Diary of a Wimpy Kid right now? Or are you saying that Hodrick, the NPC from Dark Souls 3, rules and is your favorite? And it's like, you may never know. When the moon beats this rat like he is a stupid cat, that's about it. Yeah. You had to go to speech therapy? Ooh. Point and laugh, chat. I did too, though. I think 3rd grade, I went to speech therapy with this other girl. It was pretty cool. Trauma bond, I guess. I don't know if that's an answer or if you're high and the Mr. TX01 stim sesh is wigging you out right now. What does that mean? Chief Wiggum? Stim sesh wig out. What? These aren't words, man. It's like skater lingo or something.
Bro, you steezed the wig sesh.
All right, watch this, watch this, watch this. This is why we got the cestus. It's for perseverance. Ooh, the damage is a little low right now. You can't parry this. You can't parry. Let's go upgrade this. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Yeah. Basically, if you watch the Iron Giant movie, pretty much, if you've gone to Iron Keep, you kind of know what I'm saying. Gas was asking me for tips. He said that he's thinking about playing Dark Souls 1, and he was like, hey, do I have to be careful of killing the enemy too many times? I know they, like, stop spawning on the 12th death or something. I was like, dude, this guy's ready for DS2. Hold on. This guy's ready for it.
Reinforce my weaponry, sir. Do my bidding.
Really? That's it? Dude, those are basic Titanite shards, and I'm like 3 areas through. I don't think he's playing him on stream, because he's a chump. Do I have a strength thing? No. But I could do raw. What's it do right now? 109 plus 24, 1... The math. That's very simple math. 123, 133? Does 133, I could make it raw and it would do 150. So it would be better, but then what if I want a raw gem later? Chat, if I start just uploading exclusively like Dark Souls videos, would you guys stop watching? Would you guys still love me if I was a worm? Chat, if I was streaming as a worm, would you guys still love me? Like, or no? Ban in-game action roll. Why would you do that? I want to set up the death counter, but like I forgot to, so. But at the same time, it's not too bad to ban rolling because we do have perseverance here. I need to wait for him to come over. We're going to have an honorable duel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if this guy drops anything. I think he gets me one of those like bone things for the Covenant. He's a ban roll in Dark Souls 2. Too easy. Yeah, banning roll in DS3. You're lucky that I have perseverance, dude. You're lucky that this guy's not approaching me right now. Because if he was here, if I got approached by this male, cat call him.
Hey! Hey! Hello! Hello? Hi! Hi! Hello?
That's a little Five Nights at Freddy's reference for you guys. Don't know if you know who Frederick is, but about Five Nights there.
Dude, I'm baiting him into pairing, by the way. And then watch this. He doesn't know. Ooh. Ooh, you're horrible, buddy. Ooh, I have no stamina. I have no stamina. Pog face.
Hello? Hi! Hello? Hello?
He's gonna chug. He's gonna chug. He's gonna chug. I gotta start beating him to death.
Oh boy, no rolling.
Walk into it. Walk into it, little bro. Walk into it. Walk into me beating you to death. Yeah, use power within. Use power within. Let's see where that goes. I install you out now.
No, he's using warmth!
No! Wait, Warmth is clutching up right now so hard. That's crazy that this NPC knows how to, like, combo spells like that, by the way. He knows that Warmth will counteract his power within. And then he just walks out of it anyway. Sit down, buddy. Should I start making Dark Souls music parodies? Do I get anything for that? Vertebrae Shackle, that's what it's called. Yeah, I beat him to death. I beat him to death with my bare hands and the cestus. DX really good at sounding like a little girl, though. Don't say that in my chat. Wait, Balloon Boy's a guy, dude. Bigot. Smash Bros. Stream with Gas and Mick. Once I go over to Gas's house, we're gonna play some Smash Bros. Smash Brothers on Nintendo. We're going to play Nintendo Smash Brothers. Okay. The power within! Yeah, I get SpongeBob, remember? That was back in Season 4 when they were still, like, it was okay. It was grasping for life, you know? And some Season 4 episodes are like, dude, this sucks. But it was like, okay, hold on, it's doable. No rolling, no problem, baby. I'm telling you, while poise does in fact suck in this game, it also is kind of goated with hyper armor. I kind of actually like the Heimerdinger system. I actually kind of like the Oppenheimer system in this game. When the moon, well, let's say the moon for context. So okay, for context, so let's say that it could hit your eye, not literally, but like, for context, when like something, like you see something, like it hits your eye, and let's say that for context, it hit your eye like maybe like a big pizza pie, not a piece of pie, but like a pizza pie, like a round, like pizza, like. So, okay, so pizza, it's like crust, dough, like there's sauce, cheese normally, and then like some other stuff. You get gluten-free if you need, or like dairy-free, but if that hit your eye, then, or if the moon was like that, dude, okay, listen, I can't even, the accent isn't even, like if you, it's amore, that's amore, okay, that's all I'm trying to say here, that is amore. Chad, is Power Within a reference to Dark Souls 1? Dude, this game's such freaking fan service, dude. Oh, Power Within. Yeah, we had that in Dark Souls 1. Pyromancy. Yeah, we had that in DS1. Oh, the hand axe. Oh, guess what? We had this in DS1. No, that has not happened yet. Listen. Every one of Gasmask's sub-goals, you gotta assume he's... It's really funny, actually. No hate to the guy. I think it's really funny, because with Gasmask, during his subathon, it's half the time he's like, we passed the goal to like build a new house IRL from scratch. We're doing that right this minute. We have to do it this minute. And then other times he'll just be like, oh yeah, that sub goal, we'll do it in a couple years. Hello ACD, welcome. We started this run I don't know, hour and a half ago. What if the pizza is rectangular? Dude, stop complicating it, man. You are what's wrong with Earth. Stand up straight when you're talking to me. Wait. Why is there no Gamba, by the way? Can we beat this guy deathless? Luckily, no rolling is over. Can we beat this guy deathless with the cestus? Ooh, I think we can, baby. I think you can even hit a few of his... No, you can't hit his back pimples. But you can hit his other hand pimples, right? No, he has... Where is it? There's at least one more that you're able to hit beforehand, I thought. Maybe it's on his foot or something. Why does this music kind of sound like SpongeBob scary music? You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Ooh. I could just be pressing LT and poisoning this. Real DS2 players freaked out when that was all over the floor because they're like, dude, my armor's getting shredded right now, bet. Nose itch. Ooh, you're worthless. You know, these hitboxes are deceivingly big. Like, I'm literally not hitting anywhere near it right now. I know. It's honestly surprising, Italian, because this is the game that's always been known as, like, dude, armor sucks. But it's kind of actually one of the better games for armor, funnily enough. And for just, like, general tankiness. Let's heal up, and then let's just stand in his face with Perseverance. Perseverance is so good, chat. It gives you so much poise and so much actual damage absorption as well. Look, I go up to 24, but in the moment I use it, 58. We are at 58% damage reduction when I first pop that. And hyper armor, so no matter what, I cannot be staggered during that, I believe. What is it, Dark Souls 2? No, you would never face tank in Dark Souls 2, and if you did, it's because you were cheating. Surely he dies right here, right? Keep up my poise, come on. Boys. And get this under thigh one. And that's deathless, easy. What if you did fist weapon only from here on out, though? Hold on, no Vort's Great Hammer, though? Hold on, no Vort's Great Hammer, though? I could do fist weapon only, I think that'd be fine. I would enjoy that. I think they're fun in this game, so. So if I have 40-40 and then I took, for instance, the claws. I highly doubt you even know the answer to this. I highly doubt you peasant even know the answer to this. If I have like 40-40, but then I take the claws, which are naturally a dex weapon, would it be better to put on sharp and would I get more damage that way? Or would it be better to do refine so then it scales with both? I would think it'd be better to scale with both, but...
Oh, for the Lord of Opera 60 class.
Shut up, saying all proper like, what the... I won't see because I'm literally starving to death. Have peanut butter jelly tortilla. I am Ludeth. Nobody cares about me, and nobody asked. Ooh. Okay, wait. Okay. Chat. Right now. We have to make a big decision here. Do I... A. Take Vort's Great Hammer. The best weapon in the entire game, because it's one of the few that does cold. It's a strength weapon. It has the same weapon art as Cestus, so I hit it into the ground. I gain, like, I go up to like 60% damage absorption, and I cannot be staggered, and I do crazy stagger damage, okay? That's option one. Option two is we use fist weapons, and that permanently, we would theoretically be permanently locked out of this under the second one. We physically would not be able to get Vort's Great Hammer. Or we don't get the hammer, and instead we use his soul to get the eyeball, which makes it so if we're using fist weapons, we heal up on successive attacks. Let me know. What I do know is that Hollow Slayer Greatsword's kind of cool. It does bonus damage against hollows, but Arstor's Spear is actually really good. It's like Ring of Evil Eye, so even if you can't wield it, a lot of times it can be good to just put it on in a secondary slot. But of course, it would make me very heavy under this case, so like I won't. But what is it for fast roll? I thought it was 70%. It is 70%, but this Cestus is so light that I'm able to do that. There you go. Hey Hexy, if you're still here, just so you know, in Night Rain, you do not have to have the weapon equipped in any, like in either hand to get the passive bonuses from it. Just so you know. All right, chat. Well, we'll leave Vort Hammer for a little bit. We'll leave it up to the imagination what we do with that. But just in case, you know, just in case, I'll level up my strength a bit more.
Farewell, Ashley.
It works. I've definitely used it and it works, but like it's not crazy, you know?
Ashen 1.
Ashen 1. Ashen 1. Ashen 1. Yeah, so if you see a weapon that says like taking damage grants 28% damage negation, right? That's a pretty common one. If you see that, you can take it and have it on like your third weapon slot, never use it, but you still get the damage negation after getting hit. And passive stack. So if you have, I think they scale multiplicatively of one another, but if you have one for 50% damage reduction and then a 50% damage reduction and then another 50% damage reduction, all from the same source, like guarding gives 50% and you had that on 3 different items, those all stack. I assume it's multiplicative, and therefore I would think that it would either be like 50% and then essentially 50% of the 50% and then 50% of the 50% of the 50% or something, and you'd have extreme diminishing returns over time. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't know any of the math in that game. But yeah, no, those things do in fact stack. And so anything that's like a flat number stacks theoretically really well. Just gotta poise through it, chat. For instance, where it's like continuous HP, you know, +1 continuous HP. If you get another one in your inventory, that's just straight up double points.
Carpenter.
Chat, which is your favorite of the, I can't say quit in this game. Which is your favorite of the COD Zombies power-up announcers? I kind of like when you get Ricked off and low-key. Yeah, it's multiplicative. Yeah, Dale knows what he's talking about. I just dropped everything I don't use, but I'm going to start looking out for good passives. Yeah, so a lot of times it's good even like getting a bow and arrow or like a sorcerer step. How many deaths are we at? Is that 7 or 8? Is that 7 deaths? I think that's 7 deaths. I need to keep track because I need to update the counter later, and so I need someone to just like be typing in chat like a number every time we die. So if anyone wants a chance to win $0, then go ahead and type my deaths in the chat when I die. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 really ambushes you with the enemies. And then meanwhile, all I did was walk to the bridge. There was 2 dogs and 2 of these guys on me. And then you walk 1 more foot and you have just straight up 3 dudes sprinting your way. Hey, but we've got our store's spear. I think these are alluring skulls. No, in the corner it is. There is also a fun little thing you could do here, chat, called save and quit to abuse the enemies. That's not what I was gonna say. All right, nobody's getting paid. What the heck? Do I have to type it myself? You guys are all banned. Where is it? There's like a specific spot that you can just straight up drop off. But I don't remember where. But there is a spot. Maybe it's just like down here. Well, no better time than now to find out. All right, make it 8s. You will not do that, Scream In. All right, you're permanently banned from my chat. Where? I don't know how to increase it though. Okay. I can do it. I can do this. Take this. If I make that visible, and then I make that visible, and then I change the title of this one. Let's say that I change the title. That changes that one too. So how do I guess I was supposed to take that and paste a duplicate, but that didn't work earlier. Take both of those, move those to a group. Group selected items, deaths. Okay. And then I take that, and then I move it over here, and then I put this title, deaths, colon. Okay, so that makes it go separate, and then I just need to make a new file for the count. What did I say we're at? 7? So probably 8 now? Oh, but how is that going to work? Do they both go up? Okay, I don't know how that even works, honestly. But for some reason that works. So. All right, there you go. No permabans will be thrown out today because I figured it out before crashing out at you guys, so it's all right. There's definitely a skip there, though. Playing pre-sequel goat game? True, true. That's fair. That's fair. I didn't know. Where is the spot, chat? Do you guys know the spot? The G for drop spot? You guys know the spot, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? What if Alvin Chipmunk was real? Where would he be in your house? All right, where is it? There's like, it's either a spot where this goes lower or a spot where the ground go. That was an accident. I know sometimes my multi-chat, like on screen, will just be like, nah, get Twitch chat out of here. It's all YouTube. Well, I don't want to keep accumulating deaths. We'll just come back once we get the cell key. But that costs 20k versus free? Yeah, I don't know about that. Am I willing to pay full price for something I could get for free? I just don't know where to drop, man. I used to know it. I used to do it all the time. And then it saves... Because for some reason, like, getting down to the cell is not worth $20,000. And yet it costs $20,000 to get down into the cell. Which can't be worth it, by the way. That just cannot be. I'll practice it off stream. We're kind of farming souls, though. Hold on. There's no way it's off this side, right? Oh, wait. Is it just right here? It might be right there. Hold on. I'm getting memories. And I lost the memories. I don't know. Fallout Boy. Thanks for the memories. I don't know. We'll do it later. We'll just come back when we can afford it. But now we gotta do the whole Smelter Demon side quest bull crap. See, I like how this introduces you. It's like, hey, just so you know, there's actually a second way on that elevator. And you're like, hold on, second way? Like, yeah, second way. No, you should have waited. Oh yeah, we can befriend the giants. It'll be great, man. Yeah, I don't know, Chad. I think DS3 is a good game, but like, as good though, I don't know. I help anytime. Shout out to our guy right there. Not only our guy, but our goat, even. And now he'll help us out later, which is fun. I don't know how I ever struggled with that drop when I was younger. Probably the worst player on Earth, I think. I'm not gonna lie. This game made me feel like the biggest noob of all time when I first played it, because it's like, in a lot of ways, it's kind of easier than the older Souls, and yet in ways it's also significantly harder. And I was very bad as well. Hey, the Taurus Demon? You remember the Taurus Demon, right? From Dark Souls? What the... Yeah, look at him. He's back. The Taurus Demon, Dark Soul. Dark Demon. The Dark Demon from Taurus Souls. Sorry, Chad. I got stuck. I'm trying to name a woman. But I can't. Oh, my bad. I do appreciate that even though this game quite blatantly is like, please just roll. Just never try to tank it. Just roll it, bro. It is still quite possible to become tanky. Does anyone know where the normal Ring of Steel protection is. I feel like it's somewhere at like Irithyll Valley or later, but I don't remember. The +3 is in the Ring City, so maybe after our 100th death to Sister Frayed, we could go get that. Because I think it's like 15% flat damage reduction or something. And considering we're using fist weapons with heavy armor, I think that might be kind of wise. Kind of will the wise on that one. Will the wise what? Will the wise do what? Wait, will the wise do what? It's a little joke. Pale tongue. I've never thought about that. Like, just because it doesn't look like a tongue at all, but I guess it does. I was thinking of it as like a bird beak. Isn't this just the northern armor? So is it gonna clutter? Yeah, it's gonna clutter my inventory. Let's just drop that. Hopefully I don't have to trade that with the crows. Arc Dragon Peak, you are right. Yeah. That is it. I knew it was somewhere like around Irithyll-ish. So. But I didn't think it was in Irithyll. You know what's really sad, Hexy? I was looking, and they don't intend to make any more DLC for Night Rain. And it's like... Oh, literally, all you would have to do is move the bosses from Elden Ring to Night Rain and make me charge $30, and I would. In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, I would. But unfortunately, no. They just don't... I think because they're focusing all of their attention on like their new Nintendo Switch exclusive and whatnot. It's like, bro, who cares? Duskblood or something like that. Bro, it can't be that good to be like, I'm giving up on Elden Ring. Because literally, Elden Ring could just be infinite content farm. Every couple months, just come out with a DLC where they like port over Elden Ring bosses and then just throw in, you know, oh, here's a Dark Souls 1 boss remastered. Oh, here's ONS or whatever. And there you go. Happy customers, happy life. Everyone keeps paying. And people are like, just wait for Night Rain 2. But it's like, wouldn't Night Rain 2 just be reusing the assets from Night Rain 1, which are reused assets from Elden Ring? Would that not just be like the most reused assets of all time? That's crazy. You get the Flynn's Ring and the Chloranthy Ring. Except Flynn's Ring and DS2 gave me flat 50 damage with all my gear equipped. This gives me a flat 0 damage because I'm too heavy. If I were to take off everything, I go from 138. If I wear 0 armor, so if I go from like 26 absorption to 0, I gain 11 damage. Huge, bro. Waste of time. Let's put on the Cleric's trousers. Chat. Lothric armor is like fire, but the Cleric armor with the turtle is kind of fire too. It's all about mixing and matching, you know, trying to figure out your fashion while also being insanely goated. Yeah, ONS and Night Rain is like, that's what we dream of, bro. That's what we dream of. Dreams are made of that. Oh, go back to the shrine, level up. Welcome back over. I know. Literally, it's crazy. It's crazy. All they need to do is just port it over and charge me money, and I will happily eat it up. But instead, they're like, nope. No. You don't get any more. Wait, repair weapon? You can actually... I just straight up thought they got rid of durability. No, they didn't. You just will never, ever break your weapon.
Ashen 1.
Ashen 1. Ashen 1. You know what's a significant downside of DS2 on console? Or sorry, DS3 on console? Dark Souls 3 loads really slowly. Save quits are consistent, or save quits and travels are consistently about 30 seconds long on console. I don't know how it is now on like Xbox One, but back in the day on 360, or no, that was on Xbox One. That was on Xbox One. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah. Consistent 30-second loading screens. And even on PC, they're about... the lowest I've ever seen them is 7 seconds. Let's go ahead and count. But I'm pretty sure it's still a 7-second loading screen. So let's go... 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Actually, that's not too bad. 5 seconds. But between that and the animation of actually teleporting and the everything else, it definitely takes longer than the other games. Can we just run past with our poise? We probably could. That guy just jumped off a cliff. But yeah, and then like there's so many other bosses from the other Souls games where it's like, dude, add Fume Knight into Night Rain. My goodness, bro. Add Stray Demon. Add Gwyn. Like you've already got, I think like 4 Dark Souls 1 bosses in Night Rain. And they're great. And you've got a few DS2 bosses and they're great. Yeah, you guys like how open-worlded this game is? I've had exactly 1 chance to split off the path so far, and that's if I wanted to kill the dancer at like level 10, who will one-shot me every time, so. Now this guy drops his Frost Sword, and his Frost Sword is pretty good. I would imagine that if I want maximum damage out of any quality build in this game, or like, honestly, out of any build, like, well, no. If I had, like, Vort's Great Hammer, well, that doesn't count because you can't infuse that. If I had a large club, I feel like going 40-40 strength and dex. And then using a strong gem would be better because its innate scaling is higher. As where something like the Cestus, where it's a DD, would make more sense for Refine. So I think for Cestus, I want to do quality build. Luckily, this game is one that lets you redo your build whenever you want. Look at that. I didn't even have to tank. I know, that's what I'm saying. I will eat up the slot, bro. I will be a shill for that game. Even though I'm being called a shill right now for Borderlands 4 because I dare say that I like the DLC, I would low-key shill Night Rain.
But first, try out this brand new game, Elden Ring Night Rain. Download it for free today for $30 on sale. Without the DLC.
I will say though, the DLC, I'm not a huge fan of the DLC. I like the bosses, 2 of the bosses in the DLC, but that, well, maybe 3 of the bosses in the DLC. I only say maybe because, wait, isn't the Corvian scythe good? It does something. I don't know, maybe it's just a bleed weapon. There are 2 Night Lords introduced with the DLC, and they're okay, but one of them is honestly really annoying if you're not in a group of 3. Because I've been playing just with one friend for the majority of the playthrough, and it's been totally fine. But there's one boss that heavily recommends that you just have 3 people. And the moment we got a 3rd person, it was super easy. But before that, it was like, this freaking blows, man. Especially because it claims that the boss's weakness is sleep, and if you look it up online, it's like, this boss is extremely susceptible to sleep. He was playing Scholar with sleep weapons, with sleep grease, and after 3 hits, they still were not asleep. I was like, bro. Also, this butcher knife, by the way, if you haven't used the DS1 or DS3 butcher knife, I do highly recommend it. Check this out. Oh, my bad. If I find an enemy right here, and you sharpen the blade, watch the healing. It's actually extremely surprising how good it is for the fact that it's the butcher knife, which historically is always like the worst weapon in not the worst, but like it's never been good in Souls. And yet it's actually good in this one. It heals you a significant amount. Chat, who has ever used the server from DS1? That seems like a Crotolilius type item. Chat, who else is a pregnant dog? Shout out. Where'd that other dog go? Where'd the dog go? Where did dog go to there? Where did the dog at? Where did the dog at go? Where go? Dog at go? Dig dog. Where dog? I just remembered, like literally, I think my problem with DS3, right? One, it's linear, and two, like 90% of the areas suck. Because we're coming up on Fair and Keep right now. Which is just straight up in my opinion, the worst poison area in Dark Souls. What do you low-key mean? Hold up. I would low-key chill for Night Rain. High-key is what I meant to say, sorry. I would, like, I would, no doubt, be like, yes, they are paying me, and you should buy their game. I forgot that bro's a gender bender. That's epic. And will change depending on what you play, but kind of bigoted. Really? You can't marry a man as a man? That's weird. Okay. Let me see if I got the shill allegations back. Lol, nice try, but the only thing I'm shilling is hypervisor. Anyway, come back to me if you find anything relevant to say. Nothing can be said to someone like you. I'm going to keep up that as long as I can. Thanks for saving me 30 bucks. You're welcome.
Dude, you like Borderlands? Yeah, you're a shill.
How do you spell the DS1 thing you're talking about? Oh, crap. What did I... Oh, Butcher Knife? B-U... Oh, the server. S-E-R-V-E-R. It heals on hit. It's found in Blighttown in that, like, back corner. And it gives, like, 1 HP on hit. If that's what you're talking about. Why did those sound effects sound like they were really in my house? Am I being abducted? The angles. First of all, Dale, no offense. First of all, angels. EL. Second of all, I hate the balancer, so don't talk to me, buddy. However, I will say, and I won't spoil it for Hexy, because I don't think Hexy's done any of the DLC, but the 2 reoccurring boss fights, like, just in the world on, like, night 1 and 2, I do quite enjoy the 2 reoccurring ones. There might be more reoccurring. Oh, okay. Not Moog Lord of Blood, okay? I don't know anyone that likes Moog in the base game. So the fact that they were like, hey, let's bring him back. Yeah, server. No point overworking it. You freaking shell! You shell! I have no poison moss. It's fine. Look at this ambush. They hide him in a spot where you won't get to him, and then he's a really annoying enemy with very fast movement and very high damage. And a grab attack. Nah, but DS2 is too ganky, man.
Dude, you're a shill for DS2 because you play the game and recommend it to other people. You know that it costs money, which means that makes you a shill if you tell people they should buy it.
Yeah, like getting volleyball. Like, do any of you in the chat enjoy the Moog fight and Nihil? Because I do not know anyone that does. What does this Black Knight drop? I don't think he drops anything. Here's the water wall. I don't think he drops anything of value. What if we killed him though? Oh, hey man. Oh no, that's not gonna happen. Okay. Don't worry, it's DS3. Just mash B. Mash B to get away. Oh my goodness, why are you here, man? Ooh, because you're horrible.
Nihil!
You like it more or you like it, you know? That's the question. Is it like, oh, I like that fight? Or like, oh, I like that fight more than the bad fight? Yeah, that was too easy. He doesn't even drop anything? Waste of my time. Very soon, once we go up to kind of where the Stray Demon is, up on that bridge, we can get infinite Titanite shards. Though we'll probably have enough by that point to just upgrade the Cestus, but then we get infinite Titanite shards, and I guess we could kill the dragon for a large Titanite as well. You guys ever notice with enemies in this game, they'll like begin whooped around as if they have no poise, and then out of nowhere, they'll just like activate hyper armor mode. And so it makes it so you can't consistently judge whether or not they're going to be like continuing to get staggered, because they might just at any moment decide they don't want to get staggered anymore. Because I've noticed that, and it's kind of annoying, in my opinion. Is this the tower shield? That is a Titanite shard. Actually, that is enough Titanite, though. So tower shield must be this one. Or eagle power. Oh, dragon. Dragon these nuts. And then... Grass crest. Hey. Moonblade. What is the stamina regen on... Oops. What is the stamina regen on Grass Crest in this game? I don't think so. The fire demon does... this demon has Havel's Ring and the fire... or the boulder pyromancy, which is one of my favorite pyromancies. I will not lie to you. But no fist weapon, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. That's crazy that in this game it's like, yeah, just be under 70% load. Like, that is so much. Alright, well. Yeah, they kind of are. Reusing bosses, bro. And they're both reused from DS1. Crazy. Hey, remember Dark Souls? You remember Dark Souls, right? Remember Dark Souls. I wonder if they did that to, like, overcorrect. Like, do you think that's, like, maybe an overcorrection? Where they were like, oh, man, people didn't like DS2 because it wasn't enough like Dark Souls 1, because they aren't able to comprehend that the lore can be connected while the game's still feeling different. And so they were like, look, see, it's Dark Souls. It's Dark Souls. Look, Andre, Blacksmith. Look. Dragon Slayer, Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Right? Does this make you happy? Does this please you? It's Dark Souls. Hey, man. Hey, man, what are you in for? Wait, is this a reference to Night Rain? Is this Elden Ring Night Rain? Hold on. They reused the bosses, you say? It's kind of weird that they didn't bring back power stancing. They're like, dude, Dark Souls 2 is so bad. Just don't even bring back the good mechanics from that game. Maybe Miyazaki forgot. 4 stamina regen a second. That's actually more than I thought that would be. It's pretty considerable. Bro's hitting like the most useless attacks ever. Can anyone tell me the lore why you get Xanthos armor from the Pilgrims of the Dark guy in DS2? I got it the other day. I was like, why did he give it to me? Dude, this is PvP. This right here is just PvP in a nutshell on this game, because it's just mashing roll. Oh! 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 It's just mashing roll and then chugging. Wait, watch this. Life hack. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, you can't? Imagine being this guy, and it's like, oh, I can't land a spell because he has a B button. What is the... Second question. What is the healing on Pontiff's left eye? Dude, he has infinite stamina too. He's like me. But I think he's out of FP. Oh, no, he's not.
I love Dark Souls 3.
Game's blows, man. Up the death counter. Okay, let me look up DS3 Pontiff left eye. 30 after successive attacks. Attacking 2 or more enemies with the trigger overheal, healing the player massively, coding oversight. I do remember that actually. With the whip, it's kind of broken. 30 healing each tick. What is the amount? For fist or claw weapons, a two-handed light. The amount of hits it takes for a weapon to proc the healing in as short of a window as possible. 8 attacks with the two-handed light in order to proc it. Ooh. Hello, Gaming Lord. I assume you're talking about the Fallen Knight armor. True, 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 true. It's very much like the... It feels like the Elite Knight armor of this game, where it's like, this is just very good stats. Good stats for relatively good equip load. Whatever. Relatively good weight. Your mom's a relatively good weight. Got him. Do we kill these guys real quick? I guess. Do I have anything right now to quick step? Okay. I thought he was going to at least throw an attack out. Yes. Brigand Twin Daggers. Shout out to the Great Club. Shout out to the... That was the Exile Greatsword, right? Yes, the big curved one. Why do people like this, or rather not like it? Or rather you not like it at all. Alright, Moonblade. Goodbye, Angel Days. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate you, and thank you so much for all the gifted subs. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that, so thank you. Moonblade, you. Yes, you. I'm talking to you. Do we go to the Deacons first, or Fair and Keep first? Or should we clear out Fair and Keep and then go to the Deacons? Ugh. This is like my least favorite area of the game. I think that's what makes subsequent playthroughs so bad, is like, not only are subsequent playthroughs really linear and lame, but on top of that, like, I don't like the areas on a personal level. Alright. Yeah, I know, right? Fox Dixon. It's the new DLC pack. Is that new BL4 DLC? I'm playing as Cash, as you can see. So. Baron first, then Deeks. Ugh. So what's the damage difference? Resistance diff. See, I could be significantly more resistant. Like price per, amount, but also I'm light enough that I don't need any of that on. Hey, we can at least put on actual... Oh, no, we can't. It's too heavy. Dude, none of these look good, man. I guess we'll do that. This is Dark Souls 3, in fact. This is Dark Souls 3. Probably my least favorite of the Souls games, but still forced to play it, so, you know.
Is this the Dark Soul?
Why, yes, you found the Dark Soul. What is that, spellcasting time? I believe. Shortened spellcasting time, yeah. You know, as much as I give this game crap, I will say it has my favorite version of the Cestus, you know? I don't know, I just don't really like it too much in Elden Ring, but in this game it's quite good, so. Alright, well let us clear out Fair and Keep real quick, then. Oh, okay, well, chat on screen just died. They are all very good. I don't know, they're all great games, and I think the best will kind of depend on which one you start with. What I've noticed is most of the time, people that start with DS3, it's just by far their favorite. People that start with DS1 or 2, it tends to be their favorite, but, you know, there's a little bit of room for them to change that. Okay, speak your heart's desire. Yeah. More strength, more endurance. This doesn't even level up equip load yet. I should probably still go for it. I'm gonna need... it's DS1 though. Or DS3 though. What does Pontiff's Right Eye do? Is that increased damage for successive attacks, maybe? Alright, reinforce. Really, dude, we have no upgrade materials. We are +3 after all this time. We could infuse it, but what would do the most damage? Right now it does 118 plus 36. What is that? I'm not good at math right now. I'm gonna type it into a calculator. 118 plus 36. That would be 154. If I were to put a refined gem on... Oh, well that's very obvious. Wait, really? The refined gem by itself, when I only have 11 points in dexterity, already increases the damage higher. What will the sharp gem do? Sharp gem would be less by like 20 damage. But I mean, that's 157. So it's 3 extra damage already. So I guess we will do refined and then we don't have to worry about it for the rest of the entire playthrough. So this guy's back. His wife died. Rip, bro. Is what it is. Should have tried harder, I guess. Alright. This guy's here. He's gonna give me the key to get the cracked stone, kill the Dark Knight dude, whatnot. Been a while, but I just finished the Souls game called... Hold on. Yeah, Lift Chamber. Lords of the Fallen, and heard they're coming out with another one. I've never played it, but I've heard pretty good things about it. I've heard overall pretty good things. Just got forwarded an hour. I live in Sweden. Oh, is there like different daylight saving times around the world? Well, hey, have a good sleep. Have a good night. I don't think you're going to miss too much. I think we're probably just... Honestly, we're not going to go much longer today. I'm honestly dreading Fair and Keep so much that I'm like, maybe we just don't even do that yet. Maybe I just like kill the Crystal Sage and then like end stream. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh my gosh, Saint, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome to this beautiful stream on this beautiful day. How, what? Why'd bro just do that to me? Late night chart. Goodbye, Hexy. Sleep well, little bro. It was great seeing you in here today. Thank you. It is crazy what perseverance can do. Oh. Well, there's limits. Isn't Fair and Keep supposed to be Dark Root Garden? Bro, don't even try to tell me that right now. That would be the biggest, like, how that you could possibly get. The thing is, I believe you. Like, yeah, it's probably true. It's probably within the lore. I will be interested to see what the death count ends up being in this game. I feel like it is definitely going to be more than 1. And I feel like it could be more than 2, but 2 is also a longer game, so there's just a higher chance, since I'll be playing DS2 for longer than this game. So there's just like a higher chance of death, you know? Ow. Wow, look how little poise this guy has. And thank goodness he doesn't have, like, consistent hyper armor the entire fight. That would be pretty bad, huh? Alright, now I can take this back to bro, and then bro's like, yo, you did it. Haha. 20 deaths? Yeah, true. I'm doing good, Saint. I'm doing good. We started on Borderlands 4 today, and that went pretty well. It's pretty fun, as per usual. Alright, now this guy meets me at Rosaria. And one more level up. No, we're already at the point where it costs like a significant amount. This should be 400. The DLC, I mean, I uploaded a full video on my thoughts on it, but I actually think it's really fun. I would get why some people don't enjoy it. But I think that it's really enjoyable, and I think it's really fun. The only thing questionable about it is the price tag. But if it weren't for the price tag, the DLC, and then in turn cash, because he comes with the DLC, was really good and really enjoyable, and I felt good after playing it. I was like, oh, hey, that was good. First death, we died to... I think first death was to the Mimic. The Deep Battle Axe Mimic. This is definitely the Souls game I'm worst at, so we will see how it ends up going. You miss DS2 leveling? Dude, I miss everything about DS2 right now. I won't lie, man. Okay, so this is the worst area ever created or devised by Miyazaki, or quite frankly, anyone. So this is going to be the entirety of the area. Well, actually, we can sprint right here. And there you go. And the worst part, I'm telling you guys, the worst part about this area is that not only is the swamp all slow and annoying and whatnot, but on top of that, they put actually good items throughout the swamp, so you're gonna want to get the items. So it's not just like, oh, let me skip it. It's like, oh, I might want that later. I might want that later. I might want that later. I might want that. I should probably go get that. Like, I'd miss out on Fashion Souls if I didn't go to this corner. You know, I'd miss out on the Ulasil set. Why is he moving like a cockroach? Grow up. Yeah, I really like Borderlands 4. I totally feel like I got my money's worth. But I understand if people are like, you know, wait for a sale on it. Honestly, the exact same could have been said about Borderlands 2. We were looking earlier, and if you were to have played Borderlands 2 at release and then purchased the DLCs as they were released, it is a $185 game, not including the cosmetic packs, which cost money, which is insane. I would never pay $185 for Borderlands 2, and yet I think I did. But it's like, dude, I would never want to pay that much for BL2. That would feel like a ripoff. So that puts kind of into perspective. Spending $130 on the Super Deluxe of BL4 is like, hold on, this might actually be kind of fair after all. But yeah, no, this is just the quickest way to traverse through water, because otherwise I have to do this or just walk the whole time, versus doing this little dash. What's going on, Dashy? The Golden Scroll. I guess this has to be Darkroot, right, Moonblade? Because it's got Ulasil. But, like, Dark Souls 1 to 2 is like, there are definite connections if you like pay attention and like read some descriptions and stuff. DS 1 and 3 is one of two things. It's either like, because with Dark Souls 2 it'll be like, oh, this is the armor used by a brave knight that once roamed Lordaeron, right? Or, yeah. And then like that's the end of it. DS 1 to 3 is either A, hey look, it's Andre the blacksmith. Hey look, it's Firelink Shrine. You remember Firelink Shrine? Or it's like, this place is actually the Undead Parish. And it's like, I'm underground in a volcano. How is that the Undead Parish? They're like, it is, man. Trust me, bro. You don't see the vision, dog. I'm so confused. How'd I get turned around? It's that bird that I hate. That bird that I hate. That bird that I hate. It's that bird that I hate. Nah, and then they put like horrible enemies in here too. It's crazy. This is the worst area in Souls. And then like I gotta hit the freaking candle thingy and like, ugh. Did you hear about Chuck Norris? Did he pass away? Yeah, the Demon Princess. Is that Firelink, bro? Oh crap, I'm here? Oh jeez.
I love Dark Souls 3.
Did you know the Dark Souls 3 Lord of Cinder fight is actually the Taurus demon from Dark Souls 1? Oh, weird enough, I know. I didn't even know it. It's like, what? That makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, no, it does. It does. You had to be there.
Okay. It's weird that there are people that'll argue like DS2 isn't in the Dark Souls lore, and especially back in the day, they'd be like, dude, it's not even connected at all. Like, it's literally not even the same universe. It's like, it blatantly is, though. No, honestly, Dark Souls 2 Poison Area, Harvest Valley, I would rather have Harvest Valley than Faron Keep. Because Harvest Valley is not that bad. And the thing is, you move at full speed during the entirety of the Poison Area in DS2. Which is always the worst part of the poison areas, okay? It's not the poison itself. The poison itself is whatever. Now, in Dark Souls 2, the poison is pretty bad because poison actually... I love Dark Souls 3. Because poison actually does damage. By the way, Dark Souls 2 is the only game that ganks you, by the way. It just so happens that if you run past every enemy, they will go and kill you, weirdly enough. But yeah, no, the poison's pretty bad in DS2, but also, like, you probably have at least 67 life gems in your inventory at all times, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Also, why did this game implement, like, oh, you can actually only hold 5 of those at a time? It's like, why? What do you think I'm gonna do with them, man? Think I'm gonna just, like, abuse the system or something? Chuck Norris took the Reaper to the afterlife. I believe that. That's sad. What did he pass away to? What happened? Because I had heard about that. Someone else had mentioned that in chat the other day. But I don't actually know what went down. He was 80 something. Yeah, okay, but like, what at 80? You know, my great uncle lived to 100. Well, technically not. Technically, his funeral was on his 100th birthday, but pretty much made it there. In my opinion, he made it there. You know, I do think it's funny because Dark Souls 2 is the one that's like, look, bro, the game is hard. Like Dark Souls. They kind of like shove that down your face. Or down your throat. But I kind of feel like Dark Souls 3 is more... Like, I feel like there are more deaths in Dark Souls 3 where I'm like, that seemed kind of BS. Than DS2. I feel like DS2 honestly has less of that. What's in that corner over there? There's the Black Bow of Ferris and something else, but I don't think I need it. And then they've got areas like this where it's like, well, I can't even lure them out one at a time, so I'm forced to just 1v3 these guys. I would like to go kill the Stray Demon, though, and get Havel's Ring.
Hey, you remember Havel from Dark Souls?
From Dark Souls. You remember him? His name's Havel. Oh, speaking of which, we should actually, now that I'm thinking about it, be leveling up our Vitality. Because we are going to want very heavy armor. What is the... Moonblade, you know. What is the heaviest armor we can get early on? Heaviest being like tankiest. Not heaviest as in like physically what armor weighs the most, but like what is the tankiest armor we can get early on? I can obviously get Havel's later, but that requires going to Archdragon. Like, does this game have any equivalent to like the Stone Guardian armor? Where it's like pseudo Havel's, but like easier to get? Or is this all I'm stuck with? Because he took a trip to one of the mountains he climbed, and I think that's what did him in, and him being sick. So that wouldn't be from old age. But hey, if the mountain took him down, like that's respectable to Chuck. It took a whole mountain to take him down, bro. Dreamcatcher's Ashes. I think that's Infinite Titanite. Hello, dude. So is this guy like alive? You don't know much about 3? Ooh. Well, you're going to help me with Demon Souls, though, right? I mean, I could farm more Lothric armor. Oh. Katarina armor. I can get it early on, but I would have to use it to save Sigurd or Siegmeyer from the wall. What happens if I follow Sigurd's quest all the way through? He helps me with the Yorm fight, which is like whatever. Does he get me a Titanite slab too? Is that it? Because I'm just kind of wondering, like, what if I just keep his armor the whole time? You know? Sif's brother? Maybe. Honestly, with DS3 being how it is, it probably is. They're like, oh, look, it's Sif's brother. And it's like, that doesn't even make any sense. They're like, no, but Dark Souls, though. It's Dark Souls. You know Dark Souls. Like, yeah, I guess I know Dark Souls. Good point. What is Flipro doing? Chat, imagine if you just phase out of reality like that. Fallen Knight armor is good, but it's not better than mine. The only thing I could think is Katarina armor. But I'm like, do I want to progress his quest? What's his name? Is it Siegmeyer or Sigurd? Also Dragon Crest shield. That's pretty decent shield. DS3 Sigurd. And Sigurd. And Sigurd. And Sigurd. And Sigurd. Okay. You talk to him there. Then you buy the armor. Then you return it. Then he appears in the dungeon. Then he gives you the chapel. Then you give him his armor. Yep. Then he's at the dungeon, old cell, basilisks. Using the old cell key frees him and nets your Titanite slab along with the covetous gold serpent ring. Ugh. So that would actually be worth it to like play it out, because then I get gold serpent ring and Titanite, but then I don't get the armor. I also don't like that. I don't know, something about this game, maybe it's just me being crazy, but something about DS3, I feel like almost more mandatory to do the NPC quests. No, it definitely is. It definitely is, because it's a lot easier to miss them, and they put things that are actually valuable behind the quest. As where DS2, I didn't know this, you can complete everyone's quest after beating the game and killing every single boss. In fact, I just went back on the character that I did on stream. I went back and finished up the quests for Lucatiel and Benhart, which I didn't realize you could do, but you can do that after the fact. And DS3 is a lot more punishing with that. It's like, oh, you missed it. So then I'm like, I guess I'll do it if I have to. And I think that also makes the playthroughs feel very samey. As where DS1 and 2, it's like, yeah, I'll do this quest. And then sometimes it's like, yeah, I don't want to do this quest. But DS3 is like, yeah, okay, time to do the quest again if I have to. Look, guys, remember from Dark Souls? From Dark Souls 1, Dark Soul? You know Dark Soul. Hey, man, good to see you again. You've met Dark Soul. You know Dark Soul. Yeah, we're acquainted. Perfect. Soul of a Stray Demon. Soul of a Stray Demon. No, that's crazy. Callback? Great Axe, callback? I feel like the Great Axe has to be good in this game, right? The damage on it's probably good, and the hyper armor would be good, I would assume. Hello, Strawberry. Welcome. It's good to see you. Oh my gosh, good to see you. Great Axe, pretty nice. It's mostly just limited by range. Okay, so Twisted Souls, Transposition. Yeah, Boulder Heave is cool. It's one of my favorites, but we're not going to get it today. We're getting Havel's Ring, which saves us, it gives us 7.6 to work with. Wait, chat, reverse those two numbers. 7.6, reverse those two. Don't talk to Lucatiel at all to get Keep Bonfire if you don't do her quest. Yeah, and then the fact that you can go back and just be like NG plus kill the same boss 3 times is crazy. Yeah, chat, this game's really pan out for game time. What gives the best resistance? In fact, you can sort by absorption. And it's physical absorption by default. Really? Look at that. Huge upgrade, bro. 28% damage absorption. Then once I pop that, I go up to 60%. Then down to 38% temporarily. But I get like 2 seconds of very good damage reduction. What? Havel's Ring will remove more percent the more you have equip. What? So like, what do you mean it'll remove more? What does that mean? What units do you have left for DS2? It's just the spell ones. Yeah. Which I need NG++. And since you have to get them all on one character, I unfortunately have to go do Navlon's quest because I messed it up on that character. Because I forgot about the whole, like, being hollow versus not being hollow type thing. Alright, repair equipments are not repair, sorry, reinforce. Nope, not reinforce. Reinforce Estus. Reinforce Estus. But yeah, just those ones left, which is not too bad. But it means I just have to like full replay the game twice. It's kind of annoying. Actually, not quite, but sorta. Okay, you said Farron Keep, and then there's still more to get though. There's still more to get. I hate Farron Keep. So bad. Random strawberry. What's like the best armor I can get right now? Oh my gosh, Chad Beefcake. Did you know that the ending where you stomp on the firekeeper's head doesn't give you the achievement for the ending? I knew that. I don't remember that being the way that ending went, but I do know that there's at least one achievement that does not give you the achievement, or like one ending that doesn't give you the achievement. Is that what you do in it? I don't think you curb stomp the firekeeper. Sometimes I forget this game even has multiple endings, honestly. I'm so used to the Souls games being like, oh, the ending is leave or don't leave. It's like, oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. What's that Ula Seal crown? I hope any time. Back when only for a second, I learned the new Caden Live has that's gonna make editing way more fun. Oh, new tool. Enjoy your Caden Live tool, bro. I still don't. I don't know how I feel about Caden Live as an editing program, but if it works for you, it works for you. Also, welcome AZ. All right, I don't think I need anything else, so let's just go do the Crystal Sage. My absolute arch nemesis. I've died so many times to Crystal Sage. 8 hours? This isn't healthy? Grow up. You say this, and I agree with you. That's why it's harder than a 9 to 5, but a 9 to 5 works 8 hours as well. So, think about it. Crucifixion Woods. Yeah, this is low-key a normal workday, bro. But this is kind of harder. Chat, what do we think? One in the chat. Is streaming harder than a 9 to 5? I mean, yeah. Ain't you a millionaire? No, the ultra rich. I really am scared of the DS3 new game pluses for the achievement, because at least with DS2, it's like the only thing you actually have to go new game plus for is to go to the sorceries, right? So you don't have to worry too bad. You're an idiot. You're too dumb for me. You're stupid. All that you really need in DS2 for NG plus is just to get the items from chance or whatnot. But in this game, they add like random rings everywhere, and there's a collect all rings achievement. So it's significantly worse because you can't just like on my DS2 right now, all I have to do is just sprint through and get to that point in the game, and then I'm done. No way, bro just said, I'm not going to teleport. Work to 7:30 to 5. Light work for a streamer. This is definitely harder than anything you've done. That's true. Yeah, getting there's not bad, but I wonder what like the most efficient strategy would be once I hit New Game Plus Plus. Like, should I just farm the Rodden for like 10,000 souls? Took a shower midstream. No, if it looks like my hair's wet, that's just grease from tryharding too much. Wait, why is this guy like a pushover? Hold on. Oh boy, can't wait to get his boss weapon. I'm sure it'll be really good. Probably the Deacons of the Deep too. Oh boy, I can't wait to get all of his souls. I'm sure it'll be a lot of souls that are worth a ton of level ups. 8,000. Let's see, how much is the level up? 6,000. Okay, yeah. So that gets me 1 level up. You know, I've seen a few of those videos where it'll be like someone talking about whatever, like a TikTok or whatnot, even though I'm banned from TikTok. It'll be like a TikTok or whatever, and they're talking about, you know, one thing or another. And then it'll do the thing where it like slows down and speeds up, and it's like kind of funny. So it'll be like, you're telling me that the car that's built to go faster than the slower cars goes goes faster, right? Some of those are really funny, but then I'll see it where it's just like a kid doing that. Like, oh, this will make it funny. It's like, dude, you don't get it. Or I saw a grown man do that. And he was like, everyone knows that on Call of Duty Zombies, your friend goes down. We all have that friend that goes down in zombies. Like, this is not working. But hey, you know, may not be working, but he's got a tighter upload schedule than me, so. Chat, is this the best weapon in the game? Hold on, Strawberry, is this the best weapon in the game? Trick question, yes. I already knew beforehand that it was what I wanted to use, so. I don't ball like that. I don't ball like that. I don't ball like that. All right, Crystal Rapier or the Candlestick. Sorry, I disagree. Used to stream every day. Streaming's harder than a 9 to 5 chat. No other way about that. True. Me? No. That's disgraceful and bigoted that you just said that. I forgot Vitality's a different stat in this game. I was like, dude, why is my equipment going up? Forgot they made the worst decision of all time, and this is why Dark Souls sucks now. Hold on. Wait. That's actually giving me 2 damage per. Well, let's go up to 40. Let's just go ahead and go up to 40. Here's the thing, bub. While you're at your 9 to 5 for 9 to 5 hours working your desk job, I'm here. I'm forced to literally... No, this is what's crazy. I'm forced to literally play video games for minimum 4 hours a day, 3 days a week. Yeah. Let that sink in. Now that that sinks in, use it to wash your hands, little bro. Hey, Strawberry, do you like this image? Sorry, it's half opacity, but let me know if you like that or not. That's my Elden Ring character. The Candlestick is pretty tough. I'm the Joker, baby. Welcome to the No Joker. Castus? There's no way it's pronounced Castus, right? That seems a little silly. I'm not asking if you like Ronnie, buddy. Oh, you're a Golden Order shill, bro. Yikes. Don't let Mac know. Bro really said, oh, the Golden Order, the Golden Order. Chad, I'm not gonna lie. Elden Ring is the only of the Souls games that, like, clearly outlines, well, other than Sekiro, is the only Souls game. Oh, Dark Souls 2 has ambushes. Look at this. What is this? There's like 12 dogs on me and people shooting bows and arrows, but DS2's bad though. Elden Ring is like the only one that just blatantly tells you what's going on in the story. I didn't know what the heck was going on. I did not follow. No, honestly, I forget about that. Every time I play DS3, I'm like, this game literally has worse ganks than DS2. With like more annoying enemies, and you have no poise. Listen, Fox. If you can't handle it, you can't handle it, man. It's just the truth. Streaming's harder than a 9 to 5. Everyone knows it. Everyone who's ever streamed knows it. I know it. You know it. We all know it. Subs are $8 now. Are you on your phone? Because on phone, it is more expensive. Dude, calm down, by the way. Did he just say the scent of a woman? Hold on. Dude, don't smell me like that.
Thank you.
You ever rubbing a coin with your fingers and you smell your fingers and your fingers smell like coin, but then you smell the coin, it doesn't smell like anything? Wait, really?
The
I know what you're talking about, where like your hands smell like metal, but I don't remember that part.
Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on.
All right, chat. I think what we're doing here is we are entering this DLC just so we have access to it. Dude, imagine if there's another DLC that was like available early on in the game like this. We're gonna do this DLC, and then, or not, we're doing, sorry, nope, that's not what I meant to say. We are entering this DLC, and then I think we're calling it for today. My hands are getting too calloused from working. What's up with the watermark? Oh, my bad. Forgot about that. My hands are getting too calloused from all this hard work. These are worker man's hands. As you can see, hands of a hard worker. You see that little callus right there? That's from gaming too hard. Why are we entering the DLC? I don't know. Just for the sake of it. What do you want from me, Strawberry? First, you're like, your backdrop sucks, and now you're like, what the frick? Why are you in the DLC? Why are you not growing up? Go work your 9 to 5, buddy. Go work your little mancy pansy sissy pissy woke liberal 9 to 5, buddy. I'll be here working hard. Okay. Streaming. Real man's job. Like, guys, what do you think of this DLC? I think it's kind of underrated. When you got soft hands, boy. Boys in high school used to tell me that. I feel like this DLC is kind of underrated. I feel like it's kind of an underrated DLC. When it came out, I was like, this DLC sucks, not worth the money. It's kind of like the BL4 DLC if you think about it. But it's got fun weapons. It's got a boss for sure. No, that's true. I didn't hold hands with any men in high school, but someone like high-fived me. It happened like multiple times where they're like, dude, why are your hands so soft? Like, built that way. And they're like, you've never worked a day in your life, huh? And I was like, I've streamed. So, yeah, I have. Best boss in the series? Chat, do we like Sister Freight or no? Because I kind of hate her. It's kind of like too hard for me, for these hands. Dude, you know what's crazy? Okay, so here's the reason that I don't like Sister Freight. It's because my hands have a hard time keeping contact with the buttons of the controller when I'm on the Sister Freight fight due to the fact that the calluses from working a harder job than a 9 to 5 often causes me to become less friction on the controller. As well as that, I would like to secondly add that if you have time to watch the stream, you have $5 to subscribe. True. The world is ending. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might just be alone. But that's okay. Because it's just you and me. And do you really need anyone else? Exclamation point trick shot in the chat. Go check that video out. And yeah. I will call it here. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. I appreciate all the lurkers, all the viewers, all the commenters, all the VOD watchers, all the lurkers, all of the followers, all the lurkers. My freaking chat bot doesn't work. There it is. And then also, thank you guys so much for all the subs. Absolutely crazy. We got like 60 or 70 subs today. So, hey, random strawberry, hear this one out. It's harder than a 9 to 5 to make this joke, by the way. Who's the first character? What did Chicken Jockey say to LeBron James when they were having a conversation about there being 21 Pickle Ricks? They said 6'7". So, Hawk Tua on that one, and I appreciate you guys so much for being here. I genuinely do, from the bottom of my heart. I'm grateful for you every single day of my life. I think about how grateful I am for all of you. Most of you. There are a few of you. TBH, you know. Yeah, this is Woke Souls 3 and not frickin' Sigma Souls 2, unfortunately. Thank you so much for being here. And once again, thank you for the crazy amount of subs. Bent out with the continued sub. Angel Days with a gifted 2 Bendu. 20 gifted and 5 gifted. And then Gurfch with the gifted sub, and Evergrim with the gifted sub, and and Janny with the gifted sub. I don't even know who that was because they've never showed up in chat and they never typed anything. So I think they were just farming me for the cash emote, and Nameless Fuego with the 25, and Fazo with the Prime sub. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for supporting my way of life. It is harder than a 9 to 5. So, you know, I need all the support I can get. And low-key, I got to go to therapy after this stream. But it's okay because I'll remember you all in therapy. Oh, also, when I'll be back, what is today? Saturday? I should be back on Sunday. Sunday should be the day that I'm back. What the heck? I got a picture of a cat sent to me. I should be back on Tuesday. Tuesday we'll probably just play cash, and then on Thursday maybe we'll do, I don't know. See, I kind of like the streams where I do partial one game and then partial the other, but then at the same time, like, I could just play 8 hours of freaking Dark Souls 3, so I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Monday Dark Souls 3? No, I didn't say that. I do like the both, though probably not on Tuesday, because Tuesday it's only like a 4-hour stream ever. So anyway, I will see you guys. Keep your eye out. I'll have a Borderlands 2 video out eventually. Remember that I am a shill, at least according to that guy on that YouTube video. And yeah, peace off, peace out. Oh crap. Should we like raid anyone? Is anyone streaming? Chat, it's a variety day. We're raiding Gunther. Raid channel. Gunther. I know you know Gunther. You especially Strawberry. Strawberry, you're a Gunther stan. All right, chat. Let's go raid Gunther. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate you from the bottom of my soul. Thank you. You also get channel points if you're in that raid. So goodbye. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. 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 Where's the button? Oh, geez. Like a month sub to Gunther somehow? 3 months subbed? Oh my gosh. You're not even 3 months sub to me. Actually, wait. Yes, you are. You're 5 months, actually. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, bye.